So fade away and return to nothing. Your strength is great, but you're no match for me, no. I'll let you live for the entertain thee. God of all creation, God of your creation now.
Oh, yeah.
8-bit, not a question.
No, I know. I see what you mean. I definitely see what you mean.
Yeah.
Also, hello, chat.
Oh, wait, did they hear that?
They heard like the last like little bit of that. Hello, Mizu.
Hi.
Your VTube studio is up if you want to join that.
Sure.
How are you both doing today?
Alive.
Yeah.
I'm so tired, bro. Dude, we got one more week.
Then we
got
have
one more week.
Then we have the Junie debate in June. Or wait, no,
Debut,
that's
not
when.
debate.
Wait, or not debate. Excuse me, debut.
Yeah.
And that's no wait.
I picked a date. Like,
Yeah.
I have the day. Maybe I'll be sassy and I might drop it tonight.
Ooh.
I feel like it.
Did you see that
It's
Ava
a
did
really-
hers on Easter 420?
Oh my gosh, bro. No, because I was celebrating Easter. I was observing the holiday.
You were observing it.
I was observing the holiday.
Yeah.
So,
That's fair.
yeah. But yeah. I'm pretty sure unless something changes, I'm pretty sure I will debut on June 13th, also known as Friday the 13th.
Perfect.
Oh
Where
my
did you
gosh,
get
I love it.
that?
What?
Where
love
did you
this.
get that? That's amazing.
Oh, what, me?
Yeah, the little repo model.
Lumi sent me a person.
How much
I'm
was
gonna
it?
put
That's
you
amazing.
on my head.
It's like $20.
Oh my gosh, send that to me. I need that. I'm gonna
it on
get
my
it,
head.
and then like by the time it comes in, we'll be stopping the repo games.
Look, I can stretch myself.
Oh, that's beautiful. Can you see that, chat? I'm gonna put you on my
Oh,
head.
you still have my
I know. I
what do you
put
call it on?
Mizu on my head on my screen.
That's beautiful. A debut
still have my
debate.
Check on screen.
Don't worry, I turned it off,
Oh my
Mizu.
Dorito. Not my Dorito.
You're like 5 seconds behind on YouTube.
But yeah, I have this now.
That is awesome. I love that so much.
I was gonna use it tonight for a repo thing, but I got disinvited.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Did they just stop doing it, or?
No, I'm a bad person.
Oh, I see. Well, you can go do it. You don't have to watch Drake and Josh with me.
No, I got disinvited because I'm a bad person.
Oh,
What do you mean I can go do it?
No, I was.
I
no, I was-
see.
no,
They
like,
found
you're
they
like-
they found out you were the blue one, and I see. I see.
Not the blue one. I'm supposed to be. Well, I'm a blue one, not the blue one.
No, you have to
You're more like a
like.
teal one.
I have a there's two blue ones. There's blue A and blue B.
Pretty much.
You have to take a gander. You have to figure out which is which.
I really love it. I love the faces it can make. That's fantastic. Like, so what can you do with it? I'm curious.
I don't know. I haven't played with it much. I just got it.
And
I haven't looked if there's anything extra or if I've already explored everything there is to it.
I mean, for $20, I imagine that it's gonna be basic, but you know, it's pretty cute.
Yeah, right.
Like that, I don't know.
There are a lot of things on here, but I don't really know what they do.
Well, if you randomly explode during the middle of an important, like, emotional scene, I'm going to try my best not to laugh.
Bro, I should probably turn off my Warrior Cats video in the background so I can focus.
Yes, the blue
I've seen
one.
like one thing about warrior cats.
What is Warrior Cat?
I read. Oh, it's this really long and extensive book series about feral cats in the woods that are segregated into clans.
That sounds amazing.
It's white girl racism.
White girl racism, yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. Well, chat. We're gonna be all serious now. I mean, like, this documentary is like there is a decent chunk of seriousness in this, but it is also like got some lighthearted stuff in it because Drake and Josh. And so before we like get really deep serious into this, obviously, chat, make sure you like the stream, make sure you enjoy all of this. But I wanted to ask both of you what you kind of recall from the Drake and Josh era, because obviously, you know, everybody knows the TV show, but like, what do you remember from like the personal lives of both of these characters?
Nothing.
Nothing. You don't remember? Because I know that Drake has definitely had a lot of ups and downs.
Oh, bro, yeah.
Well, I know
think
Josh has
Josh?
left. Like,
Dude.
performance.
To
Kind of.
my knowledge, Josh, I think, is ripped now. Hang on.
I think so. Well, obviously, because like, what's funny is they did a podcast where they sit down and talk with each other after multiple years of
yeah.
obscurity, where they sat down and like debunked everything, and that's when this thing kind of came out a little bit afterwards.
Oh, that does that.
Oh yeah, he like, dude, man's aged like fine wine. I will put the image of Josh Peck in the side chat
Okay, hold on.
so you can look.
Apparently, I have a flashlight.
Yep, he definitely has. They're actually gonna.
He knocked off all the weight
He did.
and then he aged like fine wine.
He did.
Basically.
No clown tonight. No chat. We're being serious tonight. Like I feel like there's some situations where I should be more serious. I will say I did preview this documentary, and so I am going to give a little bit more different commentary. If we have time after this one, there's also one on the iCarly's Jeanette McCurdy that I was thinking about watching. It's about half of the size of this one, so we'll wait and see. If we definitely hit the super chat
How was
goal.
that half the size? She had a whole book.
This one is 58 minutes. That one is 32 minutes.
She had a whole book about her life.
Yeah, I know.
Oh
I
yeah,
know.
I actually really want to read it. I haven't read it. I really want to read it though. I was thinking about maybe getting it on Audible
Mhm.
and listening to it on the way to work.
Also, you say be more serious as I'm here in the little repo model.
I mean, you can be
Oh, we
pretty
can be serious. Hang on, I got that.
Junie with the steel chair.
Junie with the steel chair.
This is your
Oh
sign to
my
subscribe.
goodness. All right, here we go.
I won't be mad.
No, if you want me to be more serious, I can swap to the serious model.
It's up to you. You don't have to be in the serious model.
If I make a joke, it'll be at the expense of Nickelodeon.
Well, I here's the thing. We can make jokes and we can be silly and stuff. I don't really care. Obviously, it's no holds barred when it comes to any kind of content we watch. I just ask that the timing is fair. You know?
Yeah.
Anyway.
So how much are we going to talk about feet?
The feet one is actually, I think, going to be more iCarly because Dan Schneider is like a minor character in this. Because
It's like iCarly and Victorious.
yeah, like
No, Nickelodeon had their whole like logo be a foot.
no, I know, but like the Dan Schneider controversy really didn't like become a thing until iCarly. So it is kind of mentioned in this, but it's not really.
Miranda's in this one. Too.
It kind of. Again, this entire documentary mostly focuses around the guys. Miranda is like a very minor like mention in this.
Well, I just forgot she was like straight up in the show.
Yeah, she was. Like a lot of people forget.
Megan.
Yeah, Megan.
Well, it's 'cause she was so much younger, and people, when they picture her in their head, they picture iCarly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I don't see
That's
her as
me. I grew up watching iCarly.
Me too.
I
Like
know. You see some things.
it was great, dude. Oh man, I actually looked on Netflix, and Netflix technically has like one season of iCarly, and it's not like one straight season. It's like a compilation of episodes that they have for multiple seasons, and I'm just like, where did the rest of them go?
That's been a common Netflix problem for a while.
Yeah, they just kind of lose the episodes.
Hulu wins.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree. Anyway,
Piracy wins.
I agree. Anyway, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Sure.
I have turned on audio so you guys should be able to hear it.
Nickelodeon sitcom Drake and Josh, the two boys seemed to be best friends, but that wasn't exactly the case. One was going through some of the darkest atrocities imaginable, and the other was also experiencing an extremely complicated childhood, but they did not tell each other what was going on.
Holy
and
fuck,
as a
they looked
result,
so
the
young.
two had one of the most
Oh,
catastrophic
this is a good picture of them now. I think this is a good picture of them now. Drake has
Mhm.
not really
They
changed that much. Mine is getting
I was gonna
some...
say they both aged pretty well.
They did. I don't know if they're in their 30s or 40s now, but they both like obviously Josh is like shot up and slimmed down. This stream is about Josh. Why do you have Josh on screen? Oh, that's mean. Thank you for the 5, and thank you for the 50 bits. I appreciate that. I'm gonna try. Oh my gosh, Sly for the what was that? 10 gifted subs. Holy shit! Thank you.
Ooh.
I will try and get super chats at like mid intervals. So if you cheer while we're in the middle, I'll make sure to shout you out, chat, after we get to midway points, as per normal when we're going through it. But this is kind of like what they look like today.
Catastrophic
It's really
public
crazy.
falling outs in Nickelodeon history. For years, fans have wondered exactly what went wrong, why their relationship soured, and recently they came together and discussed everything on a 2-hour podcast that connected all.
Okay, so this is like, if I remember correctly, this was like a couple of weeks ago, which is just kind of insane. Because I think that Josh has his own podcast. I don't know if that is called Dear Media, but he has his own podcast, and then he brought Drake on to talk. It's just insane to see them together like this after like I want to say it's been almost 2 decades. It can't be.
Yeah, because I think they like split.
Yeah. Well, the documentary talks
For a
about it, but
while.
it's complicated. The answer is it's complicated. Oh, goodness.
All of the missing pieces that we were left in the dark about for decades. While most celebrity stories and feuds feel unrealistic and manicured to fuel public interest, the story of Drake and Josh's complicated relationship is very relatable. Sure, none of us can truly relate to the pressure of being a child star while also dealing with the horrors behind the scenes, but the complications between Drake and Josh resemble a difficult relationship that you might have with a friend, uncle, cousin, or other family member. One that follows a cycle of love, hate, tension, animosity, remorse, guilt, and reconciliation. Drake and Josh's story is not some fleeting celebrity drama. So today we're going to discuss the entire thing while addressing all of the nuances and complications of a real-life relationship. Drake and Josh's lifelong troubled relationship started from the very first time they met. Drake did not like Josh, and Josh was determined to win him over. The then
It's very funny. I'm pretty sure that was like a really raw that played into the show there. That's hilarious.
14-year-old boys met on the set of The Amanda Show, which was a sketch comedy television.
Okay, so I've never heard of The Amanda Show before I listened to this. Junie, did you ever like hear of The Amanda Show? Oh, I think you're muted.
I am muted,
Okay.
bro, because whenever I type on my keyboard, but I never watched it. But thanks to how much I just keep up with this, like, I hate to call it drama. It's not drama. It's
Yeah.
dangerous. Quote swoop 2020 something. I keep this is the kind of stuff I tend to keep up with. So whenever all this stuff was coming out about like Amanda Bynes, who I'm pretty sure that's who they're going to be talking about soon, and basically like Amanda Bynes' whole story, like it's sad, bro.
I know nothing
It is
about it.
sad. Oh, it is sad.
I used to watch it.
Like capital SAD.
Yeah.
Sad. Very, very sad.
Was it
I've
also a
seen it. I
Nickelodeon
didn't
show?
like keep up with it.
Was it also a Nickelodeon show?
Yes.
It was.
Okay. Yeah, because this was
like,
before
one of
Drake
the
and Josh.
OGs.
It was pretty common for the child actors to really only be on one network. Like if you were a Disney Channel star, you were put onto multiple Disney Channel products, but you typically never left Disney.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of the same with Nickelodeon. So you'll see like a lot of them will be on like have credits for like 20 different Nickelodeon shows, but then nothing else.
Right.
You want to
Right.
study something? Study the Disney to pop star pipeline.
Oh god.
Oh, yeah, Disney tries to force all theirs to be like pop stars as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Disney is the American Idol group.
And then Nickelodeon was just everybody gets groomed.
Basically. Okay, think of it like this. Think of it like this. Not in the sense of like the actual contents of what's happening, but in the sense of public reputation. Disney is the closest thing in our entertainment industry to Hololive, and Nickelodeon is Niji. Anyway. that is the That's like
I liked Nickelodeon more than Disney.
I would say, but that is not like. But you have to think of it in retrospect. Hololive is heavy on their idol culture and heavy on their music and heavy on their production,
Oh,
and on that content creator to singer pipeline.
mhm.
AG is not that way.
No, yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
She'll stream is
Sure.
to bait, root out boomers. Chat, you can't be called a boomer if you watch these shows. Literally.
Who's Whacker? Oh my gosh, I might take it back to say who's Whacker, bro.
Oh,
On a Cartoon Network, I don't think would fit into any of it because, as far as I know, they've like stayed pretty clean.
cartoon. Well,
Based
yeah,
on
they
it.
just made all cartoons. It's kind of hard to groom somebody when it's a cartoon.
No, Cartoon Network had a time period where they were doing just live action.
Oh, fair enough.
Probably Phase.
Yeah, fair.
Fair.
Because I mean, they're the ones that had like Andrew WK on, and it was like, let's have Andrew
Yeah.
WK do a children's show.
Oh, did you break the Thanks for breaking the hype train chat. Very much appreciate it. All right.
Program that was essentially the kid-friendly version of Saturday Night Live, starring Amanda Bynes. Belle was a part of the cast since its first episode in 1999, while Peck didn't join as a regular until later seasons.
I came on the Amanda show. We didn't get along at first, but I thought you were so cool, and I really wanted you to like me. And then, thankfully, we had this shared love of old school comedy and sitcoms and great television. And so once you realize,
I like how he's all like almost formal without the tie, and this dude's just in a shirt and pants.
I was gonna point that out. Like they have a very different sense of style, and I think that's interesting, and I think that's reasonable.
It's very reasonable. He was definitely always the more professional one, and he's just like the comedy guy, which
He's
you know,
just there.
yeah, it's just like a very huge dynamic. Although I am wondering, like, if he told him to not come formal and he did, or he didn't tell him anything and he just assumed. It's just kind of fun. I'm just like, where's your suit? What suit?
I think it was just like
No, so Drake
whatever.
lately just kind of dresses like this.
No, that's fair. That's very fair.
I don't think I've ever seen, other than like for his pictures for his albums, I don't think I've seen him without a suit since everything went down.
No, that's very fair. That's very, very fair. All right.
that I was kind of funny and I liked people who liked funny, we were suddenly like inseparable.
Yeah.
At first, Drake was almost second to Amanda, and Josh came on as a tertiary character that they would sometimes make fun of. But once Drake and Josh had to collaborate on a sketch as two Italian mobsters, they realized their comedic chemistry was undeniable.
Pony pajamas, what's your problem, Big Tails?
Yeah, what's your problem, Big Tail? I can't sleep. You want I should put her out?
Not yet.
Hey, cannoli? No, I just want to hear a bedtime story. She just wants to hear a bedtime story.
Hey, I got it.
He's got his.
And 25 years later, that chemistry is still there.
She wants to hear about a story.
Oh, you want to hear a story? I got a story.
And he
All
goes,
right, so you got this. There's this guy, right? He's driving his bike, and he falls off, and his kickstand goes right through his leg.
right through his leg.
Drake was an old soul as a kid, and became a huge fan of classic buddy comedies such as Abbott and Costello and Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. Drake dreamed of one day having a comedy sidekick, and he officially found his match. The two boys became good friends off-screen as well. They would go bowling, hang out after hours,
Huh?
That hair.
Oh yeah, that hair, man. Josh was talented. No, yeah, Josh like was pretty good at being like a comedian, and then Drake just
Cool.
like found that, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I think they're both skilled.
They're both skilled in slightly different things. Yeah.
Yeah. I use talent sparingly. They're skilled.
Mm-hmm. No, that's very fair. That's very fair. That hair, I know.
I know that hair.
and even have
Is-
sleepovers.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, is it ever feel like a little depressing to consider like where they would have ended up if Nickelodeon wasn't Nickelodeon?
Like where their lives would be. I definitely know that Drake
Yeah.
wouldn't be in Mexico singing songs.
Well, because sometimes you see these people that it's like I feel like you probably could have been one of the really big, well-remembered people if you did not get stuck with like this horrendous company that
You think they
could
could have
care
done
less about you.
stand-up?
Mm-hmm. All right.
The Amanda Show became the highest rated live action program on Nickelodeon during its run, and while this may seem like an amazing way to start a child acting career, Drake was suffering unimaginable trauma as a pedophile had infiltrated the Nickelodeon network. It's very important to remember that the general public was not aware of the information that you're about to learn until 2024 when it was discussed in a documentary called Quiet on Set. This documentary drastically changed everything that people thought they knew about Drake Bell. Drake Bell formed a bond with dialogue coach Brian Peck during the second season of The Amanda Show. Peck, who had
Well, I did say that we would, it's because Zevin gave, wow, thank you for the $100. It's time for Ask Ashley. Amanda, that's me. Shout out to all my 90s kids, brothers, and sisters. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Jumping into this very sensitive time here. We'll rewind it 10 seconds.
Thing that people thought they knew about Drake Bell.
I'll mute it again when we get to
Drake
Supers.
Bell formed a bond with dialogue coach Brian Peck during the second season of The Amanda Show. Peck, who has no relation to Drake's co-star Josh Peck, would invite Drake to his house for acting lessons. These lessons were supervised by Drake's father, Joe, who was told that Brian Peck was a skilled coach who could help Drake secure more acting opportunities. However, over time, Joe became uncomfortable with their relationship.
And unfortunately, I started seeing Brian start to just hang around Drake too much. And it didn't set well with me. Drake would be in the dressing room or something, and in would pop Brian and just touch Drake. You know, do things that, wait a second, what are you doing? Drake can put that on himself. And the thing is, this is in front of people.
Joe claims that while his son was in the dressing room, Brian would touch Drake in front of others in ways that made him question Brian's intentions. Joe expressed his concerns with the production personnel and said he was uncomfortable with Brian, only to be called homophobic because of Brian's sexual orientation. Therefore, Joe backed off. I
really hate that they just use, oh, he's gay. What are you, homophobic? I really hate that a lot.
That did to me in high school.
Yeah, I bet. Oh man, I don't like that.
It was a weird time in history where people were so deathly afraid of being homophobic that they let really, really bad stuff slide.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gross. Very gross. Yes, chat, glow, please glow.
Got back to Brian, he manipulated Drake into severing ties with his father/manager, suggesting that Joe was sabotaging Drake's career. Peck subsequently integrated himself into multiple areas of Bell's life and became a father figure for the young actor. Eventually, Peck convinces Drake's mother to let him stay at his house during auditions. Then when Drake slept on Brian's couch, the sexual assault started.
I was sleeping on the couch where I would usually sleep. I woke up to him. I just opened my eyes, I woke up, and he was sexually assaulting me. Why don't you think of the worst stuff that someone can do to somebody as a sexual assault? And that'll answer your question.
Drake wouldn't tell anyone for several months. The abuse persisted until Drake began spending more time at a girlfriend's house. One day, when he was supposed to meet with Brian, Drake said he didn't want to hang out. Brian then started calling his phone nonstop. When Drake failed to answer, Brian obsessively started calling his girlfriend's house, which is when the girlfriend's mother suspected something was wrong and took Drake to her family therapist. He later detailed the abuse to his own mother, who called the police. I had to be excruciatingly detailed about every single thing and time that it had happened with two absolute strangers. The worst part was I had to make a phone call to Brian and get him to admit what he'd done. The police monitored a wired phone call with Brian, who broke into a full-on confession that led to his arrest. The investigation was conducted privately, and Bell remained unidentified to the public for several years due to his age at the time. Drake also refused to tell anyone what was going on, not even his best bro Josh. As if this situation couldn't get any more traumatic and confusing for Drake, before the trial he also needed to return to Nickelodeon Studios to begin filming for his next major role on Drake and Josh.
Yeah, I didn't know this, because I knew that he had some shit happen to him. I didn't know this was before season 1. Like, knowing this, because I rewatched a little bit of Drake and Josh after I listened to this, it was kind of hard to watch. Because, like, you look at him and you know that that's happening behind the scenes, and it just kind of makes it hard to watch. I don't know.
That big break between Drake and Josh and Amanda show is when I told my mom what was going on. We went to the police, the investigation, all of the stuff that you saw in the documentary. That was when all of that was going on. And then when we shot the pilot, we were in the middle of the investigation, but nobody had known anything because Brian hadn't been arrested. I had to come back, like the Amanda show, where the dude was, where the abuse was happening, having the monster in your own in your safe place. Still, where I felt most comfortable, where I was the happiest, was when I was on set with you guys. And the worst part was every day I got there, was the monster was there, you know?
Even though Drake was forced to interact with his abuser daily, he did everything in his power to hide his pain and focus on his work. But Josh suspected something was wrong, as Drake seemed standoffish.
I was just looking at it through the prism of a 14-year-old's brain, going like, he doesn't want much to do with me. And
Josh essentially thought that Drake just stopped liking him, not knowing the horrors of Drake's abuse. At the same time, Drake also felt a little bit of...
Did we lose Junie?
You did, and then I'm back, and then I'm trying to rejoin.
Okay, sounds good.
Tension from Josh, but was blaming him.
Huh?
While Junie rejoins, I am going to swap to a more respectful model.
All right, sounds good.
So you're gonna have to move me
found out
around.
this is not the clowning time.
A specific model. I wanted to use this one because it's been a while.
The normal Mizu model?
Yeah.
Oh
I
my.
haven't used it in a long time.
Haven't used your old body in so long. Oh my gosh. He looks so big.
I know, right?
I forgot you had that ring around you. There we go. I gotta make you both a little bit smaller so you can fit. Alright. Cool. Cool. How do you spell junkie? It's classic Mizu. Everybody's saying classic Mizu. How come we had the mini blue one? Because that's what he had. That's a callback? Yes, it is. Oh.
Himself.
I've got all this stuff that nobody knows about that's going on. Is this gonna hurt our show? Is this gonna, when this drops, is Josh gonna look at me and be like, bro, you took our dream away, like you took my dream, like everything, like are we gonna lose our show?
And that really fucking sucks to think, because you think as a kid it's just like you already have this thing that's happening to you, but you know that the guy that's doing it to you, if you out him, it could ruin your dreams. And it, like, I can't imagine what that would feel like. You know, because I already had like my own personal shit when my parents went through the divorce, and that's nowhere near what he went through. But it's just like, you know, if I talk to something about this, and my dad goes away, it's just like, is that going to ruin something? You know, so it's just, I can't imagine what that is like for him. It's just so sad.
Drake even said he started losing his hair due to all the stress he was feeling. But then the investigation into Brian's crimes was coming to a close, and some of that pressure was starting to subside, knowing that justice would be served. Drake even decided to tell Dan Schneider about his abuser right before the trial.
And this is kind of, knowing what Dan Schneider gets outed as later, this is just kind of unfortunate and also really gross. I guess it's just a good thing that he didn't abuse Drake. I guess.
Trial.
And when Drake and I talked and he told me what had happened, I was more devastated by that than anything that ever happened to me in my career thus far. And I told him, I'm here for you. What do you need? Drake's mom, a lovely woman who I stay in contact with this day, she came to me at the time and she said, Dan, I'm not good with words like you are. And would you help me with my speech for the judge? And I said, of course.
Brian Peck was convicted of child molestation. in 2004, pleading no contest to a charge of oral copulation with a minor under 16 and a charge of performing a lewd act with a 14 or 15-year-old. He spent only 16 months in prison and was mandated to register as a sex offender. Josh...
I don't know what's worse, the fact that he only spent 16 months in jail, like, oh, man.
Yeah, I don't know how they got away with like such a small amount of time.
Yeah, and the fact that he pled no contest as well. Gosh, damn.
Again, unaware of what was going on, one day realized that he stopped seeing Brian on set and with Drake. So he asked Drake what happened.
I had a feeling because Brian, who was ever present during the Amanda show, and then he was gone. And I didn't know anything except I had a feeling something happened. And I remember we're in the car, it was you, me, and Jill, and I said, you still talk to Brian? And you just looked at me like, no, Brian's a really bad guy. And I remember thinking, gotcha. And it was all that I needed to know. And I didn't know anything more than that, but I was like, that's clear.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Although Drake's pain was not magically gone once Brian was arrested, he was able to find joy again in acting.
That isn't what the text said. Oral on a minor using anesthesia. Ooh, oh, fuck. You're right. See, I listened to this the first time. I didn't read it. But yeah. And he used anesthesia. Oh, my God.
I will say it's kind of weird, and I think it's probably a failure on the investigator's part, that Josh says he didn't know anything. Because in a situation like this, you wouldn't necessarily tell the other kids exactly what happened, but you would go to other children they had access to and ask, like, hey, have you ever, been alone with him? Has he ever asked to, like, play a game with you?
Yeah.
It's very common in those situations for them to go to the other children they have access to and ask questions.
Yeah.
So it feels like it's kind of a failure on the investigator's part that they didn't check with any of the other kids that he was involved with.
I guess that the only thing I can think of is maybe they went to the parents first, and maybe the parents talked to the kids, but, like, I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that they may have just gotten enough with Drake. I don't know. Either way,
Clearly
I agree.
not.
No, yeah, clearly not. If you only got 16 months, I don't know what the fuck. What? And someone in chat said that he went to go work on Zack and Co. Did he do that after he was in jail? How good is this man that you look past the fact that he is a sex offender and let him back on set?
I mean, we don't need much. Just look at Epstein.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Now that his abuser was not on set. However, Josh was also suffering from his own complicated life struggles. Now, by comparison, they seem menial to Drake's, but you have to consider that children feel like they are the center of their own universe, and they don't have that worldly perspective to make sense of their pain. Josh Peck was raised by a single mother, actually never even meeting his father. He was the result of a short fling his mother had with a coworker.
That's
Him and his
depressing.
mother went through drastic ups and downs, sometimes living a comfortable middle-class life and other times not knowing if they will be able to pay rent. To compound this struggle, he was using food as an escape, leading to him becoming very overweight.
I didn't know that I was sort of eating in an unhealthy way. I just felt like I eat fruit snacks like every other kid. I just, do it in an excessive way. So I think that pain was just born out of what we all feel, is that it hurts to be different, and it hurts to know that life is going to be challenging.
Josh also used stand-up comedy and his television roles to escape his internal battles. Perhaps this is what made the two such a great duo. A silver lining to these young boys experiencing a traumatic childhood was that when they came together, they felt safe and comfortable. And because of that, they created one of the greatest live-action shows in Nickelodeon history. Drake Parker and Josh Nichols were two brothers bound by their parents' marriage, forced to live in the same house, go to the same school, hang out with the same friends, while having totally opposite personalities. Josh was the hefty, emotional dork, while Drake was a smooth-talking ladies' man who led a rock band. It was common that the Nickelodeon writers made Josh the butt of the joke. I mean, it's very easy to pick on the overweight, goofy kid. Drake, on the other hand, would often be this glamorized bad boy. He was lazy, rude, and self-centered. He would not stand up for his brother Josh, he would go hang out with girls and friends without him, and basically had a hard time accepting Josh as his brother.
Okay, here's my vision. I see your band in a desert, you know, the sun beats down, little creature scampers by, perhaps a lizard.
Oh, here's my vision. I don't care about your vision. The video should show off my band.
And although the show produced some hilarious moments when the brothers were pitted against each other,
You made that whole story up. No, you started that fight. You calling me a liar? I ain't calling you a truther.
the best episodes were usually when they had to work together to
That is so classic.
That was an iconic line. Call me a liar. I ain't calling you a truther.
My favorite's always gonna be where's the door, Drake?
Where's the door, Drake?
I'm gonna cut it. Okay, we'll do it.
I see the issue.
Oh, do ya?
Where's the clown? We're being a little serious tonight, so no clown. No clown. Oh goodness.
themselves out of ridiculous situations.
You gotta get me out of this. I want to be cooler, but I can't go out there and play against the toughest team in the state. Okay. He's thinking. He's snapping.
I got an idea.
He's got an idea.
Okay, you need to stop that.
Done.
During season 3, Josh started to grow taller and lost a noticeable amount of weight, so the show's writers could not just resort to cheap fat jokes, but they still often made him a punching bag.
Why don't you just shave that thing off? No. All right. Ever since I've grown this mustache,
I'm gonna be honest, the mustache did not look good. I did not like it personally. I remember that much as a kid.
treat me differently. I get more respect.
Hey, Josh. Helen wants you to go down to the basement and empty the rat traps.
I forgot that man.
You see, Helen never let me do that before.
Package for Josh Nichols.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Don't tell me what to do.
Although Drake warmed up to Josh eventually, his character remained the inconsiderate troublemaker, and often the show reminded us how rude he actually was.
I have to take Helen home, right? And I need you to follow me so I can get a ride back. Kiss pretty girl, drive brother in traffic.
While we know that this is merely just actors leaning into their characters for the sake of comedy, and now we love them both for playing these roles so well, you have to remember that the target audience for this show were children, and it appeared to them that Drake was the main character and Josh was the sidekick, which is essentially proven by the fact that Drake won 10 Kids' Choice Awards and Josh only won once.
Oh,
it was
that's brutal.
Wow.
That is extremely brutal.
I mean, it's the Kids' Choice Awards.
Crazy.
I know.
That shit's rigged anyways.
Can I say that Josh was actually my favorite character?
My favorite character was Megan.
I mean, Megan is a pretty good character, but I think Josh was pretty relatable to me as a kid. I don't know. Because once I shot up, I thinned out quite a lot too.
Clear that Drake was the fan favorite, and Josh kind of understood because he also idolized Drake since they first met. But at the same time, Josh was 50% of the show. Some would argue that Josh's one-liners and physical humor is what actually made the show so successful.
Whoa, what's this? Just getting ready for my big dinner. Drake, what are you doing here? You're never home Saturday night.
I told you tonight's my big fight with Lucy.
No, you never said that. Never said that, okay? You never said you were gonna be home Saturday. Well, I am,
Ooh, olives.
Okay, paws off my olives.
In addition to this imbalance on screen, off screen, Josh was still going through tough times. Because of his weight, he felt like he was missing out on a normal teenage life, the life that Drake was seemingly living.
I just knew that I felt like because I was so insecure, I had missed out on a lot of my teenage years. It wasn't without lack of opportunity to go out and be a knucklehead and experience life. I just didn't want to do it because I didn't love the body that I was in. So I felt like if I didn't act now, I was going to lose some really important years.
Josh got sick and tired of being sick and tired, and he spent his summers walking through New York City for
What?
It's just the way the guy said it.
Oh yeah, I agree. It was pretty funny.
miles while slowly making better food choices. His consistency led to him losing a total of 127 pounds in 3 years. This
Jeez.
physical transformation had...
That's a lot of weight to lose, and I feel like some people have lost more in less time. I don't know. He looks like an Ozempic victim? That's mean. That's very mean.
a profound effect on the Drake and Josh show. His new body seemed to make him more confident in pursuing physical comedy on screen.
Drake!
Hang on, I'm busy.
Mindy just
Why is there Pokemon Diamond and Pearl in the background?
Since it was a kids game, and since Nickelodeon is the kids channel, my guess is it was a sponsor. I don't know.
I'm just curious what was going on at that time. I don't remember anything on Nickelodeon about Pokemon.
I mean, it might have been like an ad. I don't know.
I mean, it was definitely an ad, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know. Beyond that, I don't know.
Normally when they put them on like the big banners like that, they have like some huge tie-in going on. I'm just curious what it could have been at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me exactly how you responded when Mindy said, I love you.
I didn't know what to say, so I just said, seeing chemistry, and I slammed the door in her face.
And as a result, season 4 of the show produced some of the most hilarious and memorable moments.
You were supposed to cut it out with the power saw.
Dude, I'm gonna.
Oh, really?
My favorite.
So go get the power saw.
Okay, I will. I see the problem.
Oh, do ya?
The Drake and Josh series premiere was watched by 3.2 million viewers, the network's highest rated series premiere in nearly 10 years. Episodes regularly saw viewership upwards of 5, 6, 7 million. As of 2006, the show ranked consistently among the 10 most watched cable shows across all of television. It was a certified hit, creating core memories for kids all around the world. After the show, people just assumed these two remained great friends and rode off into the Hollywood sunset, becoming successful actors. But that wasn't exactly the case. Drake continued his dominance at Nickelodeon as a top star. Josh, on the other hand, wanted to develop a career outside of the kids' network, while simultaneously entering the darkest part of his life. One might assume that his amazing physical transformation had nothing but a positive impact on his life, but Josh says otherwise. It became clear that once I lost the weight, that I was the same head in a new body. I had this illusion of becoming more confident and attractive when I was partaking. I was trying to quiet that voice that woke me up every morning and told me I wasn't enough. In an attempt to live the teenage experience to the fullest while he still had a couple years to do it, he went overboard, falling victim to a dangerous drug and alcohol addiction.
And suddenly I'm like now looking like a normal kid and a normal teen. And I'm like, oh, they do drugs and that's normal. And they go to house parties and they go to clubs and they show up late to places and they're unreliable and that's normal. And I died to be normal. And I remember when I finally said yes, I had no conception that this drug would make me feel any different, that it was extreme. All I thought was, A, I hope she's watching, and oh good, I'm normal.
While Josh was going through hard times, Drake was receiving very consistent work over the years, doing voice acting roles in shorts, TV shows, and
That's right, he was in a
movies.
Spider-Man.
His most notable role was Peter Parker in Marvel's Ultimate Spider-Man animated series. When he wasn't doing voiceovers, he was writing and releasing his own music. Interestingly enough, his records weren't very popular in the United States, but were huge in various Spanish-speaking countries. The Drake and Josh Nickelodeon show was extremely popular
That's
in Latin
hilarious.
countries, likely due to the excellent job the production team did with dubbing the actors' voices. Drake always wanted to be a rock star, ever since his earliest days on The Amanda Show in 2001. He released music consistently for 17 years but received no gold or platinum records in America. However, in Mexico and other various Spanish-speaking countries, Drake Bell, aka Drake Campana, had multiple high-charting Billboard singles and albums. In some of these countries, he performed shows for thousands of people. He learned to speak Spanish. He has written and released a ton of music in Spanish. He even provides Spanish subtitles with every podcast or social media post he makes. People have joked on social media that he ran away to Mexico to avoid charges of his 2020 crimes, when in reality he was more successful there for over a decade and probably made most of his income in Latin-speaking countries.
And what's it like in Mexico? Like, because you moved to Mexico, right? It seems amazing.
It's unbelievable, bro. You have no idea.
Tell me more, Drake Campana.
It's unbelievable. In Mexico, we were on Channel 5. We were like on After Friends or Seinfeld. You know, it's like we're on normal TV. Everyone watched us. We weren't a kids show. There's a place called Veeps. It's like Denny's. The menu for the children's menu is us, bro.
What?
Like when you buy Doritos, you buy whatever, and you open them up, like the little like prizes inside is us.
Despite Josh's addiction and unreliability, he successfully broke the child star curse he was so desperate to escape from, and he did that with his role as Luke Shapiro in The Whackness. This coming-of-age dramedy set in 1994 in New York City follows a teenage drug dealer who trades weed for therapy sessions with his eccentric psychiatrist. Infused with 90s hip-hop culture, the film explores themes of adolescence, depression, love, and self-discovery. The Whackness premiered at the 2008 Sundance Film Festival, where it won the Audience Award for Dramatic Feature.
Hey, there's
Josh
that
had
Asian guy that's in
finally achieved-
everything.
What Asian guy? Oh, this
The guy
one?
on the far right. Yeah, he's like in everything now. There's like a side character. Never is like the main character, always like a side character.
Hashtag best side character. Oh, that's funny.
Festival, where it won the Audience Award for Dramatic Feature. Josh had finally achieved success outside of the goofy fat guy trope he thrived in his whole career, yet he realized it did not fill the empty void he was feeling in his life.
I had this realization, which was, oh no, you're bottomless. Like, you tried to fill this with food, then drugs and alcohol, and now like prestige, and none of it.
Nothing's going to fill the void.
None of it. And I got sober 2 weeks later.
Luckily for Josh, he did not spiral deeper. He understood that he was trying to cure an internal problem with external solutions, and instead he chose the right path forward with therapy and sober living. He basically stayed busy every single year since then, securing a major film,
I forgot
TV,
he was in
or voice
a
acting
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, or was it a TV show? I want to say it was a TV show, actually. But he did a lot of stuff.
He even took to social media, becoming one of the most popular creators on the 6-second video app Vine.
Hey, Josh, you just hit 4 million followers. Right? You calling me a liar?
Oh, Vine.
You a truth, though.
Then again, neither Drake nor Josh's
That is insane. Do you think that he would go viral again if they brought back Vine?
Maybe.
Maybe. I know that Elon was thinking about it.
personal troubles made for viral headlines.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I think the time has passed.
Probably.
Yeah.
People are already kind of getting tired of shorts.
Oh, I definitely am.
Like, if you look at shorts, the average YouTube short is getting longer and longer.
Yeah.
Because people just don't really want to watch the 30-second videos anymore.
Oh, definitely. I've started to notice that all my shorts are like at least a minute, maybe longer. And I think it's because YouTube wants to push content that's longer because they know that if they keep it on longer, they can serve you more ads. So.
Well, that's always been YouTube's model. We were confused why they went away from it in the first place.
Oh, it's because they were following a high.
They were following TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
But then they started to realize that TikTok actually wasn't making money.
Well,
No.
TikTok makes money from its TikTok shop. That's the money.
They make money from being propagandists.
Sure, TMZ did their standard coverage, and maybe diehard fans were concerned about the two, but generally speaking, the mainstream fandom were now in high school and college and focusing on their own lives rather than their childhood celebrity favorites. Plus, Drake and Josh were frequently seen together over the years. Here is a photo that Josh posted to his Instagram in 2012 of them hanging out at a house party. Here's another photo of them in 2013 at a Christmas party. In 2014, there were multiple photos of them together. Josh even personally invited Drake to have a cameo in an episode of Grandfathered in 2015, which was a show about a socially awkward yet lovable new dad who unexpectedly reconnects with his suave, restaurant-owning father, played by John Stamos.
You remind me of my stepbrother.
Oh, but is he awesome?
No, he's in jail for stalking Oprah. Anyway, let's get inside so you guys can buy me dinner.
It's time for you to go, Kirk.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Go away. Have a nice night.
Don't tell me what to do.
What? Hug me, brother!
So it seemed like on the surface that Drake and Josh were friends. They were hanging out all the time and even collaborating. But it turns out that these meetups were actually extremely brief and infrequent. Quite literally just a quick little catch up because they happened to be at the same party. Drake actually wanted to be closer to Josh at this time, but was unable to express that to him.
Like when we were hanging out at Michael's a lot and we were just, and like there was, I always felt like, what? Like, man, we're all hanging, like, we got the same, like, we should be closer. There's something, like, I'm like, oh, I'm not cool enough to, like, hang out with Josh. Like, oh, no, he's, you know, I'm not funny enough. I'm not this, he thinks I'm this, and, oh, like, we were doing the same shit when we really should have just been like, bro, want to go grab some pizza and, like, play some video games?
And the result of this friction between the two would get blown out of proportion, because in 2017, Drake posted 2 tweets about how he was not invited to Josh Peck's wedding, which sent the media into a frenzy, speculating that Drake and Josh had some sort of falling out. When you're not invited to the wedding, the message is clear. True colors have come out today. Message is loud and clear. Ties are officially cut. I'll miss you, brother. From there, Drake also did a few interviews where he discussed his feelings about not receiving the invite, but he still expressed nothing but grace for Josh.
Friend, you're talking to your friend and you're congratulating him on, oh, I'm so glad you're, you know, engaged, congratulate, blah, blah, blah.
I remember when this happened. I vaguely remember this too. I thought it was very weird and wonky at the time. I don't know. There's a lot of instances where they vague post about each other and it's just like weird couple shit almost. I don't know.
This is one of the first really big examples of just talk to them instead of making a tweet about it.
Exactly.
Well, see, here's the thing. Pop stars were doing this before VTubers.
Yup, they were. They were.
So if pop stars can't even do it, do you think we could do it?
I mean, if they can get together and make a movie about trolls, they probably could improve a little bit.
On social media that he had a wedding, and I go, what? I didn't hear about it, I didn't know about it, and so I shot from the hip and kind of was like, what? This is wrong. Like, why am I finding out about this on social media? I just felt like a bummed out brother, you know, just kind of hurt, but it had nothing. It does nothing to our relationship. I mean, we're brothers, we're friends. I mean, he's been one of my dearest friends for the past 18 years.
Josh was receiving a ton of hate for not inviting Drake to the wedding, and it really cast a dark cloud over this special night. The next time Josh saw Drake, which was at the VMAs in 2017, he asked Drake to apologize to his wife Paige for the tweets, and Drake happily did.
And I remember that I was at the Video Music Awards and I see him there and he sees me and I go up to him like, and this might be the most Sopranos thing I've ever done. And I look at him and I go apologize to my wife right now. And he goes, okay. And he like made a beeline for my wife and I see him do like this whole 5-minute performance of an apology. And it was like, I was like, go apologize to my wife or something bad's gonna happen.
After Josh claims to have intimidated Drake, he ran up behind him and put a camera.
I assume because probably like
it put a damper on the wedding.
It probably did, yeah.
Yeah.
I think because the thing is, he was friends with Josh, not his wife. So probably what happened is Josh is like, okay, I understand why he might be upset with me, but that's now upset my wife.
Yeah.
And she needs to not be upset.
I imagine it definitely was not an easy day when they both saw that.
Camera in Drake's face to vlog their reunion moment to show the public that they didn't have any real beef.
Holy come on. What's up, buddy? Is this happening right now live is this really right now live?
Stream live right now.
Oh my god.
Please
Wait,
tell
is this
Facebook
streaming?
to be nice to me. Oh my god,
Please.
it's not even my fault. Just tell Facebook to be nice to me.
Listen, lay off.
Thank you. You heard that, Facebook? It's all good.
Chill out.
We love
Lay
you.
off, man. All right,
I got $100 for you.
Drake and his ex-wife Janet said that this moment
I'm
was
gonna be honest. If I saw that live, I'd be like, these two do not like each other. That feels very forced.
That's what people said when it happened.
Oh yeah, it was.
Which leads me all the way to this, because the thing is that they were distant, but they weren't on bad terms.
Yeah,
they were distant, but they weren't on bad terms. Which, and maybe this is me being too into the chisme, I guess. My thing is that was your co-star and like a colleague of 18 years. I think Drake's feelings were valid. In my opinion, unless if it was something more so on like the wife's end where she was like, I don't feel comfortable, I feel like Drake should have been invited. That's my take. I feel like he should have been invited. Maybe not like in the wedding party or whatever because you're distant, but that was like your co-star of upwards of a decade.
Yeah.
Like that person, even if you're not the best, like besties, you know each other.
Yeah, no, I agree. Josh had Godfather energy.
That's my take.
Yeah.
Now again, maybe they reveal that maybe they were on like super bad terms. Like maybe they had like a true falling out or something later on. But if it was literally just like, oh, we just don't really talk, I think you should have been invited.
Yeah.
I'll also say, because how we're talking about how this feels weird, and how it doesn't feel like genuine if you're just watching it from like a outside perspective. I think it's also important to remember there's a difference between the actual timeline of events and what people saw as the timeline.
Yeah.
To explain like the whole culture that was around Drake and Josh. Because I would say the Godfather wife thing that people are kind of joking about, people didn't see that. People, I think, in order, saw their friends, Drake is not invited to the wedding, then they see that clip in the movie theater where he's like, tell Facebook to like leave me alone thing.
Yeah.
Because people only saw the parts that were like viral worthy. And those are kind of the parts that were viral worthy. So it really affected how people saw their relationship.
No, yeah, 100%.
Was actually sincere. The couples exchanged numbers and went out to dinner multiple times afterwards, seemingly rekindling their friendship. They even did some content together as Josh was pursuing YouTube very seriously.
That's Drake.
That's Josh.
And it's all love, people. Back together again. We're all good.
That's amazing.
What's up?
What do you look like? It sucked anyway.
Oh, you.
Me? You know what? Mom never even liked you.
She's not our mom. We're not on a TV show.
We now know exactly why Drake was not invited to the wedding. On their most recent podcast, Josh revealed that Drake wasn't singled out. It's just that nobody from the Drake and Josh cast was invited. The only person from Nickelodeon that was invited to Josh's wedding was Dan Schneider.
Yeah, that's
Wait a minute. Huh?
So I think a lot of people forget with the Dan Schneider thing that almost all of Dan Schneider's stuff happened in back rooms with people unrelated to the shows he was on.
Yeah.
But the only person that I think was from the show he was on that was a target was Jeanette McCurdy.
Yes. And again, if we have time, we'll definitely watch her documentary. I believe that she was one of the only ones that yeah, pretty much. And I think that's how it was found out, was because of her.
Yeah.
So no one from Nickelodeon was invited except for Dan to this wedding.
Yep.
I feel like,
Which in retrospect is really weird.
yeah.
Well, he explained it. He explained it here. We'll get
Okay.
you. We'll see if you guys agree or disagree.
Because his wife was friends with Josh's mom.
I love you. I love Miranda. There's so many people that I probably would now at 38 wanted there, but at 30, I just wanted to leave it all behind.
Yep.
Because it felt like it didn't serve me anymore.
Yeah.
And the realization I had was when, you know, you wrote that stuff during my wedding about like our friendship and all these things and our love and our history. I think you were living in the world of where our relationship should have been.
Right.
I was too much living in the past of when our relationship wasn't great.
Yeah.
And it was really somewhere in the middle.
At the time, Josh felt that he and Drake grew apart, but it was really that Josh wanted to leave everything related to Nickelodeon in the past, including a close friendship with Drake. This stung extra hard for Drake because he actually wanted to be closer to Josh, but because neither of them actually communicated how they felt on the inside, it resulted in this huge wedding blowout. It's also important to realize.
So yeah, he just wanted to move on and decided to, in a weird way, decide not to invite everybody because he didn't want to be part of that world anymore.
I think that was the nuclear option.
No, I agree with that. Yeah.
I think that was the nuclear option, and I think he should have thought for a little bit. I think it's crazy though. It is okay. So I'm gonna be a rat for a little bit.
Go ahead.
I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy though that Dan Schneider got invited because mom was friends with his wife.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how much mom pushed for that invite.
It's a
I
good
wonder if he
question.
pushed back.
It's a very good question. Yeah.
If it was like, well, you have to invite him because I know his wife. I want to invite the wife, but it would be rude to invite the wife, but not him. So
Yeah.
it could
It
be
is just
entirely
wild.
possible. Yeah, it is just wild, straight up. But I feel like Josh took the nuclear option, and I don't think it was the correct option.
Mhm.
Ultimately, it's his choice, his wedding, and whatever. But I can still have an opinion.
You
Was
still
like,
would have
I was
invited
like,
your best
That's
bro.
my opinion.
You still would
I
have
think
invited
he probably
best
would have
bro.
done it differently if he could go back in time and do
If he
it.
could go back, I feel
Yeah.
like if he could go back in time, he would have invited Drake.
Mm-hmm. I think he would have too.
Yeah, it's nice to see them reconciling. It's really nice, just like listening to the documentary and hearing them reconcile. Like,
Yeah.
I think that's awesome.
No, I agree.
A lot of people don't get to do that.
Oh gosh. Yeah, no, especially when it comes to Hollywood stuff like this. Here, give me a sec.
Mhm.
I'm gonna take a few minutes chat since we have time, and I'm gonna read the supas. We're gonna take like 5 minutes and do that really quickly. Thank you again for everybody that has enabled my whoreness and by giving me money. So thank you very much. Ike 13 for 5. Is this stream about Josh Peck? Why do you have JonTron on screen? They do have a somewhat similarity when they were big, when Josh was bigger, I think. And then Zevin Cross for 100. Thank you very much. It's time for Ask Ashley. Amanda, that's me. Shout out to all my 90s brothers and sisters. I'm pretty sure I watched it like once or twice because I do remember that. Holy cow. That is so fucking long ago.
While we're bringing up 90s stuff, because I know Junie saw it too when I was kind of messing with people on Twitter trying to call me mean things. And I brought up Avril Lavigne. And
Bro.
the first 3 replies I got were, I don't
Were
know who that
who?
is.
Oh my gosh, that made me so mad. The thing is I'm not even a 90s kid. I was born in 2001, chat. Like, literally, like, Avril isn't even like 90s. I mean, she is, but like, she blew up in the early 2000s. Like, come on. Like, what is going on? Literally.
Yeah.
And my first thought when that happened was I kind of feel like my mom now, because my mom would ask me like in middle school about certain bands she liked. And I'd be like, yeah, I have no idea who that is. And she's like, oh, you're making me feel old.
What bands?
Oh, God. Her big one was always Weezer.
Oh, Weezer's good though.
I don't listen to a lot of Weezer, but whenever I do listen to Weezer, I don't complain. Does that make sense?
You have to understand, I was a punk pop person.
This is true. This is very true. It's very obvious. Winter of Lame, thank you for the $5. I'm going to need Jesus after watching this, ain't I? Yes, you should definitely be seeking Jesus after the first 10 minutes of this documentary. And quite frankly, the next 20 minutes of the documentary as well. And then really quickly here, want to make sure we get this. Sly for the 15 gift subs. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. If you got a gift sub on Twitch, make sure you say thank you. And then Sly for the 95 bits, and then another gift membership as well. And then the True Freeman for a re-up-on-your sub.
Boyfriend.
Oh, is that your boyfriend?
Yeah.
Thank you, boyfriend.
Don't let chat know. Apparently, I'll get canceled on Twitter.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, obviously, VTubers are not allowed to have partners.
I know, right?
Exactly.
It's a crime.
Exactly. That's why when I get a partner, I won't tell people so that they can be as parasocial as they want. Boyfriend says you're welcome. And then Lobert for 100 bits. Obligatory Aqua biddies. Just state the money demands. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay. We can resume now.
Alrighty. Lock in.
Lock in time, chat.
That this conversation that they had on this podcast in 2025 never was communicated before. So despite Drake and Josh publicly making up in 2017 and making all this content together, they never really addressed the problem. And then something weird started to happen. As Drake continued to do press for different projects, he still seemed bothered by the wedding drama. He seems awfully sarcastic and throwing shade towards Josh in interviews.
I don't know. Josh is busy doing stuff.
I'm sensing some shade.
No shade at all. I love the kid. We're just super. The thing is we're just so busy. Like, I'm constantly on tour. He's constantly at David Dobrik's house, and there's not a lot of time to really.
Did he ever tell you why he didn't invite you? Did you ever get a reason?
He doesn't like me.
Stop. Is that really what it is?
Yeah, and the extra
This interview is
really expensive. Like
fishing hard.
Oh, no, it definitely is.
Fishing.
100%.
To be fair, that's all interviewers.
This is true. These are definitely questions I would ask because I'm me. But yeah.
Well, and because you're trying to get the best story possible, and everybody that talks about Drake and Josh wants to hear about their beef,
about their relationship with each other.
So much fish, you'd think it's Mizu, bro.
I'm a good boy.
You are.
I didn't do nothing.
He didn't do nothing wrong. Didn't do nothing. Just angered like half of Twitter.
$7.95 or something.
This interview got 6 million views, and all the comments were all taking Drake's side. Remember when Drake was the cocky one and Josh was the sweet and calm one in the show? But now it's the opposite. It seems as Josh sees him as just a coworker and Drake saw him as a friend. That's awkward. But then a few months later, they do more YouTube content together, and everything seems totally normal and fine.
Man, that's gotta be really weird if you're watching in real time.
All of these videos have now been deleted from Josh's YouTube channel. And if you're having a hard time following this timeline and it seems very flip-floppy, one minute they're friends, the next they're not, and you can't really get a grip on it, well, you're not alone. It was these mixed signals that made for a lot of confusion.
Whatever the public's perception is of our relationship is or isn't, or what we should be doing to them, all I ever want to say to them is whatever you think you know of us is only half as deep as it really is.
Nobody could really tell if they were friends or just trying to remain relevant by milking the drama, or if they secretly were still mad at each other. But then behind the scenes, it got even more confusing when Josh pitched Drake an idea for a reboot of their classic Nickelodeon show. But the plot was seemingly set up to make Drake look bad.
Okay, did you guys know about this? Because I did not.
I did not know they were trying to reboot Drake and Josh.
Because they rebooted iCarly, so when I listened to this, I was like, huh, that kind of makes sense. Surprised I never heard of it. Well, that's because it didn't happen. That's Mizu's whole model?
Yeah,
yes.
The thing is, I kept up with the Drake and Josh beef because I'm a little drama whore, so I loved it.
Of course.
So I actually didn't know about this specifically because of the beef. Because the reality is, I would have had no hopes for the show being anywhere close to good.
Well, did you know?
I have no faith in any reboots.
Oh, of course, no reboots. Did you know what the show was going to be about? Did you hear? They mentioned it in the video.
It was basically trying to make it, from what I remember, like it was in the future, or it was a little bit in the future.
Yeah.
And basically, Josh had grown up and become like actually pretty good, and Drake had just kind of become like a deadbeat.
Here, we'll continue because he mentions it in greater detail.
In 2019, Josh sent over the script to Drake. The idea was that Drake was going to be a failed musician and Josh was going to be a successful real estate agent. They were basically parodying Drake's real life as a musician in Mexico.
Talk about your writing yourself as the hero.
The more I listen to the timeline, the more I am like, yeah, Josh kind of was the instigator. Like, I'm happy they're cool now, but like, yeah. Dude was kind of instigating, bro. And people that were siding with Drake at the time, I don't blame them.
So the only reason that people ended up not siding with Drake in the long run was because of the court case stuff.
Yeah.
If that had never happened, it would have been like a Drake sweep on this.
A Drake sweep.
Yeah. Well, he ended up redeeming himself.
Yeah.
Anyways.
No, for sure.
So, while Josh's character was entirely fictional, the opening line of the first scene was supposed to be one of Josh's clients recognizing him from Nickelodeon and saying their classic "hug me brother" catchphrase, only for Josh to deny it and say, "hug yourself, kid."
And then he goes, "hug me brother," and then Josh gets in the car and goes,
"Hug yourself, F-head." And that alone,
that was the first thing that I was like, we can't open our show like that.
First red flag, because you just said F you to the entire Drake
audience.
And Josh fan base.
Yeah.
Then it transitions to Drake in Mexico performing at a quinceañera for the daughter of a drug cartel leader, where they are all drinking and doing hard drugs.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
I think probably the most interesting part of this is, especially the way Drake talked about it, is Drake is like one of the few people that kind of understood, like, yeah, maybe I didn't want to be forever tied down to Drake and Josh, but the people that like supported me during
it.
Yeah, well, you can tell he's like, but the people still supported me when I did that, and that they kind of made my career when they did that. I can't just open up a reboot for them and the first thing I say is, "Fuck you, I don't want to do this."
Yeah. Kind of.
He wouldn't have been the first person to do that. There's been a couple reboots that have done literally exactly that.
And then
the
they do
famous
bad.
example is always the Teen Titans Go reboot.
How'd that one go?
It has like a exclusively like very small child audience, which they take to mean that they are the most popular television show on TV and regularly trash everybody.
Fair enough. It's a little different though.
They have an entire episode where they blow the Thundercats reboot, which was just as bad, and they end it with the giant spirit of Lion-O in the sky coming down and saying, "You have taught me that Teen Titans Go is a worthy successor, and anyone who thinks otherwise is a poop head with poop opinions and a poop mouth."
Oh my gosh.
It's like, why are you doing this?
Bro,
Piss off people.
honestly, this script pitch though, I'm like, the cartel?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
It gets
like,
better.
I'm happy.
Also, Drake
to-
actually lives in Mexico. He probably doesn't want to make fun of the cartels.
No. Oh yeah. If I was him, I'd be like, dude, what are you thinking? I still have
trying
to
to
go
get me
back
killed?
there.
Drake is also performing with a mariachi band. During the performance, the cartel members get loaded, and a massive gunfight breaks out, and they end up not wanting to pay Drake for his service, which ultimately leads to him being broke and stuck in Mexico.
Josh has Drake stuck in Mexico, has him tweet, "I need money," or "I need to do a meet and greet for money," and only has like 3 people show up to the mall for the meet and greet so that Drake could get money back to the United States.
I'm not sure how real this is, news, but it sounds like some sort of Josh revenge fantasy for playing the goofy fat kid all those years. I don't think people realize that Drake worked hard to build up a Hispanic fan base. Making a reboot full of stereotypes, many hurtful, about this audience he built would cause Drake to piss off many long-term fans.
Yeah.
Whether or not this script was
It was a
real
career
was...
suicide.
No, it definitely would have been. Glad that he recognized that before something happened.
Happy they didn't go through with it.
Yeah. No, yeah, 100%.
It
Never
would have been career
confirmed.
suicide and potential actual suicide. Like, dude. Oh.
Yeah.
But it did seem possible considering what unfolded next. Drake was about to face some major legal troubles for allegedly sexually pursuing underage girls, and Josh responded with a full-on press tour trying to convince the world that he and Drake hadn't talked in 10 years and were never friends. And that happened roughly around the time Drake was outed by his
Josh
abuser.
threw him under
for-
the bus as soon as the allegations came out.
Yeah, this is like, when I heard that, I was like, how the fuck do these guys like still talk today? Like, Drake must have a heart of gold to forgive this man for what he did. I wouldn't. Sell me down the river like that.
I think it probably comes down to how he was raised, because he was raised in like a really bad environment. So you see this a lot with kids that are raised in those kind of negative environments, that they interpret love in a way that's very toxic.
Yeah.
I think, like, I mean, you also have to think about like the context. Like, we're about to get into like Drake's case, right? And if you know anything about this case, he takes like true accountability throughout all of it, for the most part.
No, yeah. Here, we'll continue on, but yes, he does.
Yeah.
Allegedly sexually pursuing underage girls. In August of 2020, Drake's former girlfriend, Melissa Lingafelt, who goes by the stage name Jimmy Ono on social media, posted a TikTok that jeopardized Belle's clean reputation. Melissa claimed that Drake committed both verbal and physical abuse during their relationship from August 2006 to February 2009.
When I started dating Drake, I was 16. I was homeschooled. I moved in with him. I was singing. It wasn't until about a year when the verbal abuse started. And when I say verbal abuse, imagine the worst type of verbal abuse you could ever imagine, and that was what I got. It then turned into physical, hitting, throwing, everything.
So that would be 16 and 22.
What?
So this would be 16 and 22.
Yes. Allegedly.
But he dragged me down the stairs of our house in Los Feliz. My face hit every step on the way down. I have photos of this. I don't even want to get into the underage girls thing. I mean, I will, but I'm scared.
As if the allegations of physical abuse weren't shocking enough, Melissa hinting that he was somehow involved with underage girls set the internet on fire. Drake vehemently denied ever abusing Melissa. As our relationship ended more than a decade ago, we unfortunately both called each other terrible names, as often happens when couples are breaking up, but that is it. Clearly, Melissa still felt close enough to me just last year that she was comfortable reaching out to ask me to provide her with financial support during a tough time, which I did. The public opinion on the situation was split. While many people reacted with empathy and support towards Melissa, recognizing the seriousness of domestic abuse, others were skeptical and expressed doubt about her claims, especially since Melissa failed to provide any concrete
I think the thing that sucks is this was during the Me Too era when she came out with this.
Yeah.
So a lot of people just initially believed her off the bat.
evidence against Drake. Plus, Drake made it seem like she was doing this expose for money, casting doubt on her intentions. It was purely a he said, she said situation, and Drake wouldn't face any legal consequences. Melissa, after spending weeks talking about the situation online, deleted all her videos and detached herself from the situation. But it only took a few months for more serious allegations to come to light and Drake's reputation to be permanently destroyed. On June 4th, 2021, Bell was arrested in Cleveland, Ohio on charges relating to attempted endangering of children and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles. For context, child endangerment occurs whenever a parent, guardian, or other adult caregiver allows a child to be placed or remain in a dangerous, unhealthy, or inappropriate situation. Disseminating matter harmful to juveniles means that a person has unlawfully ordered, offered, sold, displayed, or given pornographic or obscene material such as books, videos, messages, photos, etc. to someone under the age of 18. To simplify, he was being charged with sexting a minor. However, the nature of the charges say that there was no sexual contact. According to the court documents, the date of the offense was December 1st, 2017. Bell was going to Cleveland, Ohio's the Odeon to perform a concert. Bell then seemingly invited the minor to his show in Cleveland. In the months leading up to the concert, Drake sent the victim inappropriate social media messages. The minor, who lived in Canada, attended Bell's concert in Cleveland. She and Bell met later that night at the Cleveland nightclub on Old River Road in the city's East Bank of the Flats district. In October 2018, 10 months after the incident, the 15-year-old victim filed a report with her local police department in Canada regarding what had happened that night. This is all the information that was revealed in the case. So naturally, people were confused as this was all extremely vague. Even news outlets were unable to discern what actually happened.
Disseminating matter harmful to children. We don't have information on exactly what that is, but you can imagine relationship between a 15-year-old girl and a 34-year-old man will let you draw your own conclusions.
Then his ex, Melissa...
Can I just say, I don't care what the charges are. You can't really say stuff like that. You got to be explicit. Just say, we don't know what's going on. Because that's just slightly irresponsible in my personal opinion.
I would say so, too. Yeah, because like, the text messages could range anywhere from just inappropriate flirting to like straight up, material. We don't know. I don't think it was ever revealed, actually, the extent to which the conversation was held.
Mm-hmm.
Also, another inquiry, that girl was 15 at a nightclub. Did no one check her ID?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Did no one check ID? Did she have a fake ID?
At risk of putting foot in mouth, I believe what ended up coming out was the girl's mother really wanted a payday. So she had like some kind of relation to a member of Drake's family. So they were just constantly messaging him to try and get his attention. And he would just kind of like brush it off and play it off. And that's ended up what got him like in trouble. She would say stuff like, "Oh, even though I'm super young, like we could do something together," and he'd be like, "Yeah, maybe when you're older," like trying to brush her off. But then when you take that to the police, it looks like he's planning to get with her in the future.
Yeah.
And you needed the context of like the 8 billion messages she sent him to see that he was trying to brush her off.
Yeah. I believe it kind of goes into a little bit more context in this, but yeah, I'll take your word for it here.
Accused him of abuse on TikTok 1 year prior, did an exclusive interview with the Daily Beast where she claimed that she observed Bell's inappropriate behavior with minors firsthand. What he's being arrested for right now is a prime example of what I would witness. Him having inappropriate conversations online with underage girls. Melissa said, "I saw really questionable, crazy stuff on his computer. The stuff he'd be looking at was effing insane." These statements, combined with the extremely vague court case details, fueled the narrative that Drake was a pedophile. Now, it's important to consider that as soon as the victim reported Drake in October of 2018, Canadian authorities and Cleveland authorities promptly started an investigation. This investigation lasted 18 months, gathering all the evidence, photos, screenshots, and multiple statements from the victim to build a case against Bell. They even gained access to Drake's Instagram, Snapchat, laptops, everything they could. We don't technically know what they found, but whatever it was enough to cause Drake to enter a plea deal instead of going to trial. And on June 23rd, 2021, he pled guilty to attempted child endangerment. So remember, all the details regarding his case were extremely vague, and then on top of that, he pleads guilty. So now the general public is extra convinced he is a PDF file, but somehow it got even worse. Drake's sentencing was conducted over Zoom and then posted on YouTube. During this
I imagine, Mizu, you already know what's coming, right?
Yes.
Okay. Junie, how do you think that this gets worse?
Oh, I remember watching this clip. I remember watching the sentencing. I don't remember what happens.
It's gonna make you really upset, I'll tell you that much.
Sentencing, the victim made an impact statement, which is essentially their opportunity to talk directly to the defendant and the judge to express their thoughts and emotions about the crime. This was the very first time anyone had heard the details of the alleged crimes that took place. But during the impact statement, the victim brought up countless new allegations and statements that were never presented during the investigation, which shocked Drake, the defense, and even the judge. Remember, Drake was already pleading guilty to basically sexting, but since he was pleading guilty, the public assumed that everything the victim was saying here was part of...
Yeah,
so we kind of talked about this the other day with the Alyssa Marcante stuff, but this is a similar situation to a degree. You can't do this.
No. It could lead to a
and it was
mistrial.
done with explicit intent to put false allegations out there and get him in more trouble. Which is why it wasn't brought up during the court case, because if it was brought up during the court case, they would have had to investigate what she was saying. So she waited until after it was all over to dump all of this in the sentencing hearing just to make shit up.
Yeah.
It's extremely evil behavior.
Oh, yeah. Extremely evil. This is like I would move like immediately for a mistrial. Just like, hey, Your Honor.
Well, the problem is it's already over.
Well, that's the thing that sucks. It's just like, hey, can we redo this and have her investigated for that?
Just to remind everyone, Drake took it on the chin.
Oh, yeah, he definitely did.
Oh, but like this guy
did.
says in this thing, yeah, it took everybody, even the judge, by surprise, because this is shit you don't do.
No, absolutely not. This could piss off everybody. This pisses off everybody, basically.
Except the internet, who took this to mean that all of these allegations is what Drake was
brought up
for.
In the evidence.
Yeah, in reality, none of this had happened during the court case at all. It had never been brought up.
No, absolutely not.
That's how it got worse for him, is everybody just assumed this was true.
Mm-hmm.
Of the case, but it was not.
I started off as a fan of him. Everyone who knew me as a child knew that he was a hero to me. I would have done anything for him. When I was 11, I learned that my aunt had a mutual friend who knew the defendant. That led to my aunt taking me to meet him for the first time in 2014 when I was 12. From the time I was 12 to 15, my aunt took me to meet him and spend time with him many times. After I met him for the first time, he started speaking to me more frequently online. When I was 13, I went to him for boy advice. He told me that I was beautiful and that boys were stupid. He then sent me a photo of myself that he had screen capped from my Instagram, telling me that I was, quote, such a cutie. He saved that photo of me onto his phone. Another instance of creepy behavior happened when I was spending time with him at the age of 14. He told me that he couldn't believe how much I'd grown since he last saw me. He said that I wasn't little anymore, and I was, quote, a woman now. But at 15, he started sending me messages about how, quote, hot I was. In the summer of 2017, I messaged him, telling him that I was going to see him in concert in the following months. He replied by telling me that he couldn't wait to see me. He also asked me, quote, how old are you now? I told him 15. He then told me to, quote, hurry up. Not too long after that, his messages to me became blatantly sexual. Aside from Cleveland, the only other time that the defendant sexually assaulted me was in October of 2017. It happened in Illinois in the middle of the night. He digitally penetrated me in the back seat of my aunt's car while she was driving him to a friend's house.
First off, this is not how you do a victim impact statement, which should be obvious.
It sounds like straight testimony.
Yeah, where she's just reading off everything she wants to say. But then she drops that like absolutely insane line of digitally penetrated. And you also note that in some of her sections, she says quotes that she doesn't say anything more than one word. Like with about her needing to grow up faster. He said, quote, hurry up. And then she ends the quote and says, you need to grow up faster. Yeah, the quote that she's quoting is just him saying the words, hurry up. Because there is nothing else to quote. There's nothing else that happened there.
No. Absolutely.
That's
not.
what ended up coming out about all this later, is that so much of this was just a dirty lie by her and her aunt to try and extort him for money.
And it didn't work out.
It didn't work out, so this was her getting revenge.
Pretty much. It's just... I don't know what I would do, man. I would fucking lose it. I would really fucking lose it.
Well, the thing though is that he's now in public's good graces.
Again, yes.
Yeah.
So my question is, when did the tide turn?
I think it gets to that in this.
It came out later that she had lied about this.
Yeah, it goes over that in this. It goes over that.
All right.
This eventually led to many months of inappropriate...
Also, I just want to know, how do you digitally penetrate somebody?
That's what I'm confused about. What?
Like, I know
does
what
she
sexting
mean?
is. I know what sexting is. But man, that is like so gay sounding.
She's saying it that way because that has no
then it
definition.
uses the verb. And it uses the verb penetrate.
It uses the verb penetrate, and what she just said has no concrete definition.
Yeah.
So if it ever got brought up, like, okay, well, what did you mean by that? In like a defamation case, she could be like, oh, she could make up whatever she wants.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have like a specific definition tied to it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
This is actually very common with like people trying to defame people.
Yeah.
To use words and statements that don't make any sense, because then they can just make shit up later.
This is very true.
Messages and photos being exchanged over Instagram and Snapchat. The photos exchanged included photos of my body and photos of his body and his genitals. He would tell me how badly he wanted to penetrate me vaginally. On December 1st, 2017, my aunt took me to the Odeon Concert Club to watch him perform. That night, the defendant took me backstage to be alone with him. He started kissing me, and the night ended in him having me perform oral sex on him twice. The next
Just an FYI chat, none of what she's saying right now is true. All of this is fake.
incident happened on December 2nd, 2017.
Just have to say allegedly.
I was alone with him in his
Allegedly,
hotel room.
whatever.
He had talked to me about seeing me one last time before we all left Cleveland and went home. So we went to his hotel to say goodbye. In his hotel room, he started kissing me and had me perform oral sex on him again. My aunt was right outside the room waiting in the hallway while this was happening. She trusted him and never thought that he would ever do anything to hurt me. The sexual messages continued for a while after that, until I eventually put a stop to them. He ignored me for many days at first. Eventually, he tried apologizing to me for, quote, breaking my heart, but deleted those messages quickly afterward. He preyed on me and sexually abused me. He is a monster and a danger to children. Jared Drake Bell is a pedophile, and that is his legacy.
People picked apart Drake's body language and pointed out that he was laughing, smirking, and shocked. But nobody mentioned that a lot of what the victim was saying here were new allegations that nobody in the court ever heard before. Specifically, the allegations that he forced the girl to give him oral and the allegation that he sent nude photos. The defense and the court both confirmed with evidence that no such sexual advances were made. Otherwise, the charges would have been more severe.
He did not plead to sexual misconduct or engaging in sexual relations. He pled to attempted endangering children and disseminating matter harmful to juveniles. These are serious allegations, but they do not involve sexual relations.
This is what Drake's defense admits to.
So the acceptance of the responsibility, Your Honor, is for chats that occurred between he and the victim. The subject matter of those chats were discussion because they had known each other for years, and there were claims that became sexual in nature. When asked, however, at what point, or at your age, excuse me, at that point he said, can you hurry up? Which shows a complete intent not to engage with a minor. So, however, those chats, harmful as they were, clearly harmed this person at that time.
They were sexual in nature.
Those were, yes. Thank you. They certainly, however, Your Honor, did not mimic any of the factual scenarios that the victim has brought up here today. And again, I have to emphasize the fact that once the age was known, that terminated at that point, saying hurry up with the age. But I will say this, at the start, he may not have known. He did learn of the age at a later time, Your Honor, and that is why he's accepting the plea.
Basically, Drake admits to conversing with a minor for years, even though he says he didn't know her age. Those conversations eventually turned sexual. Then when he asked for her age, she told him 15 and he said hurry up. then stopped all communication. When Drake stopped conversing with her, they claimed that flipped the young girl's world upside down and she started going after Drake's wife and threatening to expose him. They basically paint her as a crazy, obsessed, and jealous fan, which we don't really know if that's true or not. We can't say the victim is lying, and we don't know what evidence was found during the investigation because almost none of it was revealed to the public. But we do know she was bringing up new allegations.
That's probably because it was a minor, and anything that involves a minor is not typically put into the public ever.
Was it also federal?
Not necessarily. Specific information regarding the minor isn't. But it would still include kind of the specifics of what he did.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough.
In her impact statement that she did not formally bring up during the 18-month investigation. Therefore, they cannot be legally considered during sentencing. It's up for you to decide if she was just an obsessed fan that was jealous and trying to ruin his reputation, or if she is actually a victim of a corrupt legal system. Bell was sentenced to 2 years probation, 200 hours of community service in California, and cannot have any contact with the victim. He was not required to register as a sex offender. At the time,
that is pretty lucky of him, I'm gonna say, considering that he's in California. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have got it either way because it was all over text.
This is true.
While it's still bad over text, it is. I don't think you can actually be charged with being a sex offender.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, what is it? You have to, like, have an intent to meet up.
And
yeah, there's a lot of stuff that has to go with that.
Yeah, and hell, he even says that he mentioned, like, once he figured out the age, he was like, oh, hurry up. And then he stopped, basically.
Yeah, and I think also the sentencing also I think even though we don't have what was shown, I think sentencing goes to show the extent of what was the evidence. Because if it was more serious stuff, his sentencing would be more severe. Because judges are usually meant to be impartial, but also judges are human.
Yeah.
And therefore they are not always impartial.
That's very fair. That's very fair.
So
okay.
I think his sentencing says a lot about what actually was in the chats.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree.
Public looked at Drake as a pedophile who got off with a slap on the wrist. Shortly after this trial, Josh Peck went on various podcasts claiming that he and Drake barely spoke and were never friends, and that's why he wasn't invited to the wedding.
Are you guys like
I
not
don't
friends?
like Josh. I don't like this man right now.
Yeah, I definitely echo your sentiment there. I definitely agree with you. It just he didn't know her age. That's what he's alleging, that he didn't know her age. And then once he found out, he's like, hurry up, ...
Not really, no. The dirty little secret, I guess, was like, I knew that Drake and I didn't stay in touch for the 10 years since we had made the show, but no one needed to know that.
But yet you made videos with him. I think he's hoping that people don't figure that out.
And it's delusional because I'm like, bro, it's like we worked at Coffee Bean when we were 16. Like, I'm sorry, I'm 31 now. I might have lost your number. I was happy to just die with that secret that, like, we made this thing that people really love, but maybe we weren't that close. So I didn't invite him to my wedding because I hadn't really talked to him in many, many years. Like, Drake and Josh is something I'll be synonymous with forever, and I'm proud of it. And I want to like the guy that my name is attached to forever. But unfortunately, you know, it just sort of worked out the way that it did.
It's pretty safe to say that there is enough evidence in this video to prove that this is a bold-faced lie. They were definitely friends. In fact, they often referred to each other as brothers. They even saw each other once per year, which is actually pretty frequently. A lot of adults don't even get to see their close childhood friends once a year. Now, we do know that they weren't extremely close. They weren't attached at the hip or constantly involved in each other's lives, but Josh is basically saying that Drake was nothing more than a coworker, he barely spoke to him, and he actually didn't even like him. Which means one of two things. Either this is actually how Josh felt deep down, and now he just has the perfect excuse to say it, or he's lying to the public to distance himself from Drake because of his legal troubles. And it was from there that Drake's life began to spiral out of control. On December 7th,
I think either way, it's pretty shitty of Josh to do. personally.
Well, just don't lie about it
No.
at the end of the day.
No, just don't lie about it. Just like, again, if this happened to any of my friends, I'd be like, I was friends with him, but I didn't think he would be doing something like that, and obviously I had no idea about it.
I mean, there's like a million easy ways to get out of something like this if he had actually done it and just be like, yeah, you know, we were close, we were friends. I swear I never saw this side of him. I didn't know what was going on. And, you know, it sucks. He's a shitty person for doing it.
Yeah. No, 100%.
But no, you have to lie and be like, yeah, I never knew the guy. What are you talking about? Know him? What?
Yeah. Now, one of my chatters says, a little behind, but digitally penetrating refers to using the fingers, i.e. digits.
No, it does not.
I'm pretty sure that's just sexting.
They might be just coming up with something as a joke in chat. We don't joke about this chat.
No, I don't feel like joking about that.
In 2022,
It's very serious
eyewitnesses caught Drake
allegations.
in the
Very,
driver's
very
seat of his
serious, yes.
car
Yeah.
inhaling a substance out of balloons while his toddler son and wife were in the back seat. The very next day, another eyewitness report captured him outside of a vape shop inhaling a blue balloon with his child in the back seat. At the time, Bell was still on probation for attempted child endangerment and was seemingly engaging in a recreational substance known as whippets, where people inhale nitrous oxide from balloons, causing them to experience euphoria, hallucinogenic states, and relaxation. This drug is
that
also
what a whippet
extremely
is?
addictive and dangerous.
I guess so. I've never done drugs, so I wouldn't know, but that's hilarious.
Oh, those are like the whipping canisters. They have like gas in them.
Mm-hmm.
So Starbucks baristas use to put whipped cream on your drinks.
Yep. That is hilarious.
Okay, well, I guess that's what a whippet is.
Yeah. Shows how pure we are, chat.
Dangerous. The weird behavior continued on April 13th, 2023, when the Daytona Beach Police Department listed Drake Bell as missing and said he had been last seen before 9 p.m. on April 12th in the area of Mainland High School. The department's post noted what car Drake was likely driving, a 2022 gray BMW, and said he could be considered missing and endangered. TMZ obtained
This was
a
2 years
911
ago.
call where someone from Orlando PD explained why police were deeply concerned for Bell's well-being.
Basically, there is a celebrity who had a falling out with his wife. We got involved because the family, he's been texting the family in California saying that he's going to get drunk and hang himself. And he's in a hotel somewhere in Orlando.
Drake tweeted shortly after he was seemingly located, "You leave your phone in the car and don't answer for a night, and this?" While Drake seemed fine given the circumstances, the following week his wife filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences. Per the petition, Janet asked for legal and physical custody of their son Jeremy, with Bell getting visitation rights. She also sought spousal support. Bell later revealed that he found out my wife filed for divorce from TMZ, before promoting his new song, Going Away. In the song, Drake ironically sings about moving away to a remote island with his wife and son and starting a new life. Presumably unable to cope with the stress of losing his wife and child, eyewitnesses caught Drake using whippets once again on April 25th as he inhaled from a fully inflated balloon, merely days after the media publicized his divorce. When paparazzi asked him about it, this was his response.
There's some photos that surfaced of you with red balloons. What do you think? What do you gotta say about that? Those balloons?
You know, it is what it is. We'll figure it out.
Everything's good?
Yeah, everything's fantastic, man.
Drake Bell was at the lowest point of his life. Drugs had taken over and he had nowhere left to turn but rehab. However, rehab changed his life more than he anticipated as he began to open up about his childhood abuse.
But when I got into rehab, it was a really intense facility. And I went through a lot of grief counseling and trauma therapy and group therapy and one-on-one. I mean, it was all day.
Can I ask, by the way, why there's a woman on the Man Enough podcast? Just asking.
Dissenting voice.
Wait, who was the first one who thought, yeah, I can get high with CO2 canisters? I have no idea. Probably somebody that was high on something else.
Chat, there's a lot of things you don't want to ask the question of who thought of doing this first.
Yeah, chances are it was somebody that was high off of something else.
Well, no, it's just for like anything. A good example is milk.
Wait, what?
Somebody at some point had this who say, "You see that thing on the underside of that cow? I'm gonna go yank on it."
Oh, I see. It's just like, how the fuck did they figure out that you could get milk? I get you. I know. I get you.
And I was unearthing all of these things that I never talked about, not only never talked about with strangers, but even with people I was close to, had never gotten that deep about things that I've experienced and things that have happened. And I was around so many people who, for the first time, had similar stories or incredible trauma in their lives and were opening up and sharing. And that was the first time that I really felt like I was in an environment that was comfortable enough to share and felt comfortable enough around people that weren't going to judge and that really just wanted to see you get better.
During this time, a documentary was being worked on called Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV, which aimed to expose the toxic and abusive environment behind the scenes of Nickelodeon in the late 1990s and 2000s, particularly under producer Dan Schneider. The doc features former child stars and crew members sharing accounts of alleged mistreatment, exploitation, and inappropriate behavior that went unchecked for years. After rehab, Bell felt like he had a revitalized outlook on his past and ultimately decided to tell his traumatic Nickelodeon childhood story to the world via this documentary.
Before the rehab, I had said no to the documentary over and over and over and over and over. I was not going to be a part of it. I didn't want any part of it. But after rehab, when I came out, I was like, let me see what your angle is here. I'll talk to you guys. I'll start entertaining this idea because I felt really good. And I felt maybe sharing my story will help me and maybe help others.
Okay, chat's saying to look it up with the digitally penetrated thing here. Hold on. Okay. Digital penetration is just one form of sexual penetration. Digital penetration, as it sounds, refers to the use of two digits, that is the fingers, the thumbs, or the toes, to sexually penetrate the vagina. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, it's in reference to the fingers. I've never heard of it referenced to like that before. I'm assuming neither of you have either. Oh, did we lose?
Junie keeps dying.
Junie, are you there?
Good. We love a good monitor crash.
Monitor crash? What are you doing?
So my computer blipped, and now one of my monitors is not doing the monitor thing.
Do you need me to bring up your Fugi?
For now.
Okay.
Alright, while I try to fix this. Y'all keep watching. I'll be listening.
Sounds good.
After hearing about Drake's abuse, the public did a 180 shift on him. His comment sections went from calling him a pedophile to sharing love, condolences, and positivity. People all of a sudden were empathetic. Some even used his past as an excuse for him allegedly engaging in inappropriate behavior with minors. They said things like Bell was a part of the cycle of abuse and couldn't control what was happening to him. It's true that childhood abuse can have profound psychological effects on survivors, including trauma, depression, and PTSD. Children who grow up suffering abuse may learn abusive behavior as a means of coping or as a model for how relationships function. Approximately 1/3 of all individuals who are abused in childhood will become abusers themselves, according to a study funded by the National Institute of Justice. A survivor of childhood sexual abuse may try to undo that abuse by taking back power. Someone who has been abused can play the role of the more powerful person in the relationship in an attempt to overcome the powerlessness they felt. One day after the Quiet on Set documentary released, Drake released a song and music video called I Kind of Relate. The song starts off with the lyrics, "I found beauty in my pain, I'm running away from the abuse and all the shame, 'cause no one comes to my house anymore, no one knocks on my door." These lyrics are complemented with a visual of him as a child entering his on-set trailer with a grown man who likely represents Brian Peck, his abuser. Then the track quickly transitions to his infamous 2006 car crash, where 19-year-old Drake Bell was stopped at a red light and a driver fell asleep at the wheel going 60 miles per hour, then crashed into his 1966 Mustang head-on. Bell broke his jaw in 3 places, fractured his neck, and lost a bunch of teeth. teeth. The song continues, I lost my path so long ago. In 2008, I found love in Mexico, because no one wants to hear me in the States, so I'm running away. However, Bell releasing this music video after the documentary made some people think he was being disingenuous, that he was essentially capitalizing off the publicity to sell a record. Others pointed out that he has been writing about the abuse in his music for years, like in his 2006 song In the End, where he wrote, the monsters in your head have left you all to yourself. It's alright if ugly little things remind you of how it felt. Another day no one tells you what it means, what's in your way and poisoning your dreams, the darkest place that you've ever been. Or in his 2020 track, What Is Wrong? Well, I wish I was a kid again, I would laugh and play, like we did back then. Would I be afraid of all the monsters who just left me here in these abandoned rooms? We all know that artists write music based on their real life experiences, and this is Drake Bell's story to tell. Did he pre-plan this song and video to drop at the same time this documentary came out for strategic business purposes? He absolutely did. But it's pretty safe to assume.
I will say, that is kind of poor timing. Kind of poor timing.
No, I mean, that's just how you do with music.
Yeah, I just feel like I can understand why people would be upset, be like, why are you releasing this at the same time as a major documentary also about abuse? I kind of see it.
Because he was in the documentary.
Well, yeah, I know. It's just, I kind of see what people, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, I'm just saying that's what I can see why people would say that. Those lyrics are good.
I'd just say this is one of those things where people are stupid.
No, that's very fair. That's very fair.
Assume that Drake would 100 out of 100 times choose to not have experienced this horrific trauma. He would have rather had a normal childhood. And if the tiny benefit is that he can make a song about his pain, then so be it. You could also argue that all the people who didn't want to hear his story until he came out about his own abuse are more disingenuous. Plus the people that made the documentary are profiting off his story. Every YouTuber and TikToker and Twitch streamer talking about it are making money from it. That does not diminish or devalue the seriousness of his experience.
This is what I mean, is anybody who's saying this is just disingenuous.
No, I agree. 100%.
Began attacking his co-star Josh Peck, bombarding his comment section with hate, calling him an accomplice, and placing blame on him for Drake's abuse. They just somehow believe that Josh was complicit or aware of Drake's situation. Josh did make a statement on Instagram that he reached out to Drake privately and showed his support for the survivors that spoke out. Drake even asked supporters to take it easy on Josh.
But he has reached out to talk with me and help me work through this, and has been really, really great. So I just wanted to let you guys know that and to take it a little easy on him.
Drake asking people to give Josh grace is especially profound considering Josh threw him under the bus when Drake's allegations came to light.
Yeah.
Then 1 year later, in March of 2025, Josh invited Drake onto his podcast to have a 2-hour-long discussion about most of the things we covered in this video. This pod connected some of the missing pieces the public had been wondering about their roller coaster of a relationship over the years. And even though this podcast had deep introspective moments, great laughs, and some reconciliation, some fans still believe there is a resistance from Josh. At the very end of this podcast, Josh's co-host Ben says, "I love you, Drake," and Josh laughs at that and even repeats, "I love you, Drake," in a mocking, unserious tone, only for Drake to respond with a genuine, "I love you, Josh."
Love you, Ben.
Dude. Love you.
I love you, Ben.
Great. I love you, Drake.
I love you, Drake.
I love you, Josh.
Whenever Drake talks about feeling hesitant or insecure to reach out to Josh in the past, Josh doesn't try to make him feel better or be like, "You can text me anytime, man." He just smiles and nods. It's odd. Drake cares way more for Josh than Josh does for him. It's sad and hard to watch. I'm sorry, but I think Josh is using him to his advantage. He did the same thing a few years ago when it benefited him in his YouTube career and then dropped him again. So fake. Josh has disrespected Drake several times and he comes off as a hater. Now he wants to stand with Drake because of what Drake disclosed happened to him. Such a shame. Josh seems like a fake friend who wants Drake for views. Then again, two things can be true at once. Maybe Josh does see Drake's crimes as reprehensible and unforgivable, but at the same time, he can still feel empathetic for a friend who went through an extremely traumatic and complicated childhood. Even if Josh does still feel resentment towards Drake, whether that be for their complicated childhood or how Drake handled the wedding or Drake's criminal history, it doesn't change this absolute fact. These two are just not the two loving brothers that the fandom so desperately wants them to be. Drake and Josh's relationship is actually very realistic to the real world. It's just complicated. I'm sure you have a friend or brother or cousin or distant family member that you love deep down, but you also don't agree with their life choices, and maybe they piss you off sometimes, but also you understand what they are going through, and you truly wish the best for them. You also kind of miss them, and when you see them, you bond and have great times and good laughs. But then time goes by and you start to feel those same resentments, or maybe they mess up again, and you think, all right, I'm done with them forever, even though you know you're not. You never actually tell them how you really feel because it's awkward, or you don't think you should have to speak to them, they should just know, or you're not about to tell another adult how to live their life, or you are holding on to that love that you have for them deep down. And the only true way to get out of this limbo is to talk with them. But there is a possibility that even if you do talk, you could have a permanent falling out that could lead to you never speaking with that person again. And you might regret that until the day that you or they die. So what ends up happening most of the time is you never truly address those problems, even though both of you know they exist. And this cycle of love, hate, tension, animosity, remorse, guilt, and reconciliation goes on and on forever. This is essentially Drake and Josh's complicated relationship, only they are famous. And while most of you all probably have that type of relationship in your life, nobody knows about it. They have millions of followers diving and dissecting these extremely complicated nuances. So is their beef officially over? Well, this podcast would indicate so, but it's more likely that they are just in the reconciliation stage of their complicated relationship cycle. Maybe they will do another collab soon and seem like they are on great terms. But if their relationship is as realistic as we think, it's only a matter of time before the cycle repeats and fans start wondering again, hey, what's going on with Drake and Josh? I thought they were friends.
So there is the Drake and Josh.
I don't think his read on the situation is correct.
You don't think so?
No, because he tries to do the well, certainly, like, you have somebody in your life you disagree with, and this is how you probably act with them. No, it's not.
Not all the time, no.
Well, that's, like, even with family, when you heavily disagree with them like that, it's really not normal to treat them like that.
Mm-hmm.
And because that's the thing they would probably be mostly compared to his family, because they've been together for so long and in, like, such close proximity. And maybe that's, like, overstepping it to call them, like, family.
Mm-hmm.
I can agree with that to a degree. But he's like, no, like, this is exactly how you would treat, like, a family member if they did that, or a close friend. It's like, no, it's not how I would.
No, absolutely not. No, 100%.
When a normal, nice person kind of disagrees with somebody, they go to them and they're like, you know, I really disagree with you, but, you know, you're my family or whatever, and I love you.
Yep. Pretty much. They should settle in Creator Clash. Chat, Creator Clash is going to burn and fucking die in a couple of months when it happens. And you know what sucks?
Are they actually trying it again?
Yes, he is trying it again.
I thought the last one was the last one.
No, he's doing it again. You know what sucks? I'm going to be on vacation when it happens.
Fair.
Creator Clash. That's the one where Tubbo and Sapnap are fighting,
Yup.
right?
Yup.
Oh my gosh, that's the one fight I want to see.
You're going to have to pirate it, because I would not pay them, because they are not going to be giving money to charity. 100%. They're going to lose money on this one again.
I think people forget about that. Like, no money made it to charity last time.
No, they lost, I think, $250,000. Like, they were in the red. $250,000. And they had to make that much before they could start giving money to charity. Which is hilarious. Anyway, what time is it? It is almost midnight. We have time, I think, to watch the iCarly Jeanette McCurdy one, if you guys would like.
It is up to you. Just know that, like, it might be longer than it looks. You know, from stopping and talking and.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you think so?
Well, because we commentate.
No, that is very true. But this one was an hour. The next one's only 30 minutes.
So it'd be an hour.
Yeah, something like that. So something like that. Before we do, let's see here. Sly, thank you for a gift membership to Tio. Tio, make sure you say thank you, although I'm pretty sure he already did. Thank you so much, everybody, for your support tonight. Very much appreciated. Let me pull this up here real quickly.
On the set of the
Pause. Go back. really quickly. What was your guys' favorite iCarly episode? Or did you have one?
I like the one. Well, I mean, I like anything with Spencer.
Obviously.
Honestly, I love anything with Spencer. But one of my favorite like scenes I remember is like where Carly's working at the smoothie thing, and then the dude's like, "Okay, now put these tacos on the stick." And she tries, and they're hard tacos, and she tries, and it like shatters, and then he lifts a stick, and they're all on there.
Yep. I remember that.
One of my favorites.
My favorite is always Spencer coming up the elevator with the ostrich and the ice cream cone.
Oh, yeah, what you
She's
got
like,
there?
"Yeah, what you got there?" And he's like, "Ice cream."
Smoothie.
Oh, yeah, smoothie. It's a smoothie. I have that one as a meme
You do.
for myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my favorite jokes from the whole show because he's just got like a whole fucking ostrich.
I think their Japan episode was pretty good. I liked that one a lot.
That's also probably the most like calm I've ever seen an ostrich in my entire life.
They also had an episode where they were trying to like get the high score in Pac-Man or something. That one was pretty good too. What's funny is they actually made it a game that you could play on the website because it was like not actually Pac-Man, but it was Pac-Man. Spencer was really such a Chad.
Legally distinct Pac-Man.
Yes, legally distinct Pac-Man. All right, let's get started.
On the set of the most popular live-action show in
gigantic turkey
Nickelodeon
leg.
history, iCarly, Miranda Cosgrove and Jeanette McCurdy appeared to be great friends, and they were. However, Jeanette was suffering, and nobody knew about it. Jeanette was forced into acting by an abusive mother who did things you would not wish on your worst enemy, but she couldn't escape because on set she was being manipulated by a powerful Nickelodeon showrunner.
Stop laughing at the director. Show some respect, Jeanette. Respect. No smiling. All right. Take $100 off her check.
Miranda, on the other hand, was
What?
raised in a loving home with parents who worked hard to keep her emotionally secure. Without realizing it, Miranda became a part of a story far more tragic than she could have imagined, and the choices she made would change Jeanette's life forever. This is the dark side of iCarly, how one young girl thrived while the other barely survived. Jeanette's life started out as nothing short of hell on earth. Born in Southern California to a poor Mormon family, Jeanette grew up witnessing
I
her
knew it, I
mom,
was
Deborah
right.
McCurdy, battle stage 4 breast cancer. After learning
always
about her
your people.
diagnosis, Deborah became a hoarder, attaching meaning and significance to even the tiniest objects. Their home quickly became suffocated by overwhelming piles of random stuff.
Shit, that is... I've never been inside a hoarder's house before, thankfully. But I've been in places that felt very close. Like, I guess there's some disconnect with me where it's just like, why do you not just throw out the trash? I just don't get that. Like, I get physical items, but why not the trash?
They form like a weird bond with it.
Yeah, I know that's how it is, but I just like,
It got so bad that Jeanette and her brothers could no longer sleep in their own bedrooms and had to resort to gymnastic mats laid on the floor in the living room. It really did not feel like a home. It felt like a place of chaos and of turmoil and turbulence. Jeanette's mother always dreamed of being an actor, so she projected her own unattainable aspirations onto her daughter. And despite her daughter being a shy and uncomfortable performer, she was clearly a promising young talent, making guest appearances on Mad TV, CSI, Malcolm in the Middle, and Law & Order.
I forgot that. Yeah, I remember somebody mentioned that she was on Malcolm in the Middle. Holy shit.
Need for control went beyond strict parenting and managing her daughter's acting career. It was an all-consuming obsession that dictated every facet of Jeanette's existence. She would shower Jeanette for her until she was 11, oftentimes putting Jeanette and her 16-year-old brother in the shower together. She shaved her legs for her and performed routine breast and vaginal exams on Jeanette to check her for cancer. Her mom even taught her how to restrict her calories in an attempt to delay puberty and appear younger to land more jobs, essentially encouraging Jeanette to become anorexic.
So I asked if there was a way that I could stop the boobies from coming in, and she told me, well, there's a thing called calorie restriction.
Wow.
And it became our sort of secret and our code, and something that, as disturbing as it is, really bonded us.
Right.
It was our thing.
Yep.
No one else got this thing. We got this thing. I can look at you from across the room and know you got me and I got you. And we were just in the disease, in the sickness, but there was a connection that the sickness created that I, of course, couldn't see at the time.
Her favorite foods soon became sugar-free popsicles, applesauce, and unsweetened iced tea, and her dinners often consisted of iceberg lettuce with dressing spray and ripped up pieces of low-calorie bologna.
I'm gonna be honest with you, that sounds absolutely disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting sounding. Oh. Like one...
That's how it is when, like, you don't eat.
Yeah, one mentally ill mother projecting herself onto her child. That's so sad.
This also made for a confusing dynamic as Jeanette's character on iCarly was obsessed with food, constantly indulging in binge eating, which to her almost felt like a mockery of her real life. But again, nobody knew what Jeanette's mother was doing to her. Not only was she a malnourished child, but she also dealt with the same stresses of adult actors on set.
That's a good question. I remember I would cry on several occasions when it just felt like it really got to be too much, and I'd tell my mom, I don't want to do this anymore. But she would either say, like, Nat, you don't mean that, or she'd say, well, we need this. So there were kind of two different arguments that she would hit me back with, and then I'd feel guilty. And, you know, would keep doing it.
Which is why when she landed the role of Sam Puckett on iCarly at age 14, she thought it would be a breakthrough moment. Everything's going to be better. Mom will finally be happy. Her dream has come true. Unfortunately, iCarly was not going to be the saving grace that Jeanette had hoped for. But the one bright spot was the close friendship she formed with her co-star, Miranda Cosgrove. Unlike Jeanette, Miranda's parents never intended to force their child into the entertainment industry. An agent discovered Cosgrove at a Los Angeles food festival with her parents. Her mother, Chris, inspected the business card but remained hesitant to put her child in front of the camera. So they started off slow, first getting her appearances in Burger King commercials and then occasionally auditioning for theater and television roles. However, Miranda's life drastically changed after
I
securing
remember
her
when
film
she was in this. Holy shit! This is back when Jack Black was actually really good. Oh my gosh! Did either of you guys see this movie?
In fairness, people still say Jack Black carries any film he's in.
For the most part, yeah. I don't know.
In all fairness, you guys just have not witnessed Lava Chicken.
Are you saying that that Minecraft was actually a good movie?
It was so bad, but it was so good.
Oh, okay. It's one of those. Maybe we'll make a movie night.
You don't understand,
justify
bro.
the money she spent on it.
No, you don't understand, bro.
Oh.
It was like you have those movies, right? Are you watching? You're like, God, this sucks, but I enjoy it. It's like slop you enjoy. Does it make sense?
I am Steve. Oh my gosh. Nacho Libre was good too. I love Nacho Libre.
We were very lucky. We had a theater that would like clap, but didn't go like crazy.
They weren't throwing shit like everybody else's theater.
They didn't take out a chicken and just start throwing the chicken around.
There was some wild shit happened in people's theaters.
Yeah. No, yeah. That is just all over. I don't get it. I legit don't understand it. Like, it's a Minecraft chicken with a zombie. What's the big deal? Is there just something I'm missing?
Chicken Jackie.
I just I love Minecraft. I just don't get it. One of my nephews did the popcorn thing. Oh man, you should have made him clean it up. That's disgusting. I hate it when people do shit like that.
Debut.
Please clean shit in the theaters if your children make a mess.
Yes.
Those people are not paid enough to clean that up.
No, they are not. Especially since they have limited time to clean up before the next movie has to start.
School of Rock. The film stars Jack Black as Dewey Finn, a down-on-his-luck musician who poses as a substitute teacher at a prestigious prep school. He then discovers his students are musically talented and secretly turns them into a rock band to compete in the Battle of the Bands. Cosgrove plays the role of Summer Hathaway, the hilariously uptight and naive band manager.
What's the matter? You want me to be a groupie? Well, groupie's an important job. I research groupies on the internet. They're sluts. They sleep with a band.
School of Rock was unanimously loved by fans and critics, grossing over $131 million at the worldwide box office. Miranda performed the role of a bossy yet charmingly smug child so well that it made her the obvious choice for the role of Megan Parker in the legendary Nickelodeon teen sitcom Drake and Josh. But Miranda didn't even understand how massive this opportunity was. When I really understood I was acting, since I did it from the time I was so little, still, I never thought of it as a job, and I didn't realize that everybody didn't do it. Miranda was so innocent, not even knowing she was working, compared to Jeanette, who became painfully aware of her reality as her mother taught her how to starve herself to secure more acting roles to pay the bills.
That's just disgusting.
It's shocking to learn of Miranda's innocence, considering her character on Drake and Josh was borderline evil. Drake and Josh aired on Nickelodeon from 2004 to 2007 and follows two teenage boys who become stepbrothers after their parents get married. The two boys could not be more opposite. However, they would bond in fear of their cunning and mischievous little sister, Megan. Megan takes great pleasure in tormenting her older brothers.
What makes you think that I would have the baby?
Because you're a devious, twisted little girl.
Why, thank you, Drake.
While she appears sweet and innocent to adults, she is secretly always plotting elaborate schemes.
Unironically, this was my favorite part about Megan. It's just like she's got all this weird shit and nobody ever finds out about it. It's hilarious.
She's like the female Dexter.
Exactly.
To outsmart Drake and Josh.
No way. You just hustled me.
No, I didn't. I just pretended to be bad so that you'd bet me, and then I stopped being bad and I took your money.
That's hustling.
There's a word for it? Cool.
Miranda's devious charm helped solidify Drake and Josh as the most beloved and influential live-action sitcom on Nickelodeon at the time, drawing in millions of viewers per episode, peaking at 5.8 million viewers for its highest-rated special. Miranda's parents were wary of the impact that fame could have on their daughter, so they did everything they could to maintain a normal lifestyle, such as choosing to still live in the house where Miranda was born, and her father continuing to work every day at his dry cleaning business. Her parents also tried to keep Miranda in public school.
In elementary school, I just remember thinking, wow, I'm popular. All of a sudden, I don't think I was thinking about it too much. And I remember like the kid that I had a crush on who didn't know I existed all of a sudden talked to me. Like it was, I think I just thought things were coming up roses.
However, by the time she reached 6th grade, her acting schedule clashed with her education and Miranda needed to make a huge decision. It took a lot for my mom to give in. I remember her asking, "Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to stay in acting?" And also noticed that 10 and 11-year-old Miranda Cosgrove actually had a choice, something that most other child actors don't have. She ultimately chose to pursue acting and leave a normal life behind. Miranda immediately transitioned to private schooling on set with Drake and Josh.
I remember when I was doing schooling, at first you guys were with me, and then within 6 months, you both were no longer. I don't remember if it was because you graduated or if it was because...
No. God,
I kept saying to my mom, where did Drake and Josh go?
Kevin the teacher, you remember Kevin?
Oh, Kevin Mall, I remember him, yes.
Kevin Mall.
He used to make me raise my hand. I was the only one when you guys left in the classroom.
They made you raise your hand and you were the only one in the classroom?
Yes, he said he was preparing me if I ever had to go back to regular school.
Most child actors in Miranda's position, like Jeanette, feel extremely isolated, missing out on normal childhood experiences while they spend long hours on set under the intense pressure to perform. Their social circles are typically limited to co-stars, adults, and industry professionals, which never gives them a break from essentially this made-up fantasy world they live in. But Miranda's parents made key decisions that set her on a much different path than Jeanette. The California Labor Code, Section 1308.5, requires that a parent or legal guardian be present at all times when a minor is working in the entertainment industry. Since Miranda's mom was always hovering around her on set, she kept her in check. In one instance, Miranda unintentionally ignored someone leaving her dressing room, and her mother made sure she acknowledged their presence and said goodbye.
That's
Miranda,
nice.
Chris said sharply, "Someone said goodbye to you." Cosgrove stopped short and turned around. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she said earnestly. "Goodbye. It was nice to meet you." It may seem small, but enforcing normal social rules and instilling discipline into a child who could have easily turned into a diva is likely what helped Miranda become so normal.
I actually do cuss a little.
Do you?
Also, yeah.
What's your favorite curse word?
Probably
Drake and Josh ended when Miranda was just 14 years old. With plenty of years ahead of her and obvious star power as a child actor, Nickelodeon had no choice but to build a new show around Miranda. That show would bring together two young girls who were living drastically different lives behind the scenes. Dan Schneider, who was the head producer, writer, and creator at Nickelodeon, originally planned to create a show where Miranda plays a normal girl who gets cast to star in her favorite TV show called Starstruck. However, he would ultimately scrap the idea and begin the development for iCarly, a show about a group of teenagers running their own online web show, long before YouTubers and social media influencers became household names.
We're gonna make spaghetti tacos!
Oh my gosh, this is so classic.
iCarly was
I'm
way ahead of
tired.
its
I'm not
time because it
tired. What the
predicted
fuck?
the rise of online entertainment and showed how young people could build an audience outside of traditional media platforms.
Dude, this was streamers before streamers were streamers. Holy shit. It truly was.
And it made everybody want to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You turned people into YouTube kids.
Pretty much. Can we blame Dan Schneider for all of the streamers today? Can I blame Dan Schneider for Hassan Piker?
iCarly also had a real website where they asked fans to submit content and participate in challenges. The show's humor, quirky characters, and fast-paced storytelling feels like you are watching a kids-oriented YouTube channel or a Twitch show, except with an unreasonable amount of foot jokes.
And this week we found the biggest weirdo yet. There he is, peeling a banana while he waits for the bus. Now, you think he's gonna eat the banana, right? Well, think again! Yep, there he goes. Doing the peel. What a freak. And that's why the new champ...
I've actually heard that some people eat banana peels.
I
don't know if-
remember when Ashton Hall rubbed his face with a banana peel as part of the routine.
Some people do eat banana peels, yes, and they belong in a mental asylum.
Because, like, I remember when I was a kid, I licked a banana peel once, and I was like, this is disgusting. Because, you know, I was just a kid, and I was stupid. So I can't imagine why people eat them. I remember going to that site. I've been to it, too. It was really crazy.
Champion of who's that weirdo in my neighborhood is... Crazy Fruit Dude!
Miranda portrayed a character that was similar to her real-life personality, sweet, wholesome, and silly. Jeanette's character, Sam, almost hit a little too close to home. Sam Puckett was known for her tough, no-nonsense attitude, sarcastic humor, and rebellious spirit.
I got kicked out of the cafeteria for slapping Gibby with a piece of pizza.
Why did you slap Gibby with a piece of pizza?
I found it on the floor. I wasn't gonna eat it.
However, the writers included a darker side to Sam, making her one of the most complex characters on the show. She can definitely be seen as problematic and borderline toxic at times, frequently resorting to physical violence which could make her seem like a straight-up bully.
I don't see a car. All I hear is a lot of prattle. And
She can also be manipulative, pressuring Carly into decisions that could get her friend in trouble. But looking beneath
I'm gonna be honest, that was my favorite nemesis of the show. Oh, fuck.
I can't even remember his name.
It was
It's on the tip
Neville.
of my tongue.
It was Neville. Yeah. He was like in so many episodes. They're edible, but they taste horrible. Supposed to be ways of cooking banana peels that aren't bad. That's disgusting still.
Beneath that layer, you can also see Sam as a victim of self-destructive behavior, especially considering her on-screen relationship with her mom, which again, I should remind you that nobody knew her struggles with her real mother. Her iCarly mom, Pam, was irresponsible and often absent. Sam was constantly locked out of her house, finding her own food, and was clearly lacking guidance, which may have forced Sam to develop a tough exterior.
Mom?
I know who I am.
I love you. Mother.
What, you think I don't love you?
You never say it.
Well, it's not easy to say I love you to a daughter who thinks I'm, you know, scummy.
I don't think you're scummy. All the time.
Really?
Yeah, really.
iCarly is considered by many to be the greatest Nickelodeon live-action show in history, and the numbers would agree. The series averaged over 6 million viewers at its peak, and the most watched episode, I Saved Your Life, aired to 11.2 million viewers, which is the second most viewed telecast in Nickelodeon history.
Is it
You would
wild
think Miranda
to
and Jeanette
realize that back during this time, 11 million viewers was the most watched thing on the planet?
What's the most watched now?
It's in the billions on YouTube.
You're right. Holy, I like my brain just
That's
like
what I
went to
mean.
TV
Is I'm thinking
shows.
about YouTube videos now because you don't consider it, but YouTube is the modern television now.
No, yeah.
And if you're not making like millions of views, you're not considered like an average YouTuber, really.
Yeah.
The big YouTubers are making hundreds of millions on like every video.
Yeah, that's insane to think about. Although I wouldn't say that like you're considered the average YouTuber. I would say that you're considered like above average. I would consider the average YouTuber to get 100,000 views nowadays. I don't know.
Fair.
I don't know. Remember that one episode on iCarly where Spencer got the space car? I remember that. That was a good episode. It was good.
It's just wild to realize like where numbers have gone since we were kids.
Inflation has really gone crazy.
Baby Shark or something.
Something like that.
We're on top of the world, but a decade later, we would find out the horrors going on behind the scenes.
God,
In
it is
Jeanette's
Baby
memoir
Shark.
that was released in 2022, she describes the grim experience working with the creator, which many have interpreted to be Dan Schneider. McCurdy wrote that the creator was mean-spirited, controlling, and terrifying, firing children over basic mistakes and making grown men and women cry with his insults and degradation. You can see a glimpse of this alleged behavior as Dan often walked around the set with his own personal camera, filming behind-the-scenes content to share on his personal blog, danwarp.com.
I just find that, like, even without all the other stuff I know, I just find that really weird. I don't know. Like, I know vlogging is a thing and was definitely a thing back then, but like the camera angles just felt really weird.
Yeah. Also, most watched video is Baby Shark, and it's over 15 billion.
That's 2 populations worth.
It's a lot.
Oh my gosh. Holy shit.
.com.
Stop laughing at the director. Show some respect, Jeanette. Respect. No smiling. If you all right. Take $100 off her check.
Although it seems like he is just joking, knowing what Jeanette was feeling inside drastically changes the perspective of a clip like this. Jeanette also made major accusations that Schneider supplied minors with alcohol, quoting him as saying, "The Victorious kids get drunk together all the time. The iCarly kids are so wholesome. We need to give you guys a little edge." This allegation may have been corroborated by the actor who portrayed Beck on Victorious, who posted a TikTok that read, "When you don't remember the plotline to a single Victorious episode, but you remember going out partying every night." Jeanette even claimed that Dan would provide unsolicited shoulder massage.
Okay, I know that this is probably fake, but that just like screams bad to me.
Yeah.
Massages or demand others to give him massages, to which Dan admitted to.
Let's talk about the massages. Okay. Watching the content yesterday, it was disturbing. It was wrong. It was wrong that I ever put any...
I remember when this thing came out and oh man, this really fucked me up. Watching him try to defend himself. Oh, do you guys remember this?
Why does he have a goatee neck beard?
I don't know, but like
you can have a goatee or you can have like a full neck beard, but you can't have both. Like you see it goes all the way down his neck.
Yeah.
It makes me uncomfortable.
He makes me, yeah. Like, I remember, like, when this came out and he was trying to, because, like, this was when the Quiet on Set thing came out and, like, him and the other guy that was also on the show came on for Dan to just talk about it. And it's just like, this is really gross.
Yeah.
Really, really gross.
Anybody in that position, it was the wrong thing to do. I'd never do it today. I'm embarrassed that I did it then. I apologize to anybody that I ever put in that situation. And even additionally, I apologize to the people who were walking around Video Village or wherever they happened, because there were lots of people there who witnessed it who also may have felt uncomfortable. So I owe them an apology as well.
Looking back on some of the behind-the-scenes content with new context, many perceive Dan to be too handsy and touchy. Look at how Miranda steps away from Dan and he proceeds to make his way around her back and hugs her from behind as she seemingly freezes up. However, still to this day, Miranda has never spoken out against Dan Schneider, so we don't know if she truly had any traumatic experiences working under him. However, we do know that
man, that just no. Oh fuck.
Was the foundation of
It's like watching him walk behind her to like put his hands on her shoulder.
Oh, you know, he's creepy.
Miranda and Jeanette's friendship, even though Jeanette's mother tried everything she could to prevent it. Jeanette writes, "On set, Miranda said cuss words like shit and ass, and she took the Lord's name in vain at least 50 times a day. Mom warned me not to get too close to Miranda because she doesn't believe in God." Jeanette explained how her mother skewed her view of female friendships since she would cast them in a negative light.
My mom was always saying, men will never really know you and they'll hurt you, but women will know you deeply and then they'll hurt you. You tell me which is worse.
As a result, Jeanette was cautious around other girls, but by now she was a teenager, and even her mother's manipulative tactics couldn't prevent her from getting close with Miranda. Miranda and I spent hours talking every day. Even though in person Miranda seemed shy and quiet, she had a distinct and hilarious personality through her
Thank you for the raid, Amal. Welcome, welcome.
written words. So many of the things she said made me laugh. Her way of observing things, people, habits, human nature. I loved her, and I was so excited we were becoming friends. Jeanette kept the dark reality of her home life a secret. She hid it from Miranda and from everyone. So the fact that her and Miranda truly became friends eliminated the idea that it could have been out of pity. It was genuine.
My best friend is Jeanette McCurdy, who was on iCarly with me, and we live really close to each other, and we have sleepovers all the time, and like I literally see her like every other day.
I'm very grateful for that friendship. It did provide me a lot of comfort in those really challenging years. My relationship with Miranda was hugely healing to my concept of women.
Jeanette's time spent with Miranda provided some much-needed relief from her chaotic personal life. Sadly, it was only temporary, as their journeys were about to go in very different directions after the end of iCarly.
The atmosphere literally couldn't be better. It's like one huge family. We all get along great. I can't think of any group of people that I'd rather get to see every day. And even though I'll see them all the time, knowing that I won't see everybody every day anymore is awful.
At the height of her fame, Miranda earned $180,000 per episode of iCarly, and she was going to use that money to fund her next venture. Jeanette, on the other hand, doesn't know what happened to the money.
Did you get to keep this money, or did all the, I'm curious about like the dynamic of how that worked.
Well, there's a thing called the Coogan account that actually takes, or is supposed to take 15% of your money off the top and kind of put it into the child's account so that they can have at least 15% of their money by the time they're 18, and the rest of the money is kind of up for grabs. Got these papers that were saying that like the Coogan account information was never properly filed. I got that in my 20s, so that was kind of a little bit of a shock because I really have no idea kind of what was happening, and you know, my mom was in control.
Bro, that's so fucked up. What the hell? Oh. God only knows where her money is.
Control of everything. So I don't think I ever saw the Coogan account money.
Additionally, Miranda released chart-topping music, performed concerts nationwide, and received several major brand deals. Cosgrove got to reap all of the benefits of being a child star, seemingly without being exposed to the horrors that come with it. And that's largely due to her parents refusing to fall victim to the complexities of raising a famous
You
kid.
wanna pause?
After iCarly ended.
This is a completely side note, but it's true with Jeanette and it was true with Drake. But people seem to forget that a lot of times when these horrible things are happening to these child stars, the parents are letting it happen.
Enablers.
Like, and he just like said it kind of quietly with the Miranda thing. Miranda's mother was in the picture and involved, and nothing bad ever happened to her because her mother was in the picture and involved. With Jeanette, her mother was neglectful, and with Drake, it was said like even though his dad was suspicious, his mom was like very openly like okay with it, sending him away to like just hang out with this fucking old man.
At least it's good that like eventually he caught on, but it still is just like one of those things. It's like oh, you know what I mean?
You need to watch after your kids in everything on the internet, even like with professionals. Don't just leave your kid alone with a professional for hours a day. You don't know like what that guy is about.
Pretty much. It really is like a great failure of society, in my personal opinion. Just really sad.
Its sixth season, Miranda decided not to pursue a full-time Hollywood career. Instead of securing more mature roles and trying to prove herself in the industry, she decided to use her acting money to pay for college.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm probably gonna still be living with my parents for a while because I want to go to USC really bad. So,
Oh, you do?
Yeah, and it's not far from where I live.
Okay. And why do you want to go to college? You're already very wealthy, and I see no reason to get an education.
Damn.
It's just how I look at it.
My dad went to USC, so he wants me to go there really bad.
Did your dad have a hit show on Nickelodeon when he was a kid?
No.
No? No.
I get it's for comedy, but he needs to remember she's still super young.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
this is not the example you should be putting forth for like a young girl on your show, even if it is just for the sake of comedy.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like a lot of these late night talk shows could deal with like having a little bit of more genuine behavior. Like, do you really think it would be that bad for your show's ratings to be like, oh, you know, that's actually really good. What do you plan on like studying? Like, what went into that decision?
Mm-hmm.
No, you just have to constantly neg her about why it's a dumb idea.
Yeah. No. Yeah. 100%.
It just personally annoys me.
I'll be honest. This is one of the Jimmys. I think this is the annoying one. I just think that like late night television needs to slowly come to an end. You know, slowly.
Yeah, most of it sucks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Go there.
I'm not sure. I was thinking film. That's what I'm really
all
interested
right.
in. Yeah.
Okay, well, it all fits in the whole
Yeah, they
deal.
have a good film department too.
Miranda did end up attending the University of Southern California, where she switched majors several times before landing on.
She just said USC. I thought she meant University of South Carolina.
And it was Southern California.
I was about, because she said it's near where I live. Is like, she lives in South Carolina? What?
Mm-hmm. With the rating, it's not that slowly. Yeah.
That makes more sense.
It is. What do you mean? They were in LA.
Psychology. She even admitted that her fame helped her make new friends on campus, but her fame also made her a target, as she had multiple stalkers who got dangerously close to her. A crazy fan named Joshua Stockton allegedly started tracking Cosgrove's every move using clues from social media posts. According to TMZ, he reportedly went to her campus at USC to see her. He also sent Miranda gifts and later got upset because the packages returned unopened. He also tweeted a photo.
Well, duh. Yeah, they're gonna return unopened because you're a stalker. Oh my goodness.
Of his bandaged wrist with the caption, "Frankly, I'm tired of love, and my heart is ready to give out. Maybe I'll finish the job I started." She was granted a restraining order against the crazy fan, but then 1 year later, he violated it as he followed her on a trip to Disneyland.
No.
Joshua Stockton was given 3 years probation and will be required to complete a 1-year treatment program, including extensive psychiatric counseling. As if this wasn't scary enough, Miranda had a close call with another stalker who nearly took her life.
We saw some movie, and then afterwards it was raining, and it never hardly ever rains in LA. So I was kind of like, I don't want to go back to my place, even though my place is pretty close to Arclight. Anyway, I went to my parents' house, and then I got a call at like 3 a.m. that somebody had like died at my house, and it was the weirdest thing ever because they had like caution tape up, and it was right in my front yard. And basically, I guess a guy came, and he was like burying things in my backyard for like 3 days.
What the fuck?
With, like, a milk chocolate inside of it in my backyard. And then he buried like knives and like a rope and like a bunch of random stuff. I found out later that like all that stuff was there, and that he had been like pacing in my backyard with a gun. He also looked like crazy, like he was wearing like this long trench coat. But yeah, he was just like pacing in my backyard, I guess. And because I have like security cameras, so later when we looked, we figured out he was back there for like 6 hours or something, like waiting.
What
and then
the
somebody
fuck?
drove up that had a similar car, like that kind of looked like my car, and I guess he got confused and he thought that maybe it was me driving up. It's just like bad luck. And he like shot at this person like 6 times, and he missed because she was in a car. She drove away, and then he set himself on fire and he shot himself simultaneously. And then later, so I got a call at like 3 or 4 in the morning. This happened probably at like 1 in the morning. I got a call at like 3 or 4 in the morning saying like, where are you? Like, can you come like to your house because someone like themselves there? And they were trying to just like put it all together, and they still haven't really put like put it all together why it happened or like what the person was doing. And then it was crazy too. They found like his car like a few blocks away and there was like blood and like hair in the trunk. And they were like, oh, he's probably a serial killer. But they never figured out exactly like the story.
Although this experience would probably lead to lifelong trauma from others, Miranda was more upset that he prevented her from meeting new friends.
But so a couple days before the incident with the guy that came to my house, I had never met the guy before, but he came to my house and this was years ago too, and tried to kill me. So 2 days before that happened, I had the study group at my house. And the whole time I was inside trying to get these girls to think I was cool and like me and want me to be in the group, this guy was actually in my backyard with a gun, pacing back and forth in my backyard the entire time.
Oh my God.
While
And
the girls were there?
Yes, with me and all the girls studying. And me bringing food in and trying to win them over. Because later, when everything happened and the police came, they checked the security footage. And so 2 days before, he had already been there.
While you were first trying to like have friends, there was a man with a gun in your backyard.
And then the police had to call all of the girls because for a split second they didn't know who he was. So they were trying to figure out his identity. So they called all the girls thinking maybe it was one of their ex-boyfriends or somehow related
Damn, that
to
is
them.
insane.
And
like,
all
please
of
don't call my friends.
Oh.
Please don't call my friends.
I was like, please just leave them out of this. They don't have to know. They don't have to be a part of this. I don't really know them anymore.
They were, well, how do you think? They're like, we went to our house once and we almost died.
With the exception of the stalkers, Cosgrove regained a sense of normalcy in the real world, while McCurdy stayed trapped inside the Nickelodeon hellscape.
Hey, Dan Schneider. I know you're watching my Vine. Do you like my Vine? Vine. Vine. Look what you've done to me.
In August of 2012, Schneider took a fan favorite from iCarly, Sam Puckett, and a fan favorite from Victorious, Cat Valentine, and created a teen sitcom titled Sam and Cat. The pilot debuted on Nickelodeon to 4.2 million viewers and was surprisingly popular, but it only lasted one season and was canceled following controversy behind the scenes. You see, Jeanette says that Schneider originally promised a show centered around her Sam Puckett character. So are you excited to have your own show? The creator asks. Sure, that's it? No, of course I'm excited. I'm so excited. Good. Because I could give a new show to anyone, you know? But I didn't choose anyone.
Okay,
I chose you.
I don't like that. I don't like that whatsoever. Oh, that is so manipulative.
But Dan's promises were empty, as the solo show turned into a sort of buddy comedy alongside Ariana Grande. Jeanette and Ariana just barely tolerated each other, mostly because of Schneider's manipulative tactics and the obvious favoritism towards Ariana.
My co-star Ariana Grande is a burgeoning pop star who misses work regularly to go sing at award shows, record new songs, and do press for her upcoming album, while I stay back and angrily hold down the fort. I understand on a surface level why she has to miss work. But at the same time, I don't understand why she's allowed to. I booked 2 features during iCarly that I had to turn down because the iCarly team wouldn't write me out of episodes to go shoot them. Then this week happened. The week where I was told Ariana would not be here at all, and that they would write around her absence this episode by having her character be locked in a box. Are you kidding me? So I have to turn down movies while Ariana's off whistle-toning at the Billboard Music Awards? Fuck this. Ariana misses work in pursuit of her music career, while I act with a box. If I wasn't such a good sport, I wouldn't be in this predicament in the first place. I wouldn't be on this shitty show saying these shitty lines on this shitty set with this shitty hairstyle. I'm pissed about it. And I'm pissed at her. Jealous of her.
It's easy to see how Jeanette built up resentment towards her co-star. Every time something exciting happens to her, I feel like she...
Man, that's really gotta suck. Like, she missed out on opportunities because they told her no, but they let somebody else that was more popular go. Oh man, that's got to build up a lot of resentment. And technically, it's not even the other girl's fault, but still, I would definitely be pissed off. Miranda got out unscathed. She got out of the industry unscathed, but she was almost scathed by a stalker, which is just as scary in my personal opinion.
robbed me of having that experience myself. As if Jeanette's internal struggle wasn't hard enough, her mother Deborah passed away, losing her battle with breast cancer. Near the end of her life, Deborah wrote Jeanette a shocking email containing things that no mother should ever say to her child.
Dear Net, I am so disappointed in you. You used to be my perfect little angel, but now you are nothing more than a little, all caps, floozy, all used up. And to think, you wasted it on that hideous ogre of a man. I saw the pictures on a website called TMZ. I saw you rubbing his disgusting hairy stomach. I knew you were lying about Colton. I had told her I was with a friend, Colton. Add that to the list of things you are. Liar, conniving, evil. You look pudgier too. It's clear you're eating your guilt. Thinking of you with his ding-dong inside of you makes me sick. Sick. I raised you better than this. What happened to my good little girl? Where did she go? And who is this monster that has replaced her? You're an ugly monster now. I told your brothers about you, and they all said they disown you just like I do. We want nothing to do with you. Love, Mom. Or should I say Deb, since I am no longer your mother. P.S. Send money for a new fridge. Ours broke.
Losing a parent is already hard, but what about losing an abusive...
That last piece. P.S. Send us money.
Wait,
fuck you, Mom.
Dubs. Need new fridge.
I hate
Send
you.
us money. No, fuck you, Mom.
I
Not
hate you.
money.
Oh my gosh. See, I've listened to enough Reddit stories where I didn't think that was possible. But you know what? I believe Jeanette when that came out of her mother's email. You know, I just don't believe it when it comes out of Reddit stories. We hate you. By the way, send us money for a new fridge. The audacity of this bitch. The audacity of this bitch. Holy fucking
That's
shit.
crazy.
Yeah. Oh, we only got 5 minutes left, by the way.
parent that wholeheartedly admitted they want nothing to do with you. As you can imagine, this sent Jeanette's life into a dark place. To compound the stress, McCurdy was the victim of an invasion of privacy when explicit selfies of her surfaced on the internet, which ultimately led to Nickelodeon canceling Sam and Cat, claiming both actresses desired to move on to other projects. Following her mother's passing, Jeanette began to struggle with an eating disorder as well as an addiction to alcohol.
As the show was airing, her mother died of cancer. Jeanette says her life was spinning out of control, anorexia morphing into bulimia and alcohol abuse.
I was never aiming for bulimia. I was attempting to have anorexia, but I couldn't keep it up without my mom. So then that would lead to, I'd starve myself for so long, and then I'd binge, and then I'd purge because I hated the feeling of fullness. Hated it.
But Jeanette remained strong. She was not going to let her trauma destroy the rest of her life. She first sought professional help for her eating disorder.
I started with an eating disorder specialist, so it was very clinical, and we didn't get into trauma or childhood stuff. We didn't get into any of that, and I think I needed that at the time because I think I needed to get that addiction under control before being able to go anywhere near like excavating the stuff from the past. I think that would have fueled the addiction if I were working on that in tandem with the addiction.
Jeanette knew that addressing and treating the critical aspect of her health was going to be hard enough. So once that treatment helped her regain her strength, then it was time to dive into the complexities of her childhood.
First therapist Laura started asking questions about my mom. Immediately I went into, well, she did this, but it's because she's such a good mom. It's because she wanted me to be successful. It's because she wanted me to have a better life. Like, I didn't even realize that I was at the time, but in retrospect I see, oh, I was disclaiming every single thing that my mom did instead of just stating the reality or how I felt about it. I was more concerned with how to keep my mom looking good than I was with expressing my true emotional reality.
Jeanette's journey to restoring her health and well-being was not something.
And that's how you know that a kid has been abused to the point of silence.
Something that a few therapy sessions would fix, and even after she has spent years working at it, it never truly goes away. Jeanette decided to retire from acting in 2016. However, she did write and direct a few short films that are very much inspired by her childhood, but nobody truly knew the severity of her deep emotional hardships until she released her 2022 memoir, I'm Glad My Mom Died. The shocking title doesn't necessarily mean Jeanette is celebrating her mother's death, but it does reflect her complicated emotions, grief, relief, and the pain of losing someone who also caused her harm. Her mom's passing meant the end of her control and abuse, finally giving Jeanette the chance to heal. The reality is, mourning an abusive parent isn't always simple. Sometimes sadness and relief exist at the same time, and millions of people around the world supported Jeanette's vulnerability. Putting something this deep and complicated out to the world is not easy. Her memoir sold over 200,000 copies across all formats in its first week, and as of today, she has sold over 2 million copies.
That's good.
Number one, baby. I'm scared. I don't like blood noises. Okay, I'm scared. Okay. I hate, this is a bad idea. I hate loud noises.
Oh, I remember seeing that.
Yeah.
Around the same time, Paramount Plus also announced the plan to make a reboot of iCarly, but many were disappointed to learn that Jeanette would not be reprising her role as Sam Puckett.
I just want to make things again.
You don't need a partner to do that.
Yeah, I don't need a partner. I need Sam. But she's off following her bliss with that biker gang.
The Obliterators.
I never, did you guys watch the revival of this?
Nope.
I did not, but basically what I heard is that because Jeanette didn't come back, the idea is that Sam became part of a biker gang that sailed across the U.S. And I'll be honest, it's probably the nicest thing that they could write for Jeanette. It's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Hope she's okay.
It's Sam. I hope they're okay.
When Jeanette said she was done with acting definitively and the baggage that came with it, she meant it, but her castmates respected her decision.
And we all really wanted Jeanette to be a part of the show in real life, but she's just doing other things, and we're really happy for her. But yeah, we're definitely going to touch on that in the show.
Is the elevator door still open that if Jeanette wanted to come back as Sam for an episode, could that happen?
Anytime.
I mean, that elevator door is
that's
always
sweet.
open. It never closed. But again, we want to be respectful of her and the decisions that we made. So obviously, no pressure, of course, but whatever she wants to do. We love her. That's all she needs to know.
Not only did Jeanette not return to the show that made fans around the world love her, she said she wouldn't even watch it because of the demons it might bring back. And although it's heartbreaking that the thing
I
wouldn't around the world...
I wouldn't watch it either.
I wouldn't blame her, and I
personally.
don't think any of the cast blames her either.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Fell in love with her for is the exact same thing that caused her so much pain and suffering. It is comforting to know that she does still cherish one part about her time as a child actor, and that is her friendship that she made with Miranda Cosgrove.
Oh my god, I love Miranda to pieces. I always will. She has such a special place in my heart. She helped me grow as a person and heal as a person, and I hope I did the same for her, and I just love her so much.
Sparky says, what did I miss? You missed both.
You missed quite literally everything.
You missed all of it. Oh, goodness. But there you go, chat. That was both the Drake and Josh one and the Jeanette McCurdy one, or iCarly one. There is a Dan Schneider one, but it is 12:44. So I don't think we're gonna watch that one. Instead,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna chill for like the next little bit before we're done. Unless we meet the goal.
I'll probably head out. Yeah.
You're gonna head out. Okay.
Y'all, I taught 90 kids today. So I'm
That's
probably
fair.
gonna head out.
Well, I think
I have to take an exam soon.
Oh,
so.
for sure. You have a good night then. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Bye, chat. I love you.
Bye.
I will also be heading out.
All right. You have a good one then, Mizu.
Enjoy the your closing statements.
Oh, for sure. Sparky, you can jump in if you'd like. We can talk for drama a little bit if you want. So if you want to jump in, Sparky, go. You're more than welcome to. More than welcome to. Well, we'll chat about the internet still collectively falling apart. I'm gonna play Sons of the Forest though while we do it because I'm just tired. We already know what we need to do with Dan. Well, I don't know what it's gonna happen with Dan, but you know. I think Dan is his reputation is ruined. Hello there.
Why am I some sort of drama cow now?
What do you mean? You did that to yourself.
Oh, how so?
What do you mean? You reply to everybody, so you you get the beef. You take that delicious Kobe beef and stuff. Go to jail, Dan. Yes, go to jail, Dan.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I think I've went a little hard on the pain for the last couple days.
Oh, on Twitter, yeah.
Yeah.
How are we
I think I
feeling?
need back.
Oh, go ahead.
Huh?
Oh, go ahead. No,
Go
you're
ahead.
first.
I was gonna say, I think I need to back off and just take a little bit of a break because it's starting starting to get me to the point I'm starting to see red, and it's like, oh my god, all these people are idiots.
Oh, I agree. I am glad that I'm going back to work tomorrow because I really don't want to be part of the discourse on Twitter anymore. It's getting me to a point where I'm like, ugh. Oh, really quickly before we continue, Sly, you gifted 2 more memberships. Thank you for the one to Amalgamate and Zugs Wayne. Make sure you guys say thank you if you have not already. Wolf, that by the way, also donated $7. First for 2, saying stalkers, man. How do you get to that mentality? And then for 5 says, I find it kind of ironic that Jeanette is pouring her heart out to Jada Pinkett Smith of all people, who herself is very similar to Jeanette's mom. Yeah, that is kind of ironic. I'm going to be completely honest with you. It is completely funny. Recap since I came in with them all. Does she get royalties or anything from iCarly? No, she got paid flat per episode, it sounds like, and all that money was taken by her mom and she never saw it. I am kind of curious. Did you since you did come in a little bit later, it's probably going to be a little bit different for you. Did you know anything about the Nickelodeon kid situation? I'm curious.
I've heard a little bit about it. I know there's some allegations. I don't know exactly what they were. To be honest, I just kind of tuned that out because it seems like anything you see from like Hollywood or, you know, that sphere of entertainment, it's either legit and horrifying as fuck, or it just seems like it's petty bullshit hyped up to 11.
Yeah. No, that's very fair. That's very fair. How is Twitter getting worse? Well, not the platform itself isn't necessarily getting worse.
The people.
The people, yeah. No, yeah, legitimately. Like, it's getting really, it's getting...
I'll put it to you like this without going into too much detail because I've already covered this on my stream and it's whatever. 8 hours, 150 tweets, and nothing but drivel and lies and misrepresentations and out of context and no screenshots, no links, and no dates.
Yeah, it's getting to the point.
What I dealt with today.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where, like, legitimately, me adding to the discussion is a net negative for me. Not because it makes me look bad or anything, because like it's not, but it's just like not fun. Like there's a point where it's just like, okay, this isn't fun to engage in anymore. The people that I'm talking with are just evil, and talking with them just brings me down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's kind of where I'm at. It's like it's the same talking point, either put in a different phrase, worded a different way, or thrown at a different light.
Amal,
it's all the same.
Yeah, Amal, I know that you're in the server. You can come and say hi if you'd like, by the way. You're more than welcome to. You're welcome.
Yeah.
No, I realized it like a couple hours after I made that quote retweet on Niara. I was just like, this shit is so ass. Like I'm not proving anything. So like part of me was like, I kind of want to delete it, but then the other part of me is like, if I delete it, it's not going to make anything better. So I just left it up.
If you do so, and that's kind of the dilemma of stuff like this, especially because for whatever reason, my Twitter for before I got hit with that 6-day timeout, it seems like a week before, 2 weeks before that, and even now, for whatever reason, my Twitter's just been blowing up. I went from 1,200 to 1,400 some
nice
followers within the last 2 weeks. Everyone in the mom's liking and retweeting stuff. I'm not getting a lot of comments. I do every now and then, but it's like just retweets and likes for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So I did something right, but it's getting to the point of, you're getting noticed, you make a statement. If you delete that statement, people would then automatically grab onto that and go, oh my God, they're backtracking now. It's like, no.
So, yeah, I agree. That's why I didn't delete it. But like, I just look at this like, this is boring. Not even that. Yeah, I know. Like, legitimately, it's just boring. It's like there reaches a point with drama where you look at it and it's just like, This isn't fun to engage in, and I'm not having fun engaging with it. Ooh, zombie babies.
Actually, time out. I actually wanna state this. So Yoon brings up something of Heavenly Father.
Huh?
And I want to actually correct this. Heavenly Father actually came out and tore Anna a new one.
Oh, really?
Look in the thread.
Okay, hold on a moment. I have to kill zombie babies first.
Yeah, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 posts up. Basically, Heavenly Father said, "Yo, I don't know who you are, but I'm not here to be a bludgeon for whatever bullshit you're trying to pull.
Is
I'm
it in
just
the
letting
curse
my
thread?
community feel comfortable with whichever choice that they make. You don't speak for me or my community, nor personal politics. Go away."
Ooh, let's look at this here. Yeah, because like Anna really made Heavenly Father, who, to be completely honest with, I have no idea who Heavenly Father is. I know that he's a bigger streamer and that he has a lot more followers than I do. So when I saw him like with the image that she tweeted, I was just like, man, if she's being accurate, this is really gross for Heavenly Father to do. But I'm really glad that he came out and said something like this, because it really is going to set the stage of Anna fucking up. Like what's happening right now, for those that don't know, my apologies for like jumping around it. I kind of sometimes just assume everybody knows, what I'm talking about. This is still the curse shit. As much as I've like wished and prayed to Jesus that the cursed shit would have died yesterday or some shit, it didn't. Instead, it's just continuing to metastasize. But I feel like Anna getting this shit wrong is what's going to help kill it. So what happened is Anna Valens is calling out every individual that decided they don't like gamer. Well, not call out, but pointing out every individual that decides that they don't like Kirsch and gamer subs by extension. And Heavenly Father was one of the newer ones that she pointed out. And so she basically was like, Heavenly Father is disavowing this too. I wonder when the drop is going to come. And it looks like this is Heavenly Father's response. I am really glad that he is saying this. His stance is really just like, listen, I might not agree with them, but you using me as a tool like this is fucked up, and I would appreciate it if you would fuck off.
Pretty much. And
so,
then Anna responded back on.
Yes, I have this here. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, they didn't respond. I know people are gonna yell, but yeah,
it was on. It was on Blue Sky.
It was. I can never tell. .net. Okay, I see it. And it goes, I've removed the video with Heavenly Father. It was clearly inappropriate to bring his conversation with chat into the large public sphere. My apologies. I'll step away from any further discourse on the topic.
Mm-hmm.
So it's making me wonder if it's the topic of the Crush and Gamer Sub stuff or Heavenly Father.
I think that, again, like my thought process reading all of this is she danced too close. Anna Valens danced too close to the sun. And so because of that, now that they are involving people that do not need to be involved and thus are going to lash out, Anna is realizing that continuing to do this in the way that they are is going to destroy the movement that they are trying to build. And this always happens with these kind of people and these kind of movements. It happened to the Drop Kiwi Farm shit. It happened, it's happened kind of in the Gamergate 2 stuff, and it's happening now, where they are really dumb with how they try to do stuff, where they will latch onto anything that will come up for them, and what ends up happening are these people make themselves look like assholes, and it burns their movement to the ground. Now, to be fair, this isn't just something that's exclusive to more left-leaning people. Right-leaning people have made this mistake multiple times as well, and I'm sure that if I had time, I could find those for you. But Anna has now like fucked the movement, basically, quote unquote, by bringing in the one of the people that has a big enough following that could just be like BTFO them completely. My apologies if I just stole all what you were gonna say.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. I seen you pull up and chat, and it's like I just seen something about that. It's like, yeah, no, wanna correct the record on that one, because you know us, we don't like to put out false information. If we're wrong, we take it back.
Oh, I agree. I wasn't even I didn't even talk about the Heavenly I see. The thing is, tonight I knew that if I was going to talk about something, it would be after the Drake and Josh stuff. But I wasn't really even planning to talk about the Heavenly Father thing, because like I again was just like, I kind of feel done with this. But this is a good situation where it's just like, you know what? I feel comfortable talking about this because people need to recognize that Heavenly Father. I don't understand. I really like. Okay, I have a question. Is Heavenly Father black?
I have no idea. To be honest, I've only heard of Heavenly Father from the last day.
Okay. I only asked because that's not a name you normally hear a white guy give himself. Just saying. No offense. All right. Just want to know. Just need to know. Not for any offensive reasons or whatever. I never hear of a white guy giving himself that kind of name.
Like I said, I don't know. I know a couple people saying that he's from Baggers Group.
Yes. Okay.
So
I was correct.
Yes.
Everybody's saying yes. Yes, okay. He's black. Okay. I knew it. Again, not trying to say anything, but like black people typically give themselves names like that.
You're such a racist by profiling Occo.
I'm not listen. I am not profiling, Mr. Cherokee. All right.
Oh, okay. You better have my fire water ready then.
He actually has a nice black model. Okay, let me look here then. Let's see.
It looks cyberpunk-esque. Yeah, his model looks really cyberpunk-esque, and his theming on his channel looks like it too.
Let me see. Is that him? No, that's not him.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's pretty neat. It's a 2D model, but the detail on it makes it look like it's actual 3D. It's actually really cool. It's a really high-end model.
Is it one of those models where it actually looks like somebody took time and care to make something that didn't look like a shitty model? Because I know that, unfortunately, a lot of people that make models for black people, they don't look good. And that really sucks, because I know that oh yeah, his model doesn't look bad at all. Here, I'm gonna...
Yeah, every wrinkle, every divot, it's got depth, it's got tone, and it's got filter. It's
that's not a bad model at all.
Model.
Listen, that's not bad at all. Granted, you really only see his face, but this does not look horrible. All right, not bad at all. Okay, am I being attacked? No, his model's not bad whatsoever. I think it's all right. Good model. Way better than Shizzy the God's model. I'll tell you right now.
Whatever the fuck that was.
Imagine applying stereotypes in the current Irako. I'm highly offended. You're welcome, chat. You know me. The hyper autistic guy applying stereotypes.
Yeah. And that's another deal too. We can assume all we want what somebody's leanings are, what the politics are, what they believe. We can assume a lot of stuff by how they act, how they do stuff, what they interact with, but you'll never truly know. And I can see him doing this for a couple of different reasons. One, it puts a humongous fucking target on your back.
Oh, it definitely does.
And then put you in the middle of some sort of a fucking war that you are not a part of.
No, I agree.
And I do feel like he probably did it more for himself than anything else, which completely fine. He has no obligations to join in and pick one side or another side.
Well, he shouldn't.
Really, it does look like he used it as a grift, which, again, I use grift in not a negative way. I'm using it as a positive way. And really, I think if everyone else did the same thing, I would be highly okay with it, because that puts in competition. Because the way he done it was, hey, yo, all this other stuff. I can't remember exactly what he said, but the feel of it that I got was, yeah, there's all this stuff going on, and instead of buying it from this person, why don't you go and buy it from me instead? As I'm fine with that. That's kind of like competition.
It is kind of like competition. I can kind of see that. I agree with that.
He's not going, hey guys, I'm canceling my subscription because there's a bigoted content. He's not He's not doing it like that. And a lot of people seem to not understand, because a lot of people run around this whole, it's freedom of speech. It's freedom of speech. They're speaking of mine and
I'm so tired of seeing people. I am
that.
so fucking tired of people saying that, because
It's
these
like-
people have no idea what the First Amendment is whatsoever, and I'm like again, if I had like unlimited time and didn't have to work for anything in my life, I would spend time. And I'm glad that I actually have a job that takes me away from this chat, because this is how weak of an individual I am. I would literally argue all day. I would get a law degree. Like, this is how upset I would be. I would go and get a law degree just so I could point it in their face and say, I have a law degree. You're fucking wrong. I would do. That is how spiteful I would be. I would go, if I had unlimited time, unlimited money, which I'm glad I don't, because I would do stupid shit. I would get a law degree and say, you guys are all fucking wrong. I have a law degree. Now eat shit.
I actually don't. I know for a fact he didn't mention Kush.
No, he didn't. He was very intentionally vague, which is a good idea.
Yeah, he was very vague. Wasn't disparaging. Basically, just disagreed with what the person who was talking about was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of going the route that everyone else has been going, and it's like, I'm canceling my affiliation and down with this company, or we need to change this, instead of doing something to change a message, he did something to try to grift.
Yep.
In a good way.
In a good way.
And it's like, instead of using this code, which he didn't take code, so you can use my code instead. And a lot of people look at that and go, well, that's petty. And it's like, yeah, well,
that's free market.
It's free marketing. One, he's not disparaging the company. Two, he's not disparaging Kush. He just disagrees with Kush.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter, even with the message. Primarily, his audience is going to see it anyways. And people gotta understand, people's audience is locked in. It's not like you're going to sway anyone.
No, absolutely
You
not.
might sway. You're gonna sway people who are not involved yet, or who have not heard of Kush, or have not heard of Heavenly Father, or anyone else. Those are the ones you gotta sway. There's not a lot out there.
No.
I mean, it's not like Anna Valens or Noah is going to get all of Kush's subscribers to abandon ship and jump.
No, but the thing is,
that's never going to happen.
That's never been their goal. Their goal has never been to convert people to their side. Because if it were that simple, I feel like it would be a lot more funnier to clown on them. No, their whole thing has been life ruination from the beginning. That's been the goal for them.
Yeah, the goal has been trying to get Kush's sponsors yanked from them.
Sponsors yanked, and that for them to lose money.
Yeah, and going through and you look at the timeline, and I believe Armchair Expert's doing a really thorough deep dive. So he's going to be up until about 7 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, I'll make sure to watch that stream tomorrow, or listen, I guess.
Yeah,
you could say.
I haven't listened in yet, but I know he's. I know
Bambi.
I've seen a couple people talk about it, and he's been very thorough on everything, basically breaking every detail, every nuance point, every statement, every tweet, and comparing it to a couple different things.
Yep.
So it's gonna be an interesting. It's gonna be an interesting stream to watch.
Oh, 100% it will be.
But from my recollection, this whole thing starts back at Kush.
No, it
Kush,
does. Yes.
Noah.
No,
Noah
oh yeah,
going
you're
at
right.
Kush.
You're right. It does start with Nyara.
This whole thing starts with Noah. Noah is the first domino in this whole deal.
Well,
I've looked back. I've looked with everyone talking about this. You can't even go back with Ben or Sylvie and stuff like that. All thing they're doing is just talking shit.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever Kush, Noah starts talking about the sponsorships, that's what kind of gets this whole little powder keg lighting off.
You know what I hate?
And it builds up and builds up and builds up. And then from there, you get everyone else jumping in, like, Ben, and then Sully Sparks, and then Kiro, and then a couple other people. And then all of a sudden, Anna Valens shows up.
You want to know
and
what I
then it's
hate?
an article, and then it just builds and builds and builds and builds from there.
Yep. I hate that my interview with Nyara is because of this as well. Because I would not have interviewed Nyara if she had not been this, like, if he had not been this retarded. Like, Nyara would have been a nobody on the internet. I mean, there's still a nobody on the, let's not get it confused. Nyara is a nobody on the internet. Making videos about trans odd topics in a YouTube algorithm that is, like, increasingly going downhill. And I'm not even trying to be mean. I'm just, like, being legitimately honest here. Was it Bent that went after Leaflet? I have no idea. Bent goes after everybody.
I don't.
Bent
goes after anyone. Bent goes after anyone that disagrees with him or has even slightest pushback. Like I said, I've noticed this too just by watching from distance and forth, and you can see it really well with Allah and a couple other people. But it's to the point now where they're starting to purity test.
Yes.
I remember I said this last night in a super chat under the T. And it's the natural progression that usually happens with this, because when they start getting a movement, usually it's a smaller clique of people.
Yep.
Either people that know each other or just have different same goals. They come together and then they grow and they grow and they grow and they grow. And then eventually it gets to a point where the boat rocks. People become unhappy within that movement because either it goes too far or not far enough, or a line is crossed. And we've seen that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then they start purity testing each other.
Yes.
And then we see exactly what happens. Because if I remember, well, I don't know about like you and Ketsu. I know me and Ketsu's got me blocked.
Oh.
Ketsu's got me blocked because
of the AI thing.
They have they refuse to have a honest discussion about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because they know they'll get BTFO'd on Creative Commons. They refuse to have a actual legitimate discussion about it. And that's fine. I really don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I know you and Ketsu's also kind of had crossing swords a little bit, like what the
Ludwig stuff. It was the Ludwig stuff.
Yeah, the Ludwig. It was the gatekeeping stuff. Is what it was.
Yes, it was the Ludwig stuff, and then I believe that in the past I've also made comments about her because she's an auntie, which is funny because that might be something you and her can agree on, which is hilarious. But like, I even told her in DMs, I was just like, listen, even though we've disagreed on one thing, I don't think you're a horrible person.
Well, and see, that's the deal too. It's like, yes, chat, I'm an auntie.
You're not really an auntie. You're just
get the pitchforks and the tar out right now.
You're not really an auntie. I think that's a little bit more hyperbolic. I think that you're just adverse to the loot aspect of it. Being an auntie is like against lolicon in general. Or just, excuse me, not lolicon, just lolly in general. I don't think you're against it. I think you just don't like the lolicon. Pretty sure that's what I'm saying that
body
right.
Type. To me, it's body type.
Just body type?
Body type. I particularly do not care for it.
Yeah. Well, anti also means that you are against to the point where you are going to go after people, basically.
Yeah. Well, I remember when anti was just not for it, not what it is now.
Mm-hmm. Kitsunero's an auntie. She does not like she did a whole video where she talks about lolicon. If you look on her channel back far enough, you'll find that. I don't know if she's deleted that video, but she is I am like pretty sure she is an auntie. Unless she has changed her mind on it, I am pretty sure I saw a video of her talking about auntie stuff. Or it's not auntie stuff, but like basically talking about how she hates lolicon.
I'll put it like this. My stance is I'm not against it. I'm also not for it.
Mm-hmm.
If the United States government, and I'm using the United States because that's where we live. I don't care if any other place does it. The United States is what I live at. It's laws I abide by.
Yep.
If the laws come out and says that it's illegal, I'm not gonna bat an eye about it. It's gonna be like, okay.
Goodbye, Bambi.
I know a lot of people freak out about it. but it's like, well, laws change all the time, and that's the way our country goes.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, I'm not gonna fight for it. I'm not gonna fight against it. The only time you guys see me really be talking positively or anything like that about it is whenever it's like blatant hypocrisy or double standards.
Mm-hmm. She blocked someone I know for bringing it up. I think it's safe to say she's still anti. Yeah, I like have different measurements on what I would say on it. Like, if only more people saw Lolly that way. If more people saw Lolly that way, then things would be a lot different, you know. Also, hello, you ate my rice. Welcome, welcome. But no, like I know that there's a sliding scale for how much people consider you an anti. Like when it comes to Kirsch, she's very vehemently like against toddler stuff, or like she'll not even play some of the characters in Azure Lane, I think it is, because she just feels uncomfortable with them. That's like the scale that I would consider myself almost close to. Then you've got people that are more like Kitsunero that will just say other things about it, and it's just like it's there's a sliding scale, and so you know people are higher or lower on it.
I treat it the same way as I look at like Grand Theft Auto. You're not gonna go to someone playing Grand Theft Auto and shoot a black man. You're not gonna go up to him and go, "You're a racist murderer."
Yeah,
because you didn't kill no one. It's fiction. I look at it based and solely on fiction. I said something I don't like. It's something I don't agree with. I understand the laws behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about as far as I go. I am one of those people that's like I could care less about fan service, and I just hear the grooms in the chat going right now. Oh my God!
Well, you're
Toast!
married.
But
There's a difference because you're married, and it's not something that interests you anymore. That's the difference between you and other
like
people.
I've been like this since high school.
I'm trying to give you an out here, man.
Sorry, I'm not gonna lie ya. I'm gonna make it very hard. No, I'm in it for the story. I like stories like like Toradora. There's really no fan service in it, but it has a good story. Same thing with other shows and other genres, and I'm in it for the story. Give me a good story. Give me good characters. Give me good character development. Give me good plot. I'm happy. I don't need the 20th penny shot within episode 5.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also not gonna sit there and go, oh, it needs to be removed and it needs to be denigrated and not allowed. I'm not gonna sit there and go like that. I'm just gonna simply go, they could have focused a little bit more on the plot.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Yeah, so I don't rock the boat too much unless it's something like outrageous, and then I might rock the boat a little bit. But besides that, I think I'm more of a moderate on a lot of the stuff. Make a good argument, and I might see things your way. Make a shit argument, and well, I'll call you out on it.
No, I know what you mean. She feels uncomfortable playing the characters from Azure Lane. I mean, if they're good units, you'd be crippling your up. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I'm assuming there are more Kirsch fans here than me. But from what I remember, she's just like she doesn't feel comfortable playing some of the smaller units. I don't crucify me if I'm wrong on that, but that's just what I seem to recall.
Yeah.
I mean, like I personally like don't care, but then again, everybody has their own experiences that lend to what they are okay with and what they're not okay with. Basically, just not my cup of tea route. Yes, I feel like that's probably the best thing.
Yeah. And if people did that more often, there'll be less bullshit online. Go your own fucking way.
I agree.
And that goes for any field, and whether it be streaming, VTubing, stuff like that. Anyways, way off what we're talking about.
We're a little bit off, yeah. But going back, I think we were talking about Kitsunero.
We were talking about Kitsunero, and the only thing I could do was just laugh. watching Kitsuneo and Nala go at one another. The only thing that popped in my mind was the theme from Godzilla going, "Let them fight." So it's like Kitsuneo can hold their own. They don't need help. It is what it is. I've been popping in basically just to tag the piss out of Nala.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just generally just do not like them. I have not liked them since before any of the fucking VTubers start jumping in on this bullshit.
No, I agree. I think that Nyara. Wait, are we talking about Nyara or Kitsuneo?
Nyara.
Yeah, I mean Nyara has been unlikable for a while. Like even before all of this stuff, because she starts. Excuse me, Sorry, I don't respect them anymore. So, when he got his prominence, because of the leave kids alone thing, I genuinely think that if they didn't make that thumbnail that got everybody outraged, they would not have like blown up to the degree they would have. Because I think that they only started being more flamboyant is because they made that thumbnail and people were more receptive to either listening or dunking on them, so they found out that they had an audience. And because they found out they had an audience, they started making more inflammatory things, and the curse thing being one of them. So.
Well, and you kind of got to look at the mentality, because it seems like a lot of people with like a lot of controversial views have pretty much already denigrated themselves, going, "I'm not going to be liked anyways."
Mm-hmm.
And they just go whole hog. And I honestly think that's what it is. They already know that they're going to get backlash, probably because they've had backlash for a long time. Is it right? No. But that's probably just the way they had it.
They were supposed to be a she. They're trans, chat. I'll say this right now, chat. I respect trans people when they do not piss me off and when they are not horrible people to me or other people. Because I believe that like if you are not worthy of respect, I don't care about what you think about yourself. So is that a horrible thing for me to say? Probably, but again, I respect people based off of the respect I get from them, and Nyara has zero respect for me. Ooh, a chainsaw. I have zero respect for Nyara based off of how they treated me after I left their call. Basically saying I was in the closet. Like, I lose all respect for somebody like that when they do that.
Pretty much that whole thing, how it played out is I know I was one of the people telling you, it's like, this is going to be a bad idea. They're going to try to turn this into a debate. They're going to try to get gotchas on it.
And I knew that there was the chance that could happen. Like, I was silently praying, like, I really just hope this doesn't happen. I hope this doesn't happen like every single thing that happens. And it did. It did. And like, you know, maybe you can be upset at me for, you know, falling for it, quote unquote.
I'm not upset. Yeah, it's just like it's a tactic that's been well adapted, and it happens every single time. And there's motions to it. There's hints to it, especially like in talking points, how they direct themselves, how they word stuff. I mean, we can go through and we can call Nora idiot all day long. But Nora's very manipulative.
Yes.
They are idiots, but do not treat them like an idiot. You treat them with caution.
Yes, I agree. Alfred again award.
No, in that whole deal, it's like, you know, Akko had a feeling it was going to happen. They were being told by a couple people it was going to happen. And it's like, benefit of the doubt. The whole thing, despite what people want to say about Akko came at that whole thing very respectable. And like I said, typical fashion, you see this all throughout 2014, all throughout 2018, all throughout streaming history. The after stream fuck up happens every fucking time.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know why it's like the urge to As soon as the person leaves, talk shit on, oh my god, that was so stupid and that was so
She said you were in the closet like you were hiding
Um,
you were trans or something. Why would she say such a again, like, I am genuinely convinced that Niara is AGP, and when you have somebody that is AGP, typically they get sexual gratification off of getting other people to become just like them. Because I really don't know. I can't really opine. I really feel like I've spent a lot of like mean points tonight, so I really don't feel like spending any more. But like,
okay, I'll do it.
well, I mean, that just kind of goes for the stream in general. But like, what I mean is just like, I really can't opine why Niara thought it was okay to be like, oh, I just think that they're in the closet. And it's just like, why would you say something like that? Can I speculate something about you? Can I say that you're an AGP? Can I say that you're mentally ill? Can I say all manner of horrible, mean things, rotten shit? No, I'm not going to do that because that's not me. And it really shows that, like, you doing this is a sign that, like, you don't care or respect me. So I don't respect you. Okay, I'm not caring.
Yeah.
Anymore.
Yeah, pretty much. And I noticed it all kind of comes back down to that one thing. And if you notice, it seems to be a trigger word. And that's AGP.
Yeah.
And you can tell whenever you're talking of an individual if it sets them off. Because then they become highly defensive about it. We've seen it with Noah, we've seen it with Anna. And actually, it's been real documented for Anna since like 2019, 2019, real documented with them. And it all comes around on how they got to the point where they're at. And I think Noah did themselves a little bit more of a disservice coming onto your stream than anything else, because they did let a lot of points slip that they hid on the post on Twitter. Like, for instance, I can't remember. Oh, hang on.
I need to put down more fires.
Shut up, Dylan.
Wait, what?
Anyways, nothing. It's a joke.
Oh.
Anyways.
Motherfuckers already German, already knew the outcome. That's mean, chat. Not all Germans. I was gonna say Kitsunero is, but Kitsunero is special in their own way, so you know. I was about to say Enos as well, but Enos is being very special as well.
Yeah. I don't have much to say on the Enos stuff. It's
Neither do I.
You gotta go. It's like if you gotta go Enos, there's like several things that you can go at then. And it's just it's just one of those petty things. It's like, okay, you made fun of a religion, who fucking cares?
Yeah. I don't really care about it.
But when it comes down to it, it's like, Noah stated that, what was it? They had no research. There was no information. There was no studies about this stuff. And they went through and they looked and they found, what was it? It was film boy erotic stuff when they were 12. And that's what got them down the path. So, they let that slip on the stream. And then before that, they were bitching and complaining about, oh, well, trans people are not AGP because they were bitching at Kush about it because Kush brought it up. Kush didn't bring it up to them, wasn't targeting them, but brought it up as, took offense on it. And usually whenever somebody takes offense on something, usually either it's because they're really passionate about it or it hits a little too close to home for them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and we looked it up. There's studies about all this stuff before, because they laid out dates and times. So, it's easy to go back and look on the net. There's this stuff available. They didn't have to go through that route. So, there's a lot of things that you can probably attribute and probably go at. But, aside from that, Noah probably just needs to cut it out. And I say that legitimately because looking stuff up, And a lot of people don't understand what a tort is. A lot of people have been, thrown that legal mindset, like, oh, you don't know what this is, or this is, and classic, using AI to, what is a tort? Common class scenario is a business going at another business to hurt profits. Folks, it doesn't have to be a business. It could be another person in that business. It could be an outside influence, like a jilted person that's upset that they didn't get a contract, going at a person who did get a contract. Stuff like that. And another thing too, I know you haven't brought it up that much, but I have. Living in Germany, using the term Nazi to try to identify someone, even legitimate, is a big no-no.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that to me earlier. Not on this stream, but like it's something that you've told me before.
Yeah, it's kind of a big no-no. Now, can anybody be down about it? And if you want to go over to Germany and do it, but
I don't think that Kirsch is going to do that. Kirsch is going to use it as a way of like saying, "Oh my gosh, look, Chad, I'm being canceled," which she probably should do. I don't know.
Kirsch's strong suit would be to lean into it and make fun of it,
which is what you kind of should do in some of these situations.
To be honest, what Kirsch needs to do is to get just like a little 2D model of an easy bake oven, put it down next to her, and have a medical hat on top of it. It's like, I did it, chat.
I put him in an easy bake oven. That is your dad. I put him in an easy bake oven.
Lean into it.
Yeah.
Lean into it. And, monetize haters. That's what I would do. Kirsch might have something a little bit more tactful, who knows? Or Kirsch just might annoy it, or might make fun of it, who knows? I don't know what they would do. But, honestly, there is no proof of anything that people are going at Kirsch for.
No.
The number one thing that they can probably side at is the great replacement theory bullshit. That is probably the only legitimate criticism that they probably levy at Kirsch, if they didn't take it fucking out of context, and if they didn't try to twist towards around.
Yeah.
Because great replacement theory is bullshit. Now, there is a mass influx of immigrants in different countries.
Yes. People cannot deny that. If they do, they are just literally delusional.
Yeah, there's a mass influx. And it's not for one solitary reason. It's for a number of reasons. And it's leading to kind of like the same outcome, what's labeled into that. But it's not that. So there's some legitimacy in it. I think Kirsch just go a little too hard into the reads on it. But, if you watch any of Kirsch's streams and actually get the way they talk, a lot of it, they're just tagging the piss out of it.
Yeah, I do think that this isn't really a bad thing, but I think sometimes, like, when you've got an audience that is slowly building up around that, and I do think that a lot of people are very doomer pilled. I think that, probably for the memes, she'll lean into it for that audience. I don't know. What am I playing? I'm playing Sons of the Forest. I'm playing on a server that Lumi made.
I'll tell you right now, the best person right now I can point to who's really playing into it is Moonshine. Moonshine is doing a phenomenal job right now at, one, pissing off people, and two, heavily leaning into it and doing it in the correct manner. Oh yeah, no, yeah, he's definitely he made skits with his little dolls. Yeah, he made skits of the Off-Kai meetup as like some secret organization hiding and stuff like that. Yeah, and you can tell he was trying to nag at Bent a little bit because Bent made a big deal out of fucking trash can.
Yeah, I think what's funny
And
is Bint and a lot of these other people just don't really. Oh, hold on. A lot of these people just don't really realize that they're so dumb sounding that they make it so easy to make fun of them, and it's just like, you know, these people try to act all high and mighty. You know that dev meme where it's not really a dev meme, but it's like a meme that everybody uses for dev, where it's just like everybody's laughing at him. He's like, oh, they're rent free, and it's just like, no, not rent free. Everybody's laughing at you because you're a fucking moron.
Yeah, as I said, I'm gonna give Dev credit every now and then. Don't lambast me, chat, but I've got to give Dev credit every now and then. You know, he is right every now and then.
Broken clock strikes sometimes. That's what you say.
You know, I don't really like. I kind of don't really like the saying a broken clock is right twice a day.
Mm-hmm.
Because the insinuation is a broken clock that's not moving is right twice a day. Because it'll be that time twice a day. However, if your clock is off, you're never right.
I guess.
And,
I think you're taking it a little too literally, though.
That's me.
Hey, you're not
That's what
autistic. I am.
Technically, I'm not autistic. Or at least I'm not diagnosed. So, as far as I'm concerned, I'm normal.
That's
and
like
people
2
wanting
victim
the moon sign
points.
stuff.
That's like 2 victim points. You can be Cherokean, and then you can also be autistic.
The fuck is Cherokean?
Most of what she says isn't from her, but from the videos that she watches. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Here's the thing. It will be very surprising for people to hear this, and it's not because I hate or don't hate Kirsch. I don't watch her. I occasionally, the most you'll see is I'll watch clips to make sure that, before I advocate for something she says, I'll make sure that I either agree with it or I can interface with the context. Otherwise, just like every single other creator out there, I don't care to watch their content because I don't watch streamers. I pay attention to the people immediately around me, and that's about it. The only reason why I pay attention to her right now is because there is drama literally surrounding her on all sides. The moment that the drama dies in a couple of days to maybe a week, I will go back to not paying attention to some of what she says. And that's not an evil thing for me to say. I just don't care. I don't know. My whole thing is paying attention to drama, and when there's no drama happening, they're just not interesting to me.
I mean, what did she say? She's on a vacation right now.
Exactly. Legitimately, if if people weren't talking about her, I would not, for any reason, be talking about her. It'd just be like, oh, she's on vacation. Enjoy your vacation. Have fun. Come back. I'll watch your fans while you're gone. That's about it.
Yeah,
and again, I don't hate her. And like I said, I may disagree occasionally with some of the things that she says, but for the most part, I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, he's cantankerous, not autistic. Okay.
There's a difference.
Look, I'll put you like this. I don't take Kush seriously.
I don't take a lot of what she says seriously either.
Well, there's a lot of reasons why I don't take her seriously, okay? I kind of look at her as a dumb bimbo woman. That's what she is, a dumb bimbo woman. That's not meant to be
It's a
an
lot
insult.
of female streamers.
Yeah, that's just the way she is. Now, here's the reason why I don't take her seriously, and it's because something personally happened with me and her. So, like her,
Are we gonna have a therapy session here?
Like you and like me, she's a fan of Medica. She likes Jim. Reason why I don't take her seriously is because there are a number of streamers that will stream snipe Jim. I'm one of them. I'm one of the few streamers that actually does commentary behind it. So, and you've been on a couple of those.
I think, one or two of them.
Yeah. Everyone else, Purity Sin, XYZ Zone, and there's 3 or 4 of them I can't remember off the top of my head. But they'll just restream it as an archive. Because everyone knows once Jim gets on streaming, as soon as he gets on streaming, the VOD's deleted. So it's literally from his channel. So it's literally if you're not there to watch it on his channel, it's gone. It's not coming back. It goes bye-bye. So a lot of those archive channels, they archive it because, you can't catch the gym stream. You can catch it on one of these other channels.
Mm-hmm. Chat's asking Bimbo who. Chat, he's talking about Kirsch.
Kush is a dumb bimbo woman. And that's who I'm talking about right now.
I didn't say that, chat. He did.
Yeah, lambast me. But the reason why I say that is because we were stream sniping, and it's like midway through the stream. And Kush got done streaming her stream.
Mm-hmm.
And then she raided into me, which was
I'm sure that was quite crazy.
That was quite, getting inundated with about 3,000 plus people at once. Yeah. That was interesting, especially whenever I think I was still like 700, 800 subscribers at the time. So yeah, I got raided into, and it's like, oh, cool. And I know she knew of me because of Dragon's Treasure, because Dragon's Treasure talked to her and got her to let me do AI of her voice. For whatever reason, he wanted stuff done. Okay, whatever. But it's like, oh, she remembered me from that. Cool. She raided in. That's cool.
A once in a lifetime opportunity. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. But it was cool until I started reading in chat. This ain't Medica's stream. It's like, what do you mean? And it's like, well, no, it's not Medica's stream. We're stream sniping. And it's like, Cars was supposed to raid into Medica. Oh, okay. So we continue on, let's stream in. So I went back to her stream, looked up. She couldn't find Jim's channel. Mine popped up for her. And Lily said, oh, looks like Jim changed the name of his channel.
Chat, they're talking about harmful opinions. One of my chatters says he doesn't like that she's a fan of harmful opinions.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Anyway,
I'm not a fan of harmful opinions. I listen to them to kind of get. So I know Rogue listens to them. I listen to them, but we usually listen to them to kind of gauge a feel of what's going on. He is part of the commentary sphere.
Yes, he is.
And there's a couple people you can listen to kind of get a pulse on what may or may not be going on. Harmful Opinions is one. Tommy C is another one. Xylee is one. There's like one or two more that you can actually go into. No, Diorio is not one.
He would like to think he's one.
No. I'm not a fan of Diorio.
No,
so,
well, I will say that he is one of those opposing opinions that I listen to just to make sure that I'm listening to all sides kind of guys.
Yeah, the reason why I say those people specifically, you can get a pulse and heartbeat. They're not afraid to go at any of the other members within their clique. And they will do it. Now, some of the other ones will do it also when it benefits them. So you want to gauge the ones that will do it that does not benefit them, but they're doing it on principle. So I watched them to kind of get a grasp of what's going on.
Yep.
So not a fan, but I do listen to what he has to say.
Yes. I kind of treat some people like that as well. Like, again, like with Nick, I don't really like a lot of his opinions because a lot of his opinions sound very childlike or very like Zoomer-esque, which I know he is. But like, if he's the guy, he's like one of the bigger guys that talks about some of the things I'm interested in. Wasn't I on Hypnotic? Not Hypnotic. Harmful Opinions. Hypnotic is all right. He's pretty funny with his grifter thing, but Hypnotic is all right.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, what was this? So she raided into the on stream. That's it. It's just the fact of it was funny, and I just look at it. It's like it just suits her so well. It's like I can't take her seriously. She knows who Jim is. Jim's channel's not gone anywhere. She raids into me thinking that Jim changed his channel name to me. So there's a lot of difference between Mr. Medica and Sparky's Tech Corner.
Mm-hmm. I genuinely think
But,
it was just a mistake, but that could just be me.
No, I went back and re-listened. She literally said it. But
I got nothing on that, man.
That's kind of what I mean. That's kind of how I look at her at. So I don't really take her seriously. She's entertaining. She's fun to watch every now and then. I don't watch her all the time, especially whenever she goes on political stuff. I just tune out, and I do that basically for every VTuber except for a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll stick around and watch yours just to try to help moderate and chat, but that's about it. I have my own politics. I don't need to stick with anyone else's.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately there's a lot of bad people out there, and a lot of people will say a bunch of stuff, and I see a lot of people bring up the obvious with like harmful. Look, he has his own principles, and this is me being charitable to harmful. He has his own principles, and he does a job in explaining it in a way of I can understand.
Mm-hmm.
When he's not being autistic about it. Caveat that with a fine point.
Mm-hmm.
When he starts getting off in the weeds and being autistic about it, he starts rambling, and then he starts not making sense no more.
Mm-hmm.
But if we can actually sit down and actually get through a thought and point it out without being distracted, he makes a good points at times. And as far as that situation with another VTuber, I mean, there's a lot of questionable stuff that happened, so
yeah,
you can't fault somebody for the points of the views of whatever.
Yeah, I think Mizu brought up a point when it comes to Harmful that he feels like Harmful is just trying to reignite or redo his career or like do more, and Mizu just feels like he's being a little irresponsible.
He is, and I can agree with Mizu on that one. Because people don't know, Harmful was an old Gamergator.
Yes, he was. He was.
Harmful did streams with Jim, and a lot of people, a lot of people don't know. It's like Harmful Opinions, Mr. Medica, Matt Jarbo, Ethan Ralph, and there's a couple other people. They were around the Gamergate era. So, same with, Sargon of Accord, and Dev was part of that.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys have been around for a long time.
You guys were all very gay with each other. I'm telling you right now. Somebody asked me like, if it's bad that I only watch people when they're in drama. No, Chad. Here's the thing. I don't pay attention to people because they're in drama for content. I mean, like that is a component of it because I do like making content off of it. But also that's just what's interesting to me. Like there is one, maybe two streamers that I will casually sit down to watch because they are genuinely interesting to me. They are just genuinely interesting to me to pay attention to. One of those being Maury. All right? One of them being Maury. Outside of that, nobody's interesting to me unless they're in trouble. And I just find it fascinating. And like, I'm not saying that like this is an evil thing, all right? I'm saying that as somebody who loves to study the human condition and how humans operate, I study drama as like why did it get to this place? Why is it the way it is? And I feel like understanding that, one, helps me to be a better person in my life. Not always, but it helps me. But it also allows me to educate other people and say, this is what you don't do.
Yeah, and you go back and look and you study, and you can see the build up and downfall of people, and it's different in many different ways.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I like drama for that reason. It just happens to be fun to cover.
Yeah. So like for instance, you got Matt Jarbo. Matt Jarbo got big off of Gamergate, and he was respectable for a time, and then it went to his head, and then he started putting more and more and more political spousing views in, and whenever he started doing that, he started getting made fun of more, and whenever people started making fun of him more, he started, flagging him.
Mm-hmm.
And that was kind of his rise and downfall. He got big off of one thing. He saw he was doing good. Tried to push his own politics and stuff and twist stuff around. People started making fun of him, and then, that happened. Another example, you got Tonka Saw. Tonka Saw got big off of and at blood sports. It became very popular to watch two people get on a stream and Jerry Spooner it, basically. And it was just yelling matches, that got started up by Tonka and Failure. Other people jumped in on it and helped out. Jim was a very big fan of that. And then internal gay ops happened. There's disagreements inside the camp, and people tried snaking each other, and that's how you ended up getting the Tonka Saw versus Andy Worski that Tonka didn't show up to the fight with.
Yep.
He talked a big game about wanting to beat people down, and
I was summoned from the fiery pits of hell.
Is that what the Jews call Jerusalem these days?
No, I said Tonka Saw.
Sorry, he's a Chad. I can say that he's a Jew, so it's okay.
Yeah, but no, like Tonka Saw, he was the internet tough guy. Don't step up to him in the ring because he'll knock you down a few pegs. But when we actually challenge him, he never shows up.
Mm-hmm.
That was his rise and fall. And you can say the same thing with many other people, even Ralph and some others on top of that one. Tonka Truck versus Main. Yeah.
We will defend ourselves.
Aim.
There's a person named John Delarose saying to start another Gamergate. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. That guy is such a mental fucking retard. I just look at him and I'm like, I am waiting for him to crash out again.
Yeah, we already had a Gamergate 2, and y'all didn't even realize it.
We had a Gamergate 2 and technically a 3. What are these fuckers doing in my base?
Actually, I'll disagree with that. I don't think we even had to.
I know. I'm just shitposting because everyone was saying after... Fuck, I can't even remember what the inciting incident was, but people were saying, oh, this is Gamergate 2. Stellar Blade. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it is like Stellar Blade and something else. No. Sweet Baby Inc.
Yeah, it was Sweet Baby Inc.
Baby Inc. Yep.
Sweet Baby Inc. That was Kellis for that one. Now, here's the thing. Gamergate was named by a Hollywood star celebrity. That's how he got its name. A Hollywood star celebrity. The name escapes me. I don't remember who the fuck. It was a bald one, I think.
He's a nobody now.
Yeah. But he's the one that coined the term Gamergate. And the movement was...
Ethics in gaming journalism.
Yeah, ethics in gaming journalism. Everyone thinks it's this rote bullshit, anything like that. No, it was just simply ethics in journalism.
Hey, maybe you shouldn't be reviewing a game of the person who you're fucking.
Yeah, and that was the whole point of it. It wasn't about rogue. It wasn't about any of this stuff. It was about being honest with your reporting on stuff around the media you're covering. That's basically what it was. And one of the loudest banning voices was Medicare. Or actually, at that time, an aristocrat.
Yeah.
He was one of the loudest voices. Now, he wasn't that popular. He got popular whenever, people like Ethan Ralph started coming around him. Saw on a record.
Total Biscuit,
and a couple other people came together. And then, the voices came together, merged, and they were starting to put that message out there. And then you had the other side, and it's like, oh my God, they're attacking a poor, helpless, defenseless woman. Oh my God, the horror. Oh my God, that poor girl being constantly harassed. They did nothing, how it goes. But that's how it was, and that's what Gamergate was. And if you want to argue, we lost Gamergate.
Oh no, we did.
Gamergate was not a win, it was a loss. And it was a loss not because the other side was better. It was a loss because people got content break. They seen views, they seen growing subscribers, they seen likes, they seen $sign.
Everyone became a grifting retard, and congratulations, you became just like the politicians you hate, because all you fucking did was pay lip service and never get anything actually fucking done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And that's the reason why Jim left. And he wiped everything. He left and he came back, reinvented himself as Mathematica, and that was for other reasons. But Jim's been around the block a couple different times, and the only one out of this whole fucking group that's been consistent has been Jim.
Mm-hmm.
The only one.
Mm-hmm. I dream to be that consistent. I feel like I'm doing good so far.
Yeah,
and chat go and start criticizing Here's your list of things that you did wrong, Akko.
I'm fine with that.
Gamergate never ended. Gamergate never ended because preeminently after 2 just makes me think we're still in 2. Well, like I said, 2 never happened because 2 was because Sweet Baby Inc. and it fell down the same pitfalls, and that's the bad thing with a movement like this. The only way you're gonna have a true legitimate movement to do anything with is it's got to be a selfless movement. And it cannot just be one individual baiting the drum. It's got to be multiple individuals standing out with the same ideas in their head. We're tired of the bullshit in the fucking media that's being pushed to us to push a agenda.
Well, the other major thing is you don't following a leader can be all nice and all that if you actually have an organizational structure. However, you don't, and those tend to not work very well, especially since everyone just follows, again, a social media person, a content star, someone who is going to just squeeze the cow for all it's worth instead of actually doing a damn thing. Great example. Yeah. Grums. Sorry, just going to say it, chat. If you
pinch
like
poke,
Grums,
you owe me a Coke.
cool.
Yeah, pinch poke, you owe me a Coke. We said the same thing at the same time. Yeah, no, and Grums is the perfect example of that. Grums is basically Matt Jabo. And if there's any Grums fans out there, sorry.
Damn.
He's basically Matt Jabo. He had a good point. He had a good stance, and he fumbled the football. Because the only thing he had to do was bring attention to it and continue on. But because it was so noticeable, gotta do bigger, gotta do better, gotta hit harder. Next target, next target, next target. Guys, that's what woke does.
Akko would have been my Oshi.
Next target.
Akko would have been my Oshi, but he's a man and I'm not gay. That's fair. I don't think that being your Oshi makes you gay. I'm pretty sure. The sad thing about John is he thinks the satanic panic never happened. When you disagree, he calls you a pedo. Listen, John is like going through his own mental breakdown right now. You just need to let him go through his own mental breakdown right now. I'm going to assume that he's going through something in his own life.
Wait, who's John?
John Delarose. The guy that had the furry Pokemon shit on his computer and is hyper religious.
Yeah, him. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. Anyone who is saying satanic panic isn't real is a lying fucking hack. Totally not calling out anyone specific. Yeah, satanic panic was real, and all these people, John Delarose, fuck that guy. He's a complete hack. Basically, most of these people, this is why I'm saying, you want shit to go right, you got to make sure that you follow the right people, that you also are just independently doing things. A hive mind wave works a lot better and caused a lot more fucking damage than following a leader. Because if that leader is for any reason not perfect, then guess what? Shit falls apart fast. But people are mostly followers, so I understand. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Quick, short, and precise strikes.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't. and it's actually real surprising. A lot of people don't know this, but it's like, you know, Sargon, Picard, and Medica were on really, really friendly terms. But whenever Sargon started going down the more political route, you know, Jim being Jim, you know, poking and making fun of it because it was stupid. That's kind of where they had the disagreement at. And then they got into that stream and they started having a fight. And then it really just kind of came out and it was like, you know, Sargon was pissed at Jim because Jim never took the reins during Gamergate, and that's the reason why Gamergate failed. And Jim corrected the record of it, like, no, because everyone became a Grefton piece of shit.
Yep.
And not only that, but he was also just making fun of Sargon for the sheer fact that it's like, Sargon can say a lot of things, but then it's all just air. And so when Jim pressed him, like, oh, what's so funny? Or, oh, what's this idea you got? And
He never got
Sargon
anything.
couldn't, yeah, he never got anything, which was, you know, just kind of poking him and being like, see, you're not as smart as you say you are. Chill.
Well, that's typical with British people, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's another thing. If ever it's a British person who's trying to be your leader, immediately hang them. I mean, what? I mean,
In Minecraft, you motherfucker. I let you up once. What the fuck?
What? I was just gonna say you shoved them out the way. That's what I meant to say.
Didn't John Catfish just sell his book? He did. Although that doesn't really matter because it's kind of similar to a VTuber. Although I would say that the ways that he did it was kind of scummy. Like using a person that didn't know that he was using her likeness without her consent.
Oh, that's creepazoid behavior.
It was kind of weird, not gonna lie.
Yeah. But no, and the crux of it is like, you know, that was Grum's major issue, and you know, unfortunately, it's like I got chalk out the road. Greg was right on that one. Again, because me and Penn was on you know Grum's side there, but then it's you know going low 2-4. It's like whenever you get on that mindset, next target, you've lost the plot.
Yes.
You don't want there to be a next target.
You want there to be an end.
You want it to be a one and done. You don't want to continue rattling the battle cry to go into battle to a endless war that never ends. And it's like a lot of people want full roke and stuff. A lot of people want full common sense and stuff. And a lot of people don't understand you're never gonna have that.
No.
You're not gonna have one way or another way. It's gotta be down the middle.
Really quickly. Sorry,
Go ahead.
You finish your point. I'm gonna read supers after you're done.
Okay. It's gotta be down the middle. People's gotta have some compromise. Example. Oblivion. I don't think the body type 1 and 2 is that big of a deal. I know it's a big deal for a lot of other people because, oh my god, why did you change this? Whatever.
Wolfsbane! Firing squad him now!
In Minecraft.
If you can compromise on that, it's a great game.
Oh boy, he's also been taken by the Todd Slop. Oh no.
Well, he
Occo.
is Cherokean, so you know. Anyway, Wolfsbane for $4. First one for which hell, Ohio or California, specifically LA. Neither. It would be New York. And then Wolfsbane for 2 again. Come on, Bull, we aren't the French. We're not savages.
Ah, yes, you're right. We have
not
more
rats.
ethical means.
We're
have
not
much
rats,
more
chat.
ethical means.
Hey, what I mean by it's a great game, it's an entertaining game to play. It could be a lot better. There's a lot of fixes that they can do in it. There's a lot of stuff that they can do to make that game a lot better.
I know.
But compared to a lot of
poke everyone.
And that's fine. And it's like, you know, it deserves its criticism. Every game deserves some sort of criticism. Nothing's perfect. But it's like, it's being able to come to the middle and, you know, agree, let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'm sorry, whenever I see people go, oh my god, the BK kids back in the 90s was DEI in disguise. I'm sorry, you've lost the fucking plot.
Yeah, no. But my whole methodology is this. it has been give for way too long. So as far as I'm concerned, I would say take your compromise and shove it, because I am not wanting to give these shits anything because they're not rational, they're not sane. Therefore, I'm not going to fucking do that.
And that's the main crux of the problem right there. And it can't be one side, it has to be both. So what I'm basically saying is something that's never gonna happen.
Yeah, I'm enjoying my games that I play because they ain't DEI crap.
Yeah, but you gotta have to try to steer towards the middle. It can't be to one extreme and to the other extreme end.
Well, both the extremes basically are the same thing. Censor video games, which I don't fucking approve of. I'm not like I want tits in every game kind of fella. I'm just I want a fucking good game. I don't give a rat's ass about your stupid politics.
I guess this.
Yeah, no, and but no, that's kind of like my point. What I was saying earlier with like fan service and animes and stuff like that. And it's like, I can understand fan service; it's fine, it's whatever. But when you're on the 20th penny shot, 5 episodes in, it's kind of a little much. It's like, give me a good storyline, give me a good plot, give me something that I can play, enjoy, be entertained with, and not shove something down my throat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not that way. So.
No, I'm. Okay.
I actually haven't played Claire Obscura. What Expedition 33? What the fuck is this? This kind of just
It's a new
came out of
turn-based.
nowhere.
It's a new turn-based RPG like Final Fantasy, and everybody is treating it like a brand new Final Fantasy franchise. That's how good it is.
Oh boy!
I believe it
more
broke.
RPG Maker games. Yay.
No, it's not an RPG Maker. It's even better. It's like
good.
Final. It's like people are likening it to Final Fantasy X.
All right, I'll go look at it. I'll look at the trailer.
But yeah, it's just this, and for whatever reason, it's like this whole thing. It seems like with this whole right versus left, vote versus non-vote. It really seems like that and please tell me if I'm nuts or I'm just seeing something that no one else is seeing.
Holy shit! Really... This is pretty. Sorry.
Told ya.
It just seems like to me that this part's starting to boil all over. It's like tensions are really high, and tensions are really high. Sides are starting to go, both sides are starting to go way more extremes to both sides, and it just.
Okay, but that's been happening for years. Like, are you saying that what boiling point are you saying that we're gonna see?
I mean, you're starting to see not only on the left but on the right, threats of violence, major threats of violence, actually things being done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were done, but usually just one side. But now you're starting to see both sides starting to, capitulate.
Mm-hmm.
And just, looking through Twitter, great example, like I said, this GameStop stuff. And, stuff with, the games coming out. And the animes, you're just starting to see more and more people just kind of become more vocal and more vocal about it. And it's starting to get everyone's, tempers flowed up.
My opinion is I don't like life ruination for any individual. If people decided to commit life ruination against Niara, even though I dislike them heavily, I would come out and say that I think that life ruination is wrong and that they should just live in their own petard and that you should leave them alone.
Yeah. So, like, great example, again, Noah. It's like, I'm going to call them out on the stupid bullshit they say. But I'm not going to say that somebody needs to go do something to them. That's stupid. No, he's like, leave them the fuck alone. If Noah came out tomorrow and is like, enough of this dumb bullshit, I want to just, live my life, I, enjoy the things and, not push fucking agendas, it's like, cool, move on. But until that happens, it's like they say stupid shit. They're gonna get slack for it.
No, I agree. I agree.
But
I
if
agree.
anyone tries to, if anyone tries to take that to the fucking extreme, I say I call this out too because people faking shit. It's like no, I may not like them. It doesn't give you the fucking right to lie about them, even though they might lie about. But it does not give you the fucking right.
That's why I've been very careful to say what I've said about Nyara.
Yeah. So it's like,
how the fuck do I put this down?
Hey, Akko, I'm looking at chat. I need you to put something up and tap the sign for people. Don't worry, it's nothing that'll get you in trouble.
Nothing else. That's way too small, man.
Oh, fuck. Sorry, I didn't know how small it was. Here, let me increase
No, I'm just going to show it at the native size that you put it at. There we go.
Dude.
How do I get rid of this fucking thing? I need to throw it. I want to throw this, GPS thingy. Throw it.
Yeet it. Yeet
I
it.
can't. It won't let me.
Just remember, chat, nothing ever happens.
Here's what I think, Sparky. You say that things are getting worse. I think that things have always been somewhat similar or the same throughout the ages. It's just now you can actually see it happen in real time.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. It's like more and more and more and more people are jumping in on it. It used to be just the talking heads. Then it started being some of the orbiters. Now it seems like everyone and their mother's coming out and doing it. And that's what I mean. It's just like more and more people are coming into it. And the more people you get involved in something, it seems like the worse things get.
I would say this. Look, tensions are clearly growing. I can even see that. I will just simply say, how do I say this?
Be nice about it.
I know. I was just simply going to say tensions grow and the flames will keep going because there's no amicability or resonance of mutual understanding anymore. And, you can argue both ways, yada, yada, yada. Oh, well, A attacked B, so A is in the wrong. B attacked A, so B is in the wrong, yada, yada, fucking yada. I'll just fucking say, compare it back to, in Israel. 200-year war. Constant fighting. It's going to happen, and it's going to reach a boiling point. And I don't think that now these sides are going to fucking have anything that can really diffuse and bring people together. There would need to be a major event happen to get people to put down the torches. Otherwise, it's going to blow up. And when it does, there are several possible outcomes. One side A destroys side B. Side B destroys side A. Or A and B both have mutually assured destruction. And I won't be hooting and hollering about anything, even though I could make more examples, but I won't. All I'm saying is, fuck it. I've got my games. Please get the knives out and kill each other, and I'll just be dancing over and being a scavenger afterwards.
Yeah.
Give me shekels. Corpses can't protect their own shekels. I'll protect them.
And I see some people going, is like some things have gotten better and some things have gotten worse, and that's what I mean. It's nothing changes. Yeah, it might make a win on one front, but in order to get that win, it seems like something is sacrificed on another front, and it's just a capitulating circle. And I don't know. I just got a feeling that probably in the next couple months, something's gonna happen. I just got a feeling something's gonna happen, and it's gonna be major. And I
When?
just got a feeling it's got to be at. I don't know. I just got a feeling. Just looking at everything, I just have a hunch.
You know, Tim Pool said that like back when the election happened, right?
He said it with cocaine in his nose. Something's gonna happen, man. Something's gonna happen.
You realize, Ball, you just sent me like half of the image, right?
God damn it! What the fuck is with these?
You're just bad at computers.
Fuck you.
You're just mad because I'm right.
Go back to Web 1.0, old man.
That's what I grew up on. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Go
I
back
need to find the can opener. Let me Google where the can opener is. How to find the can opener.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got a feeling something's gonna happen.
There you go. All right, put that back on.
No, I'm not putting that back on.
All I know is you can easily explain if crazy shit happens. It's probably the feds. Just remember, everyone, if someone is fed posting, do the correct thing. If you want to actually make sure a movement or a group is nice and healthy, not only do you fucking, disagree with and make sure your stances are clear and proper, but if you have any people saber rattling or chest beating, internet tough guy shit, make sure you just shit check them and throw them the fuck out, or they're going to throw you out. That's the way it works.
Yeah. Did I see that Tim Pool was at the White House? Everybody has told me that Tim Pool was at the White House.
Yeah, Timothy was at the White House, finally. His mind has been blown. He had a priapism. He's like, oh, finally.
Yeah. I bet it's all going celebrating for that day. Donald Trump says, "Gimme gate."
That's never going to happen.
If it does,
you never know.
Are you going to just concede and have to wear the hat I give you?
You gave him a hat?
No, you're going to wear the hat I give you.
What hat?
You know which hat I'm preparing to send.
No, I really don't. Oh, that hat. No. I'm not Jewish.
You must convert.
If
he says it, you must convert.
My mom will disown. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think she would do that.
And that's a real thing too. I've had so many people come at me, bashing. Oh God.
Damn.
Hey, Tim. How do I know? You got that intro that always goes off, and it's like, that's Temp.
Oh, don't worry, I don't hear it.
It's funny though.
It's better than someone's who I won't name, but all I'll say is there was a hot mic moment where someone had apparently made their sound for joining the N-word, and that was on a fucking live stream.
Was that Ant?
That was not Ant, and no, I'm not going to fucking out them, so shush.
Well, if it wasn't Ant, then I don't care who it is.
I just don't want to actually out the person who fucked up because he's actually a good dude. But it was on a talent stream, and we had to nuke that shit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I did give Occo that brand new cover that your AI did for intros. If they ever want to play it one day.
If you want me to talk more to give it more enthusiasm, just fucking yap with me for 4 hours, and that should give it enough data.
I'm not petting you. No.
Came out of nowhere.
Chat's asking, what's your favorite snack?
Mine? I don't really have one.
Nonsense. Everyone has a favorite snack.
Spam.
Spam is not a snack.
Spam is a meal.
That's a snack.
Spam is a meal that you're supposed to cook, and if you eat it as a snack, it's kind of gross. Does this chat filter out the N-word? I would assume so.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, listen, all right, you slice up some Spam, you put it on crackers with some Gouda cheese, and there you go. It's a snack.
Not petting you. Go away.
Excuse me.
No.
For me, it would have to be the humble snickerdoodle.
That's a treat.
No, I'm not. No. No. Stop.
The
I'm
fuck is a
eating
treat,
ramen. Go
Akko? It
away.
is a snack.
I'm sorry. I'm just splitting hairs with you now. It's almost 2:30.
I'm gonna hit you
Is
with a
soup a
rock.
meal?
How about
Yes.
that?
I have ramen.
Ramen. What everyone eats at work to survive.
I make my ramen taste good.
See, I added curry, egg, sausage, corn, and ginger to my ramen.
My ginger.
It's
Don't
good.
you, don't you have enough of that in you already?
No, never.
Never. Listen, even I have a giant gallon of tea that is ginger tea.
I'm not petting you. Go away. No.
Nickelodeon.
Oh man, we watched those documentaries earlier.
Yeah, that I've seen that, and I was like, oof, this is rough and also sad.
My favorite chips.
Yes.
I
really shouldn't have what I like.
Pringles, which is bad because I'm allergic to Pringles, I'm allergic to wheat, and wheat is in Pringles. Did I just get a can opener?
Akko is a genetic dead end, chat.
I am not a genetic dead end. That's very mean. Yes, I got the can opener. Yes, I can eat cat food now.
Oh God.
No. Wait. No.
Somebody clip
No.
that. Somebody clip that.
Clip it.
Cat, why are you so mean to
Oh
animals?
fuck! I just ate it, and I was trying to save it. Fuck.
Because I love my cat. My cat is wonderful. She's a bit of an attention whore.
I've actually got a question. So, we all know, the most humble of hat salesmen is going to be on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what time yet exactly, but it's going to be on Sunday. And he's gave a kind of a lay down what he might be talking about. You have any ideas what else he might talk about? Because he always likes to sneak those in there.
If he talks about the curse thing, that would be insane.
I have a feeling he might.
You think
hint.
so?
I have a feeling he might hit. So, and here's my reasoning for that. So, and I called this out in the Discord too. So, Jim has a couple of different followers that may or may not be alts, but that's allegedly
Of himself?
And yeah. So there's a post on Twitter named Ricky. And he has kind of a silly medical avatar that he puts up. Ricky, for the longest time, was thought to be Jim. After Jim took his hiatus. Because Ricky came on right after that. Got to the point where, Jim and Ricky kind of converse with each other. There's a couple different people that Jim responds to. Ricky's one of them. He also follows me. He also talks to me a little bit on Twitter. As soon as I seen Ricky start retweeting stuff from AI Mr. Medical and mine Twitter about the Anna and Nala stuff, it was like not within a day he reposted a thing with Kush.
Send me the account. I'm curious.
He pretty much came out and he's done a face doc, stuff like that. It's like, yeah, I'm not Jim and all that good stuff, but it's still kind of a running gag. Noble Atlas on Twitter for anyone who is curious.
The wife of the Weezer bass player had a shootout with the police. What the fuck?
Do I pound what?
Apparently, the wife of the bass player for Weezer had a shootout with the cops.
Meow. Meow. Pet kitty. Yes, pet kitty.
Apparently, Chet wants me to pet them. Stop it, Chet. You're being weird.
They want you to groom
I
them.
don't need more femboys.
They need you to groom them.
How many do you have? What, 2? Or more?
I have more, apparently, unfortunately. I think I'm up to 4.
The only reason I'm a femboy is because Akko and Chat quote unquote bullied me into it.
No, we groomed you into it. There's a difference.
Oh, well, if I'm counting you, then we're definitely at 5.
Your cat, you become loaf. Yes.
I have a feeling he's gonna bring up, like I said, I think he might mention it. He might put it off as like a slight joke.
Oh, I definitely agree.
Yeah, he'll throw it off as kind of like a slight joke. He might go into Anna a little bit because if I remember right, Anna knows and is associated with like Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian and a couple Brandon Real and a couple other people.
Yeah.
So I can most definitely see Jim bringing something up. Maybe not in depth, but at least a side mention. I know he made a mention on his Twitter about what was it? I just had it. So 6,000 follower Twitter account. Pawn Star It's. You heard of them?
No.
Okay, they are a VTuber. They are a shrimp VTuber. So fit right in with under the TCast. But apparently they the Twitch was hacked. My Twitch account got hacked.
I saw that. Yeah.
Despite two-factor authentication, someone purchased gift subs to themselves for almost $1,000. I'm gonna, do whatever. I'm not gonna say that one. But Jim responded to that one, retweeted it. It's like everyone I hear about, it's like everything I hear about Twitch is always awful. Half of the users get banned for nothing, the other half get away with murder. The site is almost hostile to users, and now apparently your account can get hacked, your money stolen, and Twitch completely ignores it. I could see him bringing something up about that. As far as it goes into Sectorsville, I know Jim's kind of moved away from it.
Shouldn't B2B mean Ava? No, Ava's an elf. There's a difference, chat.
Yeah.
Listen, while I call her a gremlin, she is not a crustacean.
Well, they call her a shrimp sometimes.
I mean, yeah, she is very weak, and I just put her in a jar, and then she cries.
Yeah.
I'll unscrew the lid every single time.
Yeah. I have a really big feeling that Legal Mindset's got to get a couple name drops in this. Because I believe he's going to be talking about the Johnny Somali stuff.
Probably, yeah.
And he's also going to be talking about the Even and Ian shit show.
Oh, definitely.
He might suck around. Yeah, he might suck around to some of his other talking points he's had. He might talk about to Pikachu again.
Oh yeah.
Sorry about that. He might talk about to Pikachu, and a couple other locales he's been talking about. He's kind of made it like kind of like a teasing theme that he's got to talk about these people every now and then. He didn't do it last time, but he had kind of an agenda he wanted to do last time. This one just seems like it's a chill stream talking about stuff. So I have a feeling that we're gonna see some fun.
I think so. That's on Sunday.
What do you think, Bull?
What do I think? I honestly think, because he did basically put out the fucking list of what he's going to talk about. The Ethan and Ian thing, the failed content slop is going to be a major thing. Talking about the gamer subs drama, more than definitely, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, it's kind of his Royal House and stuff that he's talked about and called out because he is one person that is against Life for Nation bullshit. So, but I don't know.
I was just gonna say, I do think another thing is, I do agree with you. The motherfucking, I'm just gonna call it the Feminist Frequency 2 person, the person that Anita is transferring their soul into. That's gonna
Anna?
Yeah. Anna, Anita, C, it makes sense. So they're going to be transferring their soul into them. Like a lich.
Oh, I have to forward some to you all.
Oh no.
This was made by the person who made some art of the monkey girl.
Oh, Banana? Or Juju?
Yeah, they made art of
The
Banana.
girl, is it the girl that did the six finger oopsie?
No.
Very nice.
Their name is Y2KQT.
Okay.
Well, tell them 10 out of 10. Very nice. And yeah, I wonder if Jim's going to talk about the monkey girl thing, because that was an absolute shit fest and utterly cringe.
I don't know if that even popped up on his radar.
I hope she'll do good. Okay.
I don't.
Everyone's coming in now.
Hey, I asked for permission, and Temp said yes. So, that was nice.
Yes, you do have permission.
Because I know Akka wasn't looking.
Well,
I'll make sure to spray Temp after this.
Temp isn't streaming.
Hello,
Good.
how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay.
Oh, I'm gonna be tired tomorrow, but it's okay.
Sorry.
You know, I was gonna raid into you there tonight, but by the time I got to you to raid into you, you're already done.
I mean, I was still here. That's fair though.
No, Amalgamite.
Oh, fair.
Well, thank you. I'm just here to chill. I don't know what the topic is at this point.
We're still talking about the gay ass shit that was going on with this week with VTubers.
No, I do have thoughts, but I don't know what point where our thoughts were at.
You can just say whatever you feel.
We already did, so.
Well, I mean, normally I don't really get too involved with VTuber drama. We're talking about the Kirsha stuff, or what happened with Ines?
Oh, I mean, yeah, everything is revolved around her. Everything revolved around Niara, but like Kirsha, it's like two foxes. Like it's like a yin and yang fox. One is black, one is white. It's up to you to determine which one's the black
Actually,
one.
a pretty decent analogy.
I feel like it is a pretty good analogy.
It is. It's like two
The worst
foxes.
part
on the
is I
upstairs
know.
and the spectrum.
The worst part is I know more about Taoism, and I can make a very fucked up joke, but I think Akka would have a heart attack if I said it on YouTube.
I already know what you gotta say. Don't.
You should message it. You should message it to me.
Akka might like it privately.
Exactly.
Texting it.
And I mean, yeah. Anyways, we have to continue on.
Oh, nothing. So I mean, it's just Naira doing Naira things. Frankly, I thought about a couple of times quote tweeting and stating my piece. I decided not to, because like it. I mean, I already knew they're just a disingenuous bastard. Just by all the other interactions that Oko and other people have had, and it's just but seeing especially what happened like today and everything, or like and yesterday. Sorry, I have no concept of time. I was just kind of like, yeah, I'm not getting myself involved with this, because all he's going to do is just take words out of my mouth or
continue to be disingenuous.
And just be a fucking bastard. And I don't need his headache, my headache, whatever. I don't need the headache in my life dealing with him.
I've debated poking the bear, but It's not my field, so I just don't get into it.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to ask you to. Say the joke. Okay,
Well,
the joke is yin yang male and female.
Yeah.
Bull was making a joke about the fact that it's a male and a female fighting, which.
I was going to use other words, but they're
Well,
not okay
I'm
by
keeping.
YouTube.
Listen, I'm keeping this.
Keeping it YouTube safe.
Sounds like we're torturing Oko by peeing here. Holy shit.
Oh, you're good. Why is Akko's manager always dropping the gamer word? Because he wears the kippa, that's why.
He's allowed to. Those shekels just ring in YouTube's ears.
Yeah, and also, Akko, how dare you? You should have asked for at least $2 for that amazing joke.
Did you hear about the grape scene in Andor? That's in our docket for
Just saw
Sunday.
a document released against Cinder. Oh, send it over. Put it in the under the T chat. Send it over if it's interesting.
Cinder.
The
Cinder.
flaming, the fire wolf.
Yeah, she's one that's very openly lewd. So if something came out against her, I'm not saying I'm not surprised, but all of the openly lewd VTubers typically end up with some sort of quote unquote sexual misconduct.
Yeah. Oh my god, sexual misconduct. Oh no!
Cinder doc just dropped. Throw it in under the T. Put it in the drama place. Or there.
They're all prostitutes, damn it. Why do you bother? Why is anyone even shocked at this point?
Listen, the general rule of thumb is that all women are e-thoughts at the end of the day, so you just gotta treat them like that.
Exactly.
Send it in under the T chat. Send it there.
So go the fuck into the kitchen. Get out of here.
Gosh, man, I want that.
go to your
But who's gonna make me pregnant? None of you, exactly.
Oh, there it is.
there is something I could do.
Nanolist. Nanolist made their documentary. Or doc.
No.
I don't
It's
know
a Google
who the
Doc.
fuck that is.
And Shy Lily immediately. Let's see. So this doc came out at 1:42. Shy Lily made a tweet 42 minutes ago. Let's see here. 1:42 was, oh my gosh, almost immediately Shy Lily is just like, we have your back. Shy Lily, did you even read it? Did you even read it? I fucking... I got it, chat. I don't know. I need to pause this
Akko
game.
was getting no sleep tonight.
No, I'm not reading it tonight.
Oh no, Akko will be getting sleep tonight. Just they will
One way or another.
Yeah. Well.
Oh boy.
Well, Akko's
Let's
doing all
see.
that.
19 pages.
Oh, it's not that bad.
That's
Actually, 17
shorter
pages.
than other docs, so you know
Yeah.
what? I'm giving it a thumbs up.
Let's see.
Alrighty, good job.
Oh no.
Slandering
Here's the thing, but-
creators. Exclusivity and blacklisting other creators. Ooh, that sounds interesting.
Here's the thing: is it 19
Starting my
pages
work in
and
models.
clear and concise, or is it 19 pages and gibberish?
Yeah.
Damage control.
pages.
Yeah, so this is 17 pages here. Let's see.
17.
I'm not
okay.
going to read the whole thing, but we'll start. I want to share my experience with Cinder and Red manipulating me, using me, and dragging me into drama while sabotaging, slandering, and spreading lies about the people I thought were her closest friends. Not only do I no longer work with Cinder, but I want to share what I endured over the years and shed light on what she's been doing behind people's backs to protect artists and friends that may be experiencing something similar. I struggle with writing this document, yada yada yada. Note, based on working with Redacted, Red, Cinder's manager, and Cinder over the years, that I am sure that they speak for each other. There's no reason to believe Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Whenever I use they, or them, it refers to both of them acting as a team. Thank you for saying that. English is not my first language. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Any of the names that are censored were censored because the creator in question did not provide consent. Okay.
So I would say already, just from looking at this document, one, it's formatted very well. So
Compared to some of the other docs you see.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it passes the sniff test so far, so don't jinx it.
What does it say? Can you give me a TLDR? Well, it sounds like there is slandering other creators, exclusivity, and blacklisting other creators. I'm very interested to see who, those individuals. Let's see what else. Concerning my work in models, simply business, damage control.
Hey, Akko. One thing. Make sure you actually download this fucker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Cinder's big enough, I wouldn't be too surprised if it got poofed.
Yep. Not only that, but always important to download so that way you can compare and contrast if anyone tries to make any sneaky fucking edits.
Cinder the fire girl with huge tits? Yes,
Make
the
a
reason why
copy.
people like her.
Make a copy. Making a copy right now. This music goes perfect.
So, I mean, just like blacklisting. What context are they?
I haven't read it yet.
All right. Because if it's like, okay, blacklisting from like stuff that they do or something like that, it's like, I don't see the big deal with that one. But okay.
I mean, I fucking think blacklisting,
Oh.
it's gonna happen. It's just
Interesting.
It can be a pretty shitty practice if it's not handled rightly.
Bao
But everyone
apparently
does it because
commented on
clicks.
this.
Oh boy.
Ooh, Bao says, I was hurt by someone I thought was a friend. So Bao is claiming to be part of this.
I think they're saying that they feel Cinder betrayed them if you're saying that Bao was in Cinder's corner.
For fuck's sake, Shy Lily, read the damn thing before you comment on it.
Or,
I love how Shy Lily's
Bao
like...
and
Oh,
Lily
for
are
fuck's sake.
different. Fuck, I keep forgetting. They're both fucking whales.
Yeah, they're both fish people.
Be thankful I'm able to distinguish you and MommaOcco.
I mean, the difference between Octo and Lumi is Lumi has
Oh,
a fish
okay.
tail.
So
Octo
in the
has fish hair.
in the slandering other creators, it specifically mentions that Red, who is redacted, who is the manager for Cinder, asked Nanolist, who is an artist, to cancel a commission for Bao. That's really interesting.
That's shitty.
That's
Okay,
very...
no, you can't. You do not have control over what a creator makes. The creator creates. Fuck you. Modelers are not.
Well, hold on.
Control.
This is saying Red, the boss of Cinder, said that. Not Cinder herself, but
what the fuck?
At least that's what I'm understanding from this.
Either way, it's still shitty, and
Oh, absolutely.
whoever did that, you are scum on the boots.
Let's see. Did you cancel models? I did not. Delayed. I'm scared to cancel with Bao. So Nanolist is the artist. You shouldn't be. She has connections. She'll find someone super fast. Did you already design her outfit? What the fuck?
So it was a model that was in the works from her?
I guess. Why?
Yeah.
Fucking
What
with
I want to know is
people's models.
why. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. Wait, okay, let's see here. I started with screenshots showing them speaking ill of other creators and spreading rumors while manipulating me that it's all in our best interest. In addition to spreading ill rumors, they also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having time for new clients. Okay. Screenshots below show them showing their affection and appreciation immediately followed by spreading rumors. So they're buttering them up just to tell them that they need to get rid of somebody else. That is crazy.
Not
Let's
only
see
that,
here.
oh no, the fucking editor, it can't take on new clients. If you're paying them good enough, it shouldn't fucking matter.
This is our manager boss. Redact. So they say that Redact is very closely related to Cinder, so I'm going to assume so. Let's see. So with Blank, she's been given a lot of bias and priority at GS, sometimes over Cinder. Can't really confront them about it. Plus, she's gone 3DR lately. Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while. She hijacked our YouTube editor a while ago and is constantly picking up artists that we work with.
Okay, so you got hurt because they throw money and are quicker. Okay, see more?
We've gotten to know her being friends with her, but she rubs us the wrong way with what she does. Want to try and safeguard our most important artist from her since she's already taken our editor. I don't mean taken like he doesn't work for us. He does, but he has to dedicate time for her now, and sometimes that gets in the way. Then find a new editor. They're a fucking dime a dozen. Oh, I hate people like this.
Or you pay more if you really like that guy. Then be like, hey, fuck this person. I'm giving you double the rate. Now get your ass back here.
Oh, let me continue reading this. What's going on?
says that.
This is a Google Doc trying to go against Cinder because Cinder is trying. I guess Cinder tried to get people to cancel Bao. I guess.
Wow.
That's insane. Here, let me.
They're both equally retarded, but still.
I don't like big creators just in general, but like Bao is somebody that gets screwed over quite a lot. Where's the Drake and Josh documentary?
Bao's an idiot.
Big worshiper, you're about 4 hours too late. I'm sorry. Go back to the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're gonna have to wind the tape on that one, pal. No disrespect to you.
Yeah, anyway, let's see here. One of Bao's MV editors, the one that did the Boss Rush MV, and we're 99% sure she told him not to do any more with us, but you don't know that for sure. Oh my gosh. Like, the model art is the most important thing. That's the VTuber's entire image. We love working with you. Cinder wouldn't be Cinder without Nano. Okay, but like, let me tell you the tea about the MV thing. Bao had original songs last year that MV by her editor. Wait, didn't Cinder and her do a song together? I swear they did. Hold on a moment. I swear they've done a video, like a song together or some shit.
Once again, I held my stance. VTuber dramas is women catfighting with each other.
They did. I swear. Let's see, vocals. Yes, they did. This song right here, Bao, Numi, and Cinder. She will. They did this last year. Oh
Listen,
my gosh, these girls are catfight. This is hilarious. Holy shit.
So,
what the fuck kind of shitty behavior is this?
What I'm getting from this is
Bao dropped a doc too.
Okay. What I'm getting from this is all these people, all these big creators have their favorite little toy artists and editors, and they're just fighting over them.
Pretty fucking much from my understanding.
That's good for them if you pay them.
Oh my gosh, it won't let me save it.
Apparently,
Bao's is only
just
7
dropped the
pages.
doc too.
Bao has only got a 7-page. Oh my god. Damn.
Occo, another document has hit the tower.
VTuber drama Fortnite.
What the fuck?
Every day I'm vindicated of how much I hate women.
Holy fucking shit.
There just be too much woman drama.
Yeah, it's called managers. Manage and actually control your talents. Don't get into fucking drama.
Don't let them get into cat fights. They'll
What
just
is-
kind of do it on their own.
What is
Smack them.
Cinder's at? Hold on.
It's just a normal woman thing to do.
Oh,
they
it's
just
Cinder
It's
with an
just
S.
Cinder VTuber. Here. Can we put it in chat?
Listen, all I'm saying is, chat, I've learned this. It is okay to hit your talents to keep them in line.
Why is it not? Oh, for fuck's sake, Twitter.
I've got the document saved.
Cinder VTuber. I'm waiting for this
Yeah.
woman to lock her Twitter account. Copy?
I'm gonna follow her.
Good
Or she
idea.
does.
Thank you.
Because you see, all my talents are well behaved and very good.
At times.
Oh no, we're not.
Shut up before I pop you in the mouth again.
Do I need to get the notebook out?
Shut up. Listen, that's
in
why
public, but behind closed doors.
Listen, you may not be a talent, but I have a stick. Come here. I'm smacking you with the
Pinky,
stick.
I like it.
God damn it.
You will never get rid of it, Bull. It exists. It lives here.
It just exists. I cannot hit it or else it makes
It's
weird
war.
sounds. Play
Mercenary, thank you for the 2. Play game Grumps MLP special moment music. No. Listen, chat. It is 2:45. I am so fucking tired.
Did another document hit the tower?
Yes, it was the Bao one.
Yeah, Bao.
I can't save it because like too many people are trying to access it.
I've got to print it out.
Yeah.
I'll go.
Or whatever.
You can. All right. So if you go up to a browser and you hit print and just save it to a PDF, it will print it out as
Just
a PDF.
make sure you do it off screen to make sure nothing dumb happens.
Don't worry, I'm smart. I'm not Bo Blacks.
Good.
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Dylan. I appreciate you. Dylan already got it for me.
Thank you, Dylan.
Dylan walking that magic behind the scenes, even though Rage walks.
You know what's really funny about all this? I know for a fact all these people have traded this around, getting ready for sympathy comments, because Camilla has said something, Tricky says something, Shy Lily. So, like, I know for a fact these people have all said it. Either they've all read it or they're just like giving the oh my gosh, we're so sorry about it. Buff Up says something, Vexoria says something. Again, either these people have read it or they were just ready.
This is within, if they make a comment, if anyone makes it, besides a fan, if a creative makes a comment on one of these stills.
Oh, and Bow's locked
within
it
the
to
first
only
5
them. Oh, that is hilarious. Only people mentioned can reply. Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, if they respond to this within 5 to 10 minutes,
the Karen fight has begun.
Yeah, without enough time to read it, you already know they knew beforehand. Which is why I don't understand why they just don't wait like an hour or something.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I just realized something that I think is funny.
What?
So, you know how we had Marvel Civil War?
Mm-hmm.
This is Horror Wars.
No, this is Whale Wars.
Whale
Wars. Just say, wait, Horror Wars? Don't
World
you
War
mean it's
Whale.
Like, don't you mean it's like Star Wars, but women? VTuber women.
The Whale Wars have.
Tomorrow, third doc. Yes, there will be a third doc because of Cinder. Cinder will probably come out and say something themselves.
I was say, okay, take your bets who the third doc will be from.
Temp, you said that you followed them?
Yeah, I followed Cinder.
Okay, thank you. You'll
If
be
I see something, I'll let you know.
You'll be the point of contact. All right, chat. I'm done. I need to brush my teeth and go to bed.
President, another raw hit the tower.
We'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will be doing a special interview with Kion, the guy who did the Pokemon Twitter cards that everybody enjoyed for a couple minutes, then realized that it used AI, and then a couple other people got mad. But we're gonna interview him. Sparky, I might let you come on as well. We'll see. And
I haven't talked to him in a bit, so.
Huh?
I said I haven't talked to him in a bit. Actually, like voice chat before. I mean, I talk to him all the time, but it's like last time we were on stream together was a bit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, that's what we'll be doing. Mercenary, they read the two play Hans Zimmer. Tim, no, we're not playing Hans Zimmer. Hans Zimmer will literally get my stream removed. Not happening. Anyway, thank you to chat for being here so much tonight. You guys are absolutely amazing. I will see you tomorrow. We're going to have some fun. Maybe tomorrow we'll actually read a little bit of the document. I have absolutely no idea. We'll figure it out. Until then, go the fuck away and let me go to bed.